First. First. First.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT EMEA, coming to you guys live from Messe Berlin. It is day 3 and the final day of week 3 in this competition. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm joined by Keiko and Zesh for this last day. I still can't believe there's 4 more teams we haven't seen yet.
It's so weird. They say that time flies when you're having fun, but really this week was something else.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like the last day. I thought that would be like another 2 and we have to see another 4, 6, 7 teams again. It's kind of sad that it ends today.
Yeah, it's gone really, really fast. But maybe today is going to be the day we have all of the 3-map extra time OT, because we haven't seen that yet.
I mean, we still have Pampok. Yesterday, even though it was 2-2-0s, we had a very, very long day, same as the first one. So, you know, I'm ready.
They're saving it up. They're powering up for today's matchups. Now, a lot of things happened yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Normally, this is the part of the show where we do a bit of recap for you guys at home if you haven't seen what's happened yesterday. We are going to do that, but I want to make these two's lives a bit harder. You know, they were telling me behind backstage, oh, everything is too easy right now. Well, feel free to recap everything that happened to the audience from yesterday, but you are not allowed to use the teams' names or the players' names, and I definitely did not steal this idea from the NA broadcast. Definitely not. Have not watched what they're doing over there. Are you ready?
Yeah,
Okay,
let's get
so
it.
no team names and no player names. Right, production,
Okay.
let's roll the clips. Let's roll the clips.
Okay, starting with maybe the team that has become everybody's favorite in the past week, taking the victory 2-0 against the most clouted Spanish team. We had a series of 2 maps that really relied on the performance of the individuals and the Turkish individuals.
Yeah, and the team of the Aesthetic Fish definitely didn't start too great at the beginning, to be very honest. It looked like the guys who are like to kicking a ball and represent that team are most definitely in charge of the side where they are defending. Particularly the captain himself is something that I enjoyed a lot to see, that I personally thought that had to make a particular change on this map, as he had to swap agents, not last minute, but in an odd fashion.
Yeah, and the Bulgarian player of the week moved back to the Sova for the Icebox, but even then, even them having a good start to both of the maps and actually, you know, managing to win the bonus and everything else, as I said, the Turkish squad managed to bring everything back time and time again, proving and showing everyone what they should be on everybody's mind when they think about that top 6 that is at least going to move to playoffs. And some people already consider them, you know, that they might go to Tokyo.
And once more we have seen that the man who represents the wonderful small fruit with the green core is exceptional in so many ways.
I got it. I got that.
Yeah,
I
that
got
took a
that.
second, right?
That's fantastic. I got it.
Thank you very much. So he once more has shown what he was worth. Same goes obviously for his newest addition in the form of captain. It got a little shaky towards the end, but I personally think that was great and that was awesome. I'm very happy to see them
Did
actually.
he say captain?
I mean,
Yeah,
I
but-
guess that technically...
Yes, so?
Yeah, well, let's talk about the second game.
Yeah, okay, this was a 2-0 for the best thing that has happened to the UK since Queen. It's something that we expected to happen, maybe in the fashion in which they did it was. And starting off with this first map, I can say the names of the maps,
yeah.
right? Starting off with Lotus, we saw some, you know, cheeky things that we loved. The Odin held by the both the Turkish player and the Russian player, and a pretty clean 2-0 in my opinion.
Absolutely. I mean, the prancing horse didn't start too well overall against the big orange. I can definitely say that. Even though we saw that particularly on this map, there was a great start for the prancing horse. There was no more opportunity coming later as the Iceman once more showed us what he is made of. And, well, how do I put this the best way? It became a horrible slaughterhouse where at the end of the day, they pretty much seemed like the big orange was selling horse meat.
Well, who are the MVPs for you guys?
In general?
Which players?
The Turkish young star.
Yeah.
I'm
Vincent?
going with the green fruit, with the brown and green fruit.
Oh, well, no, in this
particular
yeah.
series, Iceman himself.
Who's Iceman? Don't
Who's
confuse-
Iceman?
More
Iceman,
description,
bold
more-
Iceman.
Bold. Okay,
Iceman.
okay. You didn't even need the Iceman. You could have just said bold. I would have got that. I will, Vincent, give you an extra point for being able to convey Kiwi that well. I got that. I had to think about it for a second, but I love it. And with 3 Russian players, I was like, which one does she mean?
Listen, but it
Which
was the
one?
Turkish. It was the Turkish and him. You
Oh,
know, so it
okay,
has to
okay.
be-
So
yeah,
the team
yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
How was that for you? Difficult enough? We do this again next week?
Very easy.
Let's not do it again.
Oh,
I think we
Vincent,
can mix
Please
it
do
up.
it again.
Okay, Vincent says very easy, so
Yeah.
we're going to make it even
He
harder
came
next
with the
time.
homework done.
We're going to make it even harder next
No.
time. Now, there's been a few new players for our league, you know, players that didn't play VCT before, and I think it's time we can move over to the Telestrator and talk about how these rookies have been performing.
Okay.
Now, there's a few, I mean, it was a bit difficult for us to really define rookie when we came to this process, but I
Yes.
think in the end we thought, you know, there were a lot of players that, in terms of experience before we moved to a league format, that never really played a lot of tier 1. So this is kind of what we classify when it comes to rookies. But let's have a look at the first one, Atta Captain. He played yesterday.
We
And
can
in
say his
my-
name now?
Yeah, you can say his name now. And in my opinion, he does not play like a rookie, and he might just
At
be
all.
one of the best players we have right now in the entire league.
I think the fact that yesterday he went on to play the Duelist for the first time ever and had the performance that he had is not only about the numbers that were incredible, it's about adjusting to a role that you haven't used before, that you haven't performed in before, and using the utility with the protocols and everything else from a controller. It was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I think the controller point, considering those stats, is massive, right? He's coming in with 240 on those agents he plays, mostly Viper, for example. And I have to say, just once more to remind you how good he is, this guy had against Vitality 13 multi-kills over the course of those 2 maps.
Still
He
hasn't
was
lost a
he was the most, got the most. He was absolutely insane.
I mean, now you can see why far they're not bringing Moose back in anymore, because imagine having to make him sit out there of all
Yeah.
players.
I
for
think it's
Moose.
not only that. I think that moving forward, seeing the trajectory that Foot is following, it makes sense that if you want to get the best performance, you stick to the 5 players because you're already reaching a very good high level.
I just can't believe someone else other than Minis managed to scout out like a hidden gem. I feel like he's probably in behind the scenes somewhere, rubbing his hands like, oh, let's try and
He's got his list.
Let's try and poach him at some point. But of course, he's had a great tournament. Let's move on to Warfen. I feel like again, Kakuka,
Yes.
there's the Spanish thing. They knew who he was, but everyone else, I feel like on the whole, were pretty unfamiliar with him before this.
Yeah, exactly. Like last year, I remember in Rising, in the Spanish competition, he was in everybody's mouths because of the way that he played Chamber, the way that he was moving in and out of the Sova, and actually always managing to be that piece that you can move around for the team to work perfectly. Now that he's in the tier 1, he's actually receiving the more of the backlash because people are saying that he's not living up to the expectations that maybe they had of him. But I say we give it a little bit more time. I think that him going back to the Sova yesterday showed us a little bit more of what Wolfen is capable to do.
I think particularly he making him a player who can compete on this level is not the #1 priority right now for the guys of Koi, because there's so many other little construction sites they need to work with. He can do his thing. He's obviously not as good as expected. I'm also not like, oh, he's the worst pickup you could have ever done. Giving him time is probably the best thing you could do.
Well, next I want to talk about, I feel like the rookie of all rookies,
Lord.
the true rookie of Kamek. He was, a sixth man. He's not even on a starting roster, but Kukuka, he's got to be on a team next year.
I love the way the Fnatic, you can see we were looking at them when they were coming onto the stage, and Kamek was joining to give, all the strength and everything for the team. The fact that he has only played a couple of matches, and the way that he performed only on that Super Week, when I think it was so necessary after Fnatic won that trophy to come back to the region and prove that they're still, the top one. I think that Kamek performed brilliantly, and, I hope that there are no more troubles in the future, but I really want to see him play again.
And there's one thing that we really have to point out. This guy could have also easily went to any of the regional leagues, right? But he decided to be a sixth man, potentially not play. And he has invested into his education the best way possible. This what makes this move, in the beginning, maybe a little odd, but extremely good for him.
Well, his resume is going to look great for the next time he moves on to the team. Now, let's move on to maybe a couple that are finding troubles in this league right now. I think Shin had a fantastic lock-in, but Vincent, so far, I think maybe not his fault, but he's just not found that kind of the star quality that we saw in him.
I mean, to be fair, I will cut him more slack than maybe other parts of his team, basically due to the fact that he had to learn a new role in the form of Keiko, which is definitely not an easy agent to play and to learn and to play within a team environment. And second of all, as you mentioned, I mean, particularly on the Fade, I like him a lot. He's really capable of helping his team entering sites and also individually performs as that agent for me.
Yeah, I think it's the individual performance coming from the controller role, just trying to fit and merge into a new team. We know that we're seeing them later. I think that he had a lot to learn, and he's still finding his place. I think that he still has a lot of room of improvement.
Well, Keiko, not just one rookie, guys. They brought in another one as well. Another player that didn't really play much of Tier 1 VCT at all before. Vincent New Zero, of course. We're going to have him in a second. But again, it just feels like a little bit almost unlucky that they've not found that kind of comfortability that we want to see from the likes of Atta.
Yeah, here I'm cutting less slack, because for the most part, you have to say that he hardly changed roles from what he's done before. Mostly on the breach duty. He's not really even on top of the score when it comes to assists for his team, right? And this is something you would expect from an initiator most of the times. That is super concerning to me. I mean, yes, we're talking about a rookie. Fair play. You can, maybe say, give him another year, give him another season, blah, blah, blah. But I personally believe that this is more on the disappointing end if I compare it with Shin.
Yeah, I think it's also complicated. We're talking about the assists in a team that, doesn't play with a duelist sometimes. I think that he's still trying to find the place that he's going to fit into Keiko, because I think that is something that Keiko hasn't figured out themselves just yet. I know that he has a lot of experience also playing on the duelist, so we know that he has the capabilities. I think that maybe this was too big of a suit for him.
Yeah, one other person I want to talk about, and maybe a little bit more experience compared to the other people on this list, but an IGL, a Turkish IGL. And Kukuka, I know BBL haven't got the results, but you got to be excited about him if you're a Turkish fan.
It definitely, I know that we've talked a lot about FUT, but I think that BBL, they're going through a rough patch, especially with the loss that they had against Keiko. But so far, they have also been just playing Fnatic and Na'Vi. So I know that the prospect is going to be better for them, and I know that Suchny has learned a lot from those losses. I know that today, on the server, we're going to see all the progress that he has made for his team.
And most importantly, this is a team that had an established core that had 2 different IGLs last year. And he is, from what I've heard from other coaches, the most praised in actually building up a team. So once more of the good old words, time can be very relevant for this one.
Yeah, and we like to see some of our rookies become kind of the, the rising stars as well. Maybe they will be just that when we get to the playoff stage. We'll be doing more check-ins as the season goes on. But of course, Suchi, we just saw him here, hasn't played yet this week, but he will, though, a little bit later today if we take a look at the schedule. Actually, not even later today, soon today, as BBL take on Giants. And then after that, we have the French derby, the head-to-head between Vitality and Keiko. Vincent, which game are you looking forward to more?
I'll be honest with you. I want to see BBL pick up their first win.
Okay, okay. I mean, I'm going for the Derby. I know the last week we had the Giants versus Koi. I know that's going to be a little bit tough to top, but we'll see. I'll give them a chance.
Oh, because we have the Spanish derby?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I get you. I'm glad you chose that game because that game is, in fact, our showstopper game of the week. Check this out.
I don't know if the microphone catches it, but you can hear the Golden Hornets right now just going at it.
Being the showstopper is like, you know, the great show in the week. So yeah, it's good, I guess. For Carmine fans, it's like mandatory thing to win against Vitality, so we need to, absolutely.
I'm excited for next big match against Carmine Corp. It means a lot for us as a players and from our perspective as well. We want to win for sure against them. The mood and the feelings in the team are great. The job is still not done. We'll try our best to keep going, and we want to show that the first 2 wins were not just lucky.
It was a great match against BBL, and then we lost against Heretics, but we didn't play our good play style, you know. So yeah, it was a good entrance of the week, I guess, but it could be better, you know.
I think it will be hard match, but I hope we will win it in the end.
Obviously, there is some pressure because Vitality is a great team, to be honest. Last year, you beat us in playoffs in the French League, but this time we'll make sure to get the win.
It will end up the same way for UK Corp. You will lose against us again.
The Coliseum, it's been a good experience. Everything feels good. The stage, the fans coming and cheering for us.
I think it's one of the most insane feelings when you like lift your headphones and you can hear, you know, like people yelling in the stadium. Every single game, every single split, every single tweet even that I made, there's always just like so much love, yellow hearts and such. So like shout out to the Golden Hornets.
Anything more in the tank? Shin finds Notion.
Oh my God!
No way! Come on, go!
Flashed over, tries to spray through. 3 bullets remaining. Twist!
Vitality, French team. That's my answer.
I can just hope Karma are in the server.
Now, it might not live up to your expectation when it comes to the Spanish derby, but we gotta remember, this could potentially be the loudest the Coliseum will be with Keiko fans, Vincent, and the Golden Hornets in one place.
I cannot wait for them to shout against each other, and everyone sitting in between is absolutely getting their eardrums bursted. It's going to be amazing to see the kind of vibe that we're getting. I'm not talking about how the game will most likely unpan, but it's really cool to see how those 2 fan clubs are going to clash tonight.
Do we have confirmation that the Golden Hornets are going to be here? Because
Yes.
I remember, are they going to be here? Because last week, Vitality found their first loss and they weren't here. So they definitely need them. 100% win rate so far.
They will never miss Keiko, let's be honest. It means
I mean,
so much to them. It means so much to them. But first, we have another game we got to get through, and that is Giants Gaming versus BBL.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Hi everyone, I have a quick update for you guys as to what is happening right now. We have found a faulty desk on the side on stage. One of the players' desks, in fact, so for the sake of competitive integrity, we're looking to get that replaced right now as I speak. So give some time for that table to be replaced. We're going to take a 15 minutes break, and hopefully when we come back at the back end of that, we're going to be able to do our normal pre-match and then get the players into game. So make sure to stick with us and get a drink and some snacks or something, and I'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
This is my logo.
A new one? How you want me to draw it? They should pay me for this.
So if I would have to create the Team Heretics logo, I would do something like this.
I had to redesign Fnatic's logo. Goodness.
Redesign it? I mean, there's not a lot of stuff you can do, right? It has to be a G, I guess.
I have an idea how to redesign Navi logo, let's say.
Wait, how many eyes does like a bee have? Like I'm mixing it with a fly. 2?
So, I don't know. It's hard to do. It's so hard. Hold it.
Right, so close. Hold on.
Like this. I will change the to compare. Hop. Or it's the same.
It's the same. No.
Okay, ready? Hold it. This is bad. It's a T and an H, and then there's all these emotions, you know? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I mean... There we have it. Insane logo.
Giants. Giants.
Kral tacı. Aşağıdaki amblemi hiç bilmiyorum. Öyle yapasım geldi. Bu da kral tacı. Çok güzel oldu bence.
Yeah, I think it's quite beautiful to be honest. It's a very angry looking bee.
There's a ball in there and it's a VIT. It just came up now, I don't know.
This is Team Liquid. It's water, sea horse, so it's basically the sea, but now it's the ocean and the waves, and it's called Liquid because of that.
Basically, I've done 3D text where the waves are like meant to be the text because it's like water. That's what came to my mind if I would design a logo for Team Liquid.
Ready? Oh, it's tiny. I'll do it bigger. Yeah, it's not great, but luckily my career isn't in design.
I wanted to be like a pyramid, you know, but it ended up like Illuminati. It ended up like Illuminati, I don't know.
I don't know, I didn't have any ideas. I like our logo as it is, so yeah.
The reason is in France, Casey, we are the bad people. So you know, a heart just to show that we are good people and we like everyone.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm here to give you a little bit of insight on what's it like to be watch partying on sign here at the Coliseum. As you can see, I am joined by Lembo, the content creator for Giants. First of all, welcome to the Coliseum. I know you've been here before. Talk me through what's it like to be watch partying, how exciting it is. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, this is an incredible experience. I was here as Chrome the other day, and the experience a viewers is incredible. But the experience as a streamer here is the next level, because you have the streaming here, your chat, you are in your house, but you have in the back all the players, the actions, and the show. For me, this stage, the Coliseum, is incredible, and have this in my stream is what the fuck, man. I was streaming in my house, in the house of my father 2 years ago. What is this? But it's incredible. I'm very, very well here.
Is it comfortable, you know? Is it nice? The sofa comfortable? Everything is good?
No, it's a joke. No, it's very comfortable, but it's more comfortable when you win coin, no? I don't mind about the comfortable of the sofa, only about the result. And my first watch party was against Koi the other day. We win the other Spanish team, and we are singing, "Where is Sergio Ferra?" It's other content creator of Koi. Regard Sergio, 2-0.
Yeah, where is Sergio? Do you know, where is he?
What?
Where is Sergio Ferra? Have you seen him?
Sergio was in Barcelona. They was casting with Divine in his stream, but they have problem with the sound machine, because in the second map, nobody speak in the second map. I don't know why. I said, man, but it's a good streamer. I like it.
I have a question, maybe a difficult question for you. So if your team Giants, if they don't make it to Tokyo for Masters, would you like to see Heretics and Keiko? Would you like to see another Spanish team? Or for you, it's only Giants?
No. Speaking seriously, I want that the 3 Spanish teams stay in Tokyo. It's very difficult because you have 4 slots, but if I can choose, all the Spanish to Tokyo. For the Spanish community, it's very important, and we have 3 teams in the league. We are the only country that have three teams. Therefore, obviously, I want that Giant will be the better, no? But with more Spanish team and more Spanish organization in VALORANT in the top level, better for the community. Therefore, I want it.
How close are you to the players of Giants? Do you interact with them? Do you see them play when they're not competing at all?
Yeah, I interact with all except Vitinho, because Vitinho and me, we have a problem in the past, and they are very... Nah, it's a joke. We have an office, and I'm content creator with the club all the season. Therefore, I have my stream set up in the office. Therefore, I usually I'm streaming, and the players are training, but we speak, we eat together. We have a good relation. I especially have a good relation with Vitinho, obviously, because he's a Spanish player, and we know very, very long time ago. It's incredible. The relationship between the players and Giants is very, very good. I know that everyone say, no, we are perfect at, but I have 5-6 years in Esports. I have a lot of things before. You usually have problems or that, and now we are very, very fine in the team.
There's not that many Spanish players in VCT, you know. I think you only got 2, right, with Fiti Codamenta as well. How proud are you to see Vitinho representing Spain and also playing really, really well?
Well, Vitinho is incredible for me and for the Spanish community, because Vitinho started the game at the same time that the competitive in Spain started too. No? For example, Miguel have a big fan base. I'm fan of Miguel too, but they have experience in CS:GO. No, they was famous before, but Vitinho born with the VALORANT and grow up with the VALORANT. This is incredible I think for me and for every Spanish fan. the good part is that we enjoyed Vitinho in the Spanish competition, and now the rest of Europe can see that Vitinho is incredible. But we know it. We only need that he show to the rest of the world, and this is the goal in here now and in Tokyo, I hope.
I'm going to apologize because I forgot Mixwell. I forgot the father of Valorant, so sorry, Spanish fans, about that. And last question, Giants, they're going to be playing today. What are you expecting? What are you predicting?
Well, I expect that we could win very well. I expect 2-0, for be honest. But in this league, any match is easy. The people are saying, no, Giants will win sure. Okay, we are the favorite. It's the first time that we are the favorite. This is a problem too, because in the other match, we have less pressure. Now we have the pressure of win. But in this league, every team can beat the other. And especially BBL have 0 win now, but they could win two matches because Fnatic they play well in the Ascent, and Carmine Court they have overtime. Therefore, I'm worried about the match because every match is a final for us for the playoff, but I expect a 2-0.
I respect your respect for BBL. What was the thing that you were teaching me? The Giants, the clap? Teach me one more time.
The most famous is Giants, Giants, Giants.
I will remember. Thank you so much, Lembo, for your time. I'll let you get back to your watch party. I see you have a table here. Maybe we can steal his table and take it downstage and replace that one. We're going to go to a break real quick, but hopefully we'll get the issue sorted when we come back. See you in a sec. Well, it turns out Lembo's desk was the good one. I think we managed to get that replaced, so let's get the show back on track and talk about Giants versus BBL. Now, Lembo, he was giving a lot of respect to BBL, despite them losing, despite the fact that he does think Giants could 2-0. Kukuka, I think the 0-3 looks worse than it actually is.
Yes, because we need to mention that 2 of those losses were against Navi and Fnatic, you know, a result that many teams expect to get themselves when they face against those 2 teams. And the other one was against Keiko, and that was the day that we finished here at like 2 a.m. and it was a lot of stress on both the teams.
And you have to imagine once more what the scorelines were, right? You don't just casually push Fnatic in 11-13. You don't just casually come in and make it send a 10-13 scoreline. It is super close what BBL have achieved. I would say some teams in this league might not even push Fnatic that far. Of course, it was the one with the replacement, but it doesn't really matter. Overall, the game so far, you know, if I would be like sitting here, I'd be like, this is a reset. From this point on, it can only go uphill, and now they got the really tough hurdles out of the way.
I mean, they are the only team that took a map off them, you know?
Yes.
So by that metric, they're not as bad as it looks. On the other side as well, this is the Illuminati triangle coming in for you, Kukuka.
I have something with the lines.
Giants, they have also played Na'Vi and Fnatic, but the good news for them is they have a win under their belt now, and it was a really important one as well.
Exactly, and I think we were mentioning it, that after that first week where everything looked tremendously bad for them, I designed this graphic based on the expectations of Giants' performance.
Where are the triangles?
Listen, you have to imagine them, okay? They're there. No, but it's very funny because you see that Fnatic and Navi are there at the beginning. Then it gets like slightly, let's say easier. But I think that something they did not expect is, and many people did not, is the performance from Foot. That Team Liquid that looks fresh, looks new. Same way, you know, it goes down again, and it's going to be going up and down, instead of just being so straightforward of, okay, we already, got rid of the worst part. But I think that Giants are going to be the ones benefiting the most from, having that heartbreak at the beginning.
And, when we're talking about difficulty and particularly expectations, right? When we're talking about close scorelines and all those things, we have to remember how it was against Navi. First of all, took a map, yay. Second of all, 13-15 lost.
It was almost a 2-0 against Navi.
Exactly, it was almost a 2-0, and I think this is something it feels a bit like, sometimes when we talk about Giants, like, yeah, they're not performing too well. Yeah, on paper they don't. But overall, I think they're overcoming the issues of week 1 and lock-in quite easily.
I mean, this is why this game is more important than people think, because in theory, most teams are going to lose to Fnatic and Na'Vi. So both of them losing to them cancels each other out. BBL haven't won anything yet, but for Giants, they won last week. And if they can win again, I think Kukuka, they'll start to fulfill the expectations they had.
Yes, exactly. I think that is extremely important, as you mentioned. For BBL, they need to stop what's going on already, because they are the only ones that have that loss against Keiko, and they need to mentally, reset from that and move forward. It's going to be a tough path, but it has to start today, and it has to start with Giants.
Yeah, and if you take a look at both teams and compositions and maps, Vincent, they played so far as well, there is a bit of a disparity.
There's a bit of a disparity, and there's one thing I really want to highlight is how much Giants leans into that Viper. And particularly interesting, if we point it out, is for me personally, Ascent as well as Lotus. Well, Lotus is not so special, to be very honest. We see teams picking that, it's not the highest pick rate. But on Ascend, the double controller, double initiator, no sentinel kind of lineup they play, I like it because they simply use, simply is a nice word, the Viper so much in that sentinel-esque way, denying space-esque way, which is so good, which actually cost Koi a lot of nerves on their attacking side, and that is not the thing you really play against in Prax.
You're surprised about that double controller? I'm surprised about BBL's double controller on the Icebox when you put QT and you're like, yeah, you're a great Jet, but how about you go in the Omen?
Not?
Yeah, like, why not? So, I'm looking forward to what these two have been cooking during the week.
And I can't believe, guys, there was also a Gecko, but just a Gecko on one side, though, Bear, not so quite much on BBL yet.
Yeah, I wanted to take a look at some things that Cloud had been doing there on Lotus last week against Koi. You know all of the things that you can do with Gecko. I love this micro here on the defense, and that's what I wanted to highlight. I wanted to highlight this round because the utility on the attack, yeah, you have to, gather the space little by little. But in this round in particular, you see the Giants are already 5-0. And the way that he uses the Thrash, the ultimate, to gather and keep pushing that control over C, he goes to pick up one time. Giants keep going with the push, forcing also Koi to go on the attack. And Cloud is just going to keep gathering and gathering. The situation for Koi is favorable enough that they managed to get the plant and of course use the Killjoy ult to secure their positions. But again, the moment that that ult is down, Cloud uses the Thrash again to clear all the space, not only onto Treat, but also clearing in between and backside.
And this is why I think it is so nice to see that they try things out. And for me, and for me personally, I think it is just one of the greatest kind of Gecko usage in combination with other agents, because that is the thing. We haven't seen the full potential on that end for me, and that was a great taste of what Giants can do with it.
It's going to be fun to see how BBL responds to it. Again, they've had a week to prepare for this, but I kind of want to circle back to what we said about BBL. The 0-3 does not exactly dictate how well they have done, but Vincent, there must be a reason why they are losing despite playing well. So I feel like it's time for you to go over and just show us a couple of reasons as to why that's been happening.
I'll give you guys that, because, well, let's crunch the numbers. Let's take a look at a few numbers right here, right there, because to be very honest, it is to me absolutely clear that this is looking like, hold on, BBL is not doing too many things wrong. This is a 4 versus 4, 4 versus 3, 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2 win rate. 46 to 50, 71 to 75. I mean, you guys can read, right? And what you're seeing is hardly any disparity. This is like they're not too much off of it. And what does that mean? Well, with the scorelines that we see, those are exactly the rounds that lose them the games. When you're playing 11-13, that one round could have made the difference, and those are some of those rounds. But not only that is an issue, that when they actually have this advantage, it goes about first kills. And this is the first kills, first death difference. Minus 18 against Carmine Corp. Minus 18 against Carmine Corp. Do you know how many kills that are? Do you know, compared to the rounds, how much it is? It's an insane number. Versus Fnatic, they were positive, still lost the game. Versus Navi, it was a minor thing, but overall they're on minus 17. And that is a big issue, because when we talk particularly about that Carmine Corp game, I brought you 2 examples, and we can run the first one where you see the issues. Here you see not actually denying Nivera space when you have double controller, right? That seems kind of odd. He gets a free kill, sure, Such, and he gets revived. But technically speaking, this is such a pivotal player that dies due to a small mistake during the process of trying to get onto a site. And that's, you know, happening to teams, but BBL unfortunately really suffered from that. A second example I can give you is seemingly so simple. You see right here what could have happened with a great garage entry, but someone seems to be a bit impatient, and that is Kushner. The flash is already out. He dies against that close range weapon, and Kamek wouldn't have seen a thing if it would have been blinded by the breach. Small things, minor things, communication things that cost BBL those few little rounds that could have by now granted them a victory, maybe even 2, potentially 3. And this is something they need to have fixed by now, because let's say it like this, those opponents they had previously are not as tough as the ones they're meeting facing today.
I mean, that's the key point, right? They do have a good chance today, Kukuka, if they're able to just iron out those little things as well, especially against the Giants, who have also been a little bit scrappy at times.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it's not only that this is a perfect opportunity, I think that it has to be the opportunity. We see the glimpses of what can happen. We see that there are minor mistakes that do not take that long to improve.
Yeah, we're about to go and have a look at what the map vetoes are going to be for today, but there is a glaring thing for BBL. Their map pool, it doesn't seem that bad because they play a lot of maps. They don't just play 1 or 2 maps, but at times, Bear, if you take away the Ascent, you know, it feels like you already have a massive advantage against BBL.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this clear 2 teams have very clear permabans, and I am expecting some kind of adaptation. We're talking about how important it is from week to week to keep adapting to your enemies, and that is what I expect, for example, from Giants. They cannot play Ascent against BBL, especially even though they got the win against Koi last week, it wasn't as clean as it was supposed to be.
I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing Ascent, to be very honest. I mean, I see your point, right? When we take a look, Giants, they will, most likely ban out Fracture. It's like the default kind of thing, right? That's leaving out of the pool. Then we're talking about the side of BBL, who most likely consider to dodge something like Pearl. And from that point on, you would have the free option.
We're going to see what's going to happen, what they're going to take with the Pearl. But surely this is like a Fnatic situation. You got to take away their Icebox. You have to take away BBL's Ascent. I think this is a smart move from Giants.
Oh, yeah, completely. And BBL's first map pick is going to be Icebox. There is a lot that they can watch and see and definitely learn from Giants on this map. And Giants just go with their straightforward, we want to pick split. I think that they picked it in 2 encounters, and the last week they didn't pick it against Koi because Koi banned it. And BBL is going to decide to ban that Lotus. It's so surprising because we've gone from a BBL, from a Giants that do not want to see the fracture. They're leaving it open for the 3rd map.
Yeah. And it's kind of crazy to see, right? That because this is the first time Giants have actually banned anything out of Fracture.
Yes.
That's massive. That's massive because they've really taken that gamble, and this is bringing us to that decider map, which could be quite interesting. The Icebox, though, has one quite big storyline for me. Both seem to be extremely shaky on it. Giants have that 3-13 loss and that 17-15 overtime win. When we go about BBL, 19-17 against Cormine, 17-19 against Cormine Corp. This could be a potentially super tight game where a lot of fixes need to come in from both sides.
I think, Bear, you mentioned a really great point in week 1 where once these teams get the Fnatic Na'Vi back-to-backs out of the way, they can still pracking them. Now, if both teams have been pracking Fnatic and Na'Vi on Icebox Split and Fracture, that's the best practice you can ever get on these maps.
Listen, hear me out. How many more weeks? We have today, definitely, and then week 4 and 5, and that's it. We only have top 7 days to see Icebox, so each Icebox that we get, we don't know which one's going to be the last, so we need to, treasure them. So I'm very happy that we're seeing that. I think that there is a lot that the teams had to fix, and I know that the preparation came down to here, and I think the Giants knew exactly how this was going to work out.
And particularly considering what you just mentioned about practice, right? You already had the toughest kind of teams to play against. And therefore, it is actually good to have those VODs. Take a look at what you have to fix against the best that we have in our region. And then, you know what? Maybe it's going to be easier against BBL.
Well, I mean, you guys are both very optimistic, but I think I'm with you, Vincent. I think this is going to be a lot closer than we think.
Is Kuta going to be in the Omen? I just want to know.
Yes. We will see indeed. But thank you very much to everyone at home for sticking with us. I can now confirm that it is time to bring the players onto stage and kickstart the first game of today. Give a warm welcome to Giants Gaming and BBL.
Giants Gaming. BBL Esports.
Don't wanna be us on a madman team. Don't care whatever Batman bring, make a boss when I push that swing. Take it up, that's right. Take it up, take it up, take it up, that's right. I'm trying to catch the vibe, catch the vibe, catch the vibe.
Well, it's Giants versus BBL. We already spoke about how important this matchup is in the context of making playoffs. It does feel, though, if BBL cannot start their redemption journey today, Vincent, their chances of making playoffs dwindles by quite a lot.
And would quite be a loss for our league, if you ask me, because everyone was hyping this up to be such a good Turkish team that we would see. The question that you have raised there earlier about the age changes and considering do you really want to have the Kushner on that Omen? Is that the reasonable thing? It is something that we really need to take a look at in this veto, because the same thing happened obviously with Giants, right? They had this composition they had against Fnatic that didn't work, did a little swap, put the Sage back in. Do we once more see adjustments is the question.
I think that this year the level just keeps going up. I don't want this to be a year like 2022 where we kept making excuses for BBL not getting the wins. We need to see them in an international stage. Has to start with getting playoffs here and needs to start with getting wins. I don't know what's going to happen with the compositions with the maps. Definitely, if there's something, if they want to keep going with that double controller here on Icebox, is something that they need to perfection.
Well, all I'm going to say is that in that huddle, Kute looked so focused. He had his eye shut. I don't know if he's already doing his Omen kind of paranoia practice in his head. But like you said, that was the surprise for us last time. I wonder if they're going to change anything or stick with it.
The most important thing for me when I talk about individuals is that Brave needs to step up again, but most importantly, it doesn't look like we see too much of a change on any of the sides.
He's sticking with it.
Yeah, we're sticking with it. No changes.
Wow. Okay.
I love this. I think that it's going to be definitely the key is going to be the preparation that we were mentioning. Now that we've seen no changes on the server, I need to see both the teams given 100%. I think it was Doombros the other day that was sitting there saying, "Listen, they changed the comp in the second map, and I don't know what happened. We couldn't do anything because all our prep went completely wrong." So this has to be the exact opposite for both of the teams.
And considering how much BBL gets praised for their in-game knowledge, Vlad in combination with Suchny on the preparation side of things, it could be that kind of easy travel, but obviously both parties had exactly the kind of preparation that you were asking for. Their compositionally haven't changed, the issue that we talked about. So I don't know how much is going to be on the anti-stride side of things.
The thing is that we're going to see Akute being excessively aggressive with that Omen, with the TPs, especially on B. Is something that he's going to try and prioritize now that they're playing without a single duelist. It's not going to be the typical head-to-head. It's going to be more about Nuke trying to shut him down, just like Nivera was doing on the side of Keiko, for example. The same way, Giants going back to that stage. We know that against Fnatic they decided to play without her. Then against Navi, if I'm not mistaken, then they brought her back. Something that, so seeing Nuke also just settling down and be like, okay, I will be the killjoy, just you go take the stage. Let's just roll things up.
Yeah, this is where I also want to see BBL come out strong. They picked this, knowing that the chances of them playing Ascend, it is quite low, so I can't wait to see if they can secure this first map. Now, we got all of the tech pauses out of the way, and I was promised by your casters that we're going to have none of them later today, and if we do, you can blame them. Of course, it is Pansy and Hypog.
Damn, Sue, just straight cold. Just blame us, I guess. But yes, thank you for your patience at home and here in the venue. Of course, we kind of come into this, at least in my eyes, as it's kind of the talk of the table, right? In my book, Giants sitting kind of just mid-table, 6th spot as it stands, kind of everyone tied up around that 1-win, 2-loss sort of marker.
Yep.
But Michael, my worries happen when I look towards BBL here.
Yeah, they didn't start good. The only victim that Carmine Core has claimed, actually, is BBL. Again, tough draw to come out and play Fnatic and Na'Vi. Again,
absolutely.
In terms of expectations, you can kind of write those off. They're out of the way now, so if anything, BBL, in terms of, we should trend upwards now if there's potential here. And actually, I ride that Fnatic result quite heavily when you talk about hope for BBL, because that's probably the biggest numbers we would have expected to see. To see actually how Fnatic have performed other teams, and actually BBL go toe-to-toe with that. Roster differences aside, yes, still a massive positive for me. Left with the same sort of question, though, that we have for a few other teams, which is, when do we see something from BBL in terms of a positive, in terms of the victory? Because there are lots of things to discuss with this team. Obviously, Kushner being the highlight for me. I think you look at the head-to-heads, and even in these previous losses, like, he's going even with, like, Durka and CNET.
Which is huge.
Yeah, and we're talking about a high rate of kind of success in that head-to-head. Now, again, bringing it across, but I know we discussed this last time. The Kushner pick, for me, I'm still not sold on it.
Okay. Talk to me as to why. For those maybe not in the knowledge, give me a little additional as to what you prefer to see potentially, or how you like that maybe different look coming out.
I mean, especially in this matchup here, knowing how Fatina, we've seen lots of teams kind of dabble now in these duelistless
mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, compositions.
Yeah.
But for me, it's just better to see it in terms of comfort, in terms of impact. So, actually going to open this one up. It's a little lackluster. If you look at the minimap here, there's no real contact actually to follow up on B. And actually, both Rhyme and Cloud here to punish this wall as well, potentially. The anti-wall actually going to deny plan.
It's frustrating, but not going to completely offset the plan for now. For a second time of asking, the spike will go down. So now we look towards the post plant. All players for BBL will be sat pretty deep. No one really posting up much further. A couple towards yellow, and the rest kind of sitting a little bit further away. So, retake time for Giants. Vitinho, Cloud, all starting to really need to get that dealt with. Will note the two players by yellow, but it's Brave doing well, finding Cloud. The push through from Vitinho gets found, and now just Hoodie. This has been very nice until then. Hoodie finds a final fight, getting plenty of work done for himself. Aslan, I thought he might be able to play the time a bit more there, but absolutely not.
Hoodie playing parkour as the Viper here, making use of those walls. Catching an unexpected angle on top of yellow. Again, a real lack of utility here in the post plant for BBL to play off. I think the Paranoia probably the only notable piece to make use of here.
Ooh.
Nice clean up from Hoodie, though.
Really nice.
Again, unfortunately, just to come back to that same, all eyes go towards Kushner, really, in terms of, especially the early round. We're looking for that impact in terms of opening rounds up.
A tall task.
Yeah,
So not easy.
It is. I mean, this all started with, in my eyes, the cryo cells pick, which, again, didn't look great. BBL obviously have followed suit and kind of doubled down on it now, committed to this composition.
There's the early contact made. Not completely indicative of that next step, but certainly going to ring a couple of alarm bells, but we still see the similar look on the other side. Sushni still attempting to kind of keep attention drawn towards that A site.
I was just about to say, you kind of write off the pistol round, but this is a trend that continues, and already here, Rhyme showing a decent understanding of timings. When that contact is taken by only Sushni over towards A, that wall goes up immediately here on default.
It's a lovely way to buy time. As you noted, even the slow going towards the backside of yellow as well. Gonna basically keep BBL locked into this, not even allowing much of a plant potential to come in. So all rotations are now here. Yes, they left, I think, just Cloud a little bit deeper towards A, but it's perfectly fine, and just diving into utility. Not gonna go well for Kushner. Mangled down.
Yeah, the decay and actually the nano swarm inside it.
Gonna need to hit some shots here if they want any sort of redemption. Not gonna happen. 5 standing for Giants, Mike. Very nice start.
It's benefit to ride this through as well. 3 Bulldogs, rifle, a scope as well in the hands of Fatinho. Obviously going to ride that through to try and get the operator online as early as possible. I'm curious if the same trend now carries across into the buy rounds with Suchny.
I just need to either see it, I need to have a little bit more impact there. Again, he's been outdone twice.
I mean, any value at all, not necessarily kills, some information to relay across. Obviously, previously the pistol round you can write off. Second, maybe still probing, but looks like a bit of a switch up here from BBL. Some reinforcements here, and maybe actually baiting Giants into challenge once again to dig out this lurker very early on.
There are bodies behind it though, it's not just one now. But again, you look on the other side of the map, you've still got Hoodie finding a whole lot of information. No contact found for Fatinho either, which has been relatively early on towards that kind of more B-oriented piece. And that should be Cloud. Wait and see if he notes another player here. Yeah, he should have at least seen the Sova. But Kushner's quick. Does manage to capitalize on towards Cloud, but with Rhyme there, again, time being purchased. Can he slow them down?
Actually caught off guard here, jumped down into the nano swarm. I'm unable to escape away. No real security provided by that wall being invested here. Nano swarm going to do a ton of damage, but won't actually find the kill onto Aslan.
Now we still have that rifle sitting on Hoodie, so keep that the forefront of your minds here. 2 players though playing underneath. The drop down comes in and he's dealt with swiftly. Turco, lovely. 3 players picked up and let's see what's remaining. So 3 of them still standing, rifles in hand. They'll be happy enough with that. At least they get one on the board now.
Yeah, curious to see actually the timing of the drone to come through from Cloud there. I think the expectation is that Rhyme's definitely got that contingency covered. At that point, like I said, even with the wall, not able to actually, you can see the position here. I mean, Rhyme's just half a second behind it, but again, at that point, a little bit of hesitation, maybe reconsidering retreating away from sight. Nice clean up from Turco, though.
Yeah, clean.
Keep things attached to this again. We did note operator going to be in play here for Fatinho, and he's going hunted on the ropes already.
How much does he hear? Note, how far does he go with this? Yeah. Sushi's just sleeping in this one. He's been bullied and broken in the first couple of rounds.
With these early challenges towards A, again, here on the buy round, you've got to anticipate. You press tab, you look at the numbers, maybe there's going to be operator. There needs to be diligence around these early rounds, especially because they've already tried to target Sushni.
Yeah. It's been a clear intent. It's been something they've been looking towards for the last couple of rounds. And once again, it succeeds, leaving, sadly, for BBL, just 4 of them alive. And the lean back towards the B site. Again, you can see the pressure starting to build towards Hoodie. Position will be noted by back of yellow. But he's not alone. Nookie's got a nasty little angle. Should be able to at least call the cross, if not pressure. Let's see if Brave, Kushner can get away. And actually, Brave predicts it somehow. Hoodie holds strong, though, towards the back of yellow. Has to be careful, and is Hoodie playing it perfectly. That's gorgeous from Hoodie. No sweat, 1 by 1 they come, 1 by 1 they fall. Hoodie holds it down at the back of yellow.
Absolutely cemented here. A couple of BBL players throwing themselves on that snake bite, desperate to find the trade, in the hope that's going to open up sight. Beautiful round by Hoodie, already 8-1 as well. Yeah, and Kuchinet has to try and make use of his paranoia here. Aslan, actually, yeah, I mean, it's a headshot regardless. Doesn't even matter. They're just desperate to try and find that trade. Even here, they find the kill onto Nuki. Again, with the Viper wall up, they have some sort of safety net to pinch through to yellow there, but there's nobody from BBL to really progress. I mean, once Nuki falls, the nano swarms are gone. You know, you've got no threat there crossing default.
Yeah. Okay, so they're going back over towards that similar look on A. No, looks adjusted.
Back over towards Tube, actually.
And this is different. This is new. Keeping it fresh. Turret's going to find quite a bit of information off the back of that, but Nuki the one to respond first. But there's plenty of players here. They're putting full faith in Vitinho to hold down A. Feels no pressure once again, so this should be, again, quite telling that there is intent. There is bodies behind this. How much can BBL do? Oh dear. Oh dear, right through the wall, Nuki. Given that, going to force a hand on the res that's going to come through in this round.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Brave's trying to lead this push through to try and get some progress towards the Viper's ult, I think. He'll be tested once again. Hoodie this time. Not up to it, but Cloud will find two. Brave and Aslan will fall.
The spike almost feels unrecoverable here. Yeah, Nuki hyper aware that someone could still be around Kitchen, unable to clear it fully. Waiting for that push back. And Giants look unfazed by this. They look really comfortable, even though it was a very uncomfortable round potentially. Potentially here for Snushny. I don't know what he can do with this. He's going to need them to feed at this point. 60 HP. Spike deep behind the site itself.
Cloud spotted him as well.
I don't think he's going to get much play on this. Swing on the turret. Beautiful. Lovely. Very safe at the end there from Giants. Again, impressed with them. They look calm. They look composed.
Great clearance from Cloud as well with the drone. Just to find that tag, make it a freebie for Nuki. There's no real opportunity for any response to come back through from this wallbang. Like I said, I think that Brave initially is 2 away from the Viper's pit. They make this kitchen push. He's the one leading with the rifle. He's trying to get that 1 kill, then find the plant and set up for... Again, we know what that Viper's pit looks like through the hallway. Unfortunate here, but I mean, we're 1 off the lockdown, 1 off the Hunter's Fury. Viper's pit available here. TP for Kushina.
Does it make it?
Yeah,
nice.
shot.
Nuki all too aware. And to be fair, when we look at this Giants roster, I do want to highlight they are one of those big prospect teams. You've got someone like Cloud in there, who is that kind of up-and-comer that everyone was looking towards after some really stellar performances. You've got arguably one of the best players as well in the form of Nuki in this. It's just see if they all really come together. And certainly, to be said, Rhyme, Hoodie, no slouches in that way. So, have to see how this roster continues going forward. As said, sitting around mid-table, but has the potential of going certainly deeper than that. And there is that lockdown, both sides.
Yeah, and actually trying to cut off any angle back under Tube or rotation through from screens here with his Viper's pit. Nuki's walking into it here. Dancing with death, and actually will be punished for it, yeah. Rhyme desperate to try and find the response here. Brave will be able to slip through that dart can't tag him.
It's on him! Yeah, there's no escape here for Brave.
What a dart from Cloud.
You take him when you get him like that. And that's completely removed any of that danger from middle. I thought that was maybe where they're next going to apply that from.
Yeah.
Res has come through, though.
They're so quick to fight for her that actually they benefit from getting straight back to 5 standing.
Okay, that's perfect, though. Finding Hoodie towards the back will at least allow him to plant without too much strain. Should go down, and it has. Let's look at that post-plant capability. How much do they have here?
Well, unless Turco gets a kill, nothing. They got a Paranoia and a Recon. That's about it.
All right, well, Aslan's done well enough with just a Bulldog. It's still Aslan holding this down. He is desperate to get around on the border. 1 V2 required for Vitinho now. Found the first from it being a third. The pre-fire from Aslan. Carving out a round for themselves. BBL needed some of that.
It felt very labored on the way in there. And Giants unable to really close the gap. Unfortunately, really, there's no snake bite, obviously, combo with, I think Cloud's like the only one shooting that wall as the plant comes through. Nice intention. I mean, it's heartbreaking to be a Viper player and to just catch the dart like that.
1 enemy remaining.
I said he couldn't even get pinged by it, but it sticks to him. No chance of getting away there. Again, I like the setup. The lockdown obviously forces that player on connector to either consider retreating back towards Kitchen or all the way to Snowman. So there's an absolute guarantee that you're forcing people back into a position where they can't pressure that default plant. It's a nice setup from BBL.
First time we've really seen them return to this attempt towards the A site, though. They're really lost out quite a few times early into this game. Saw the aggression working quite well. This time already having to respect the utility that's been put there. And Hunter's Fury going to come down. Actually, going to do well enough. Puts Vitinho in a bad spot there. Sushi's going to find it. Rhyme trying to do the dodge. Does well. There's still Cloud here.
Look at the damage that comes through, though.
Yeah, they're
Brave and
down
Aslan.
low.
I think both tagged off the same spray.
I mean, potentially. I didn't even see where that would have come from. Okay, one heal does go down, so Brave will at least be posted up a little bit better here. Able to maybe take a fight and live. Cloud going to be allowed to be played into this. They've got to check this. First one falls. That's Brave now gone. Aslan to default. What a snap! Cloud, that's the hot prospect people were looking out for. This young gun, mechanically gifted, but now Sushni, oh dear.
30 seconds left.
Feeling hunted, feeling hounded. He's dead. Cloud. Big round from him.
Crazy stuff once again. He has been solid for Giants, even in their current record in VCT EMEA. I think still performing as a top 10 overall on this role.
Yeah.
It's been a joy to watch.
Certainly has been.
People singing his praises, obviously from that lock-in appearance as well, just to step onto a stage like that and still maintain that consistency. Even here baited it perfectly. Somebody else shoots the dart for him as well, perfectly timed.
Yeah, great to see him continuing that form. There's a couple of times you'll see maybe a player have a one good event in an offline performance. You know, just having that hot hand just kind of suits well. See him going into the regular season here out in EMEA and continuing that trend. Very impressive. And hope to see more of that. Again, when you look, when you look at, I'd say, Giants as a collective, do you see them as just that mid-table team? Would you put them a little bit higher up? Where would you put them? Wow, they're all at it.
This is kind of sus. Yeah, for me, the Giants, there's a lot of potential there. It's one of the ones you look at and on paper, you talk about where the peak lies with that roster.
Oh,
I don't think,
terrifying
I still don't think we're even close to that.
No,
but definitely one of the ones with the most potential to really actually start chipping away at what we would argue the usual suspects at the top. Whether or not that does come to fruition later on in the season, we'll have to wait and see. Again, there's still concerns, right? It's some of the matchups you should expect to be seeing much closer. And we're talking about obviously Nuki being probably as consistent as Cloud, even all the way back to the G2 days. But there's something that just doesn't click sometimes with Giants, and it's so hard to really put your finger on.
How do you quantify it?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, nice adjustment here towards Tube. See if they force the same reaction out of Giants. This was something we saw them last time try and do that, kind of play through Kitchen, really scatter them around, but it's a lean back towards A, and I quite like this. We haven't seen this kind of toying with the rotations yet.
And no front line really from Giants here, so I mean it's Cloud with a much deeper Owl drone here. A little bit of space between him and Hoodie, but you obviously have the benefit of the Hunter's Fury to buy a little time on that initial plant.
But he only saw Sushni, I think, with that.
Yeah, which tells them nothing considering the early rounds.
So yes, he does have Hoodie here as well with him for Cloud. But again, yeah, they didn't pull the trigger on that full rotate just yet, and Cloud's going to be noted. Has to fall away from this to spam. Wonders of damage, look at them. Aslan down low, Brave took a boatload of damage in the swing and a valid attempt.
Cloud gets
two of them. Turco and Aslan go down. Post this and hope for the best. And now down to the last two. They need to get that plant down to at least get time on their side. Oh, Brave, you're lucky to be standing. 43 HP. Kyushin's got to go huge in this, Mike. There's no other way they go around this, and the timing is there for the first. Okay, needs a little more. He's going to try it. There's too many bodies, but Brave still trying to fight this one out. There's just simply too many targets to handle. And it's Giants again, continuing where they left off the back of that timeout.
Great clearance as well from Giants, just to throw, making sure that everybody has two enemies to shoot at. Timing is perfect. I mean, Hoodie's even conscious there of Alert coming back through from mid. Good spot as well from him. And Cloud almost overstaying as well. Couldn't get pinged by the recon, but maybe to back up. And I think actually on the back of the spray, that's why Cloud gets a 2-for-1. I think it was just off the one. Yeah, it was.
That's it. Gosh. Ooh.
Yeah, not rewarded with the kill on that spam, but definitely set Cloud up.
Very nice. 6-2. Go start seeing answers from BBL now. Yes, still able to get a purchase. Do they have any ult to play with? Aslans. But again, they need to find that impact. Already seen Giants starting to feel out the game a little bit more. You can see this kind of heavier emphasis towards B. 3 players at the start, almost 4 there. Kushner again, off on his walkabouts this time. Does he get better access? Last time around, basically fumbled and found by that utility in play. It'll still be noted off the back. Oh, maybe the paranoia will help. Rhyme's actually going to cop a little bit of that too.
Rhyme, yeah. And actually, Nuki's fallen from the bench up the tube here.
Huge.
Beautiful clearance from Sushni.
Just a little adjustment. Him working through the lower side of tube just helps out wonderfully, alleviating that pressure from Kitchen, but Fatinho feels safe. He can slip back towards B long. No pressure noted there yet. Turco might give away the game in that fact, but the spike will be down. Fatinho looks a little screwed here, if I'm honest. I don't know how much he's going to be able to achieve. He is surrounded. There's nowhere he can really fall back to. He needs the rest of his team to carve out a path, but no one's giving them chance.
Really finally trying to get something done. Sushni actually finding his 3rd on the round now. Even really taking too much damage. A 4th as well. And Kushner there to clean it up. A beautiful round, Lauren. Finally now isolating Nuki. Again, you can see Rhyme desperately trying to bait some footsteps as well. Unfortunately caught by the paranoia, which I guess is to flash off a player playing contact off it, or not entirely sure on that one. It still worked out.
It worked. So we'll say it's wonderful. But I like that little adjustment there from Sushni. Just to kind of come through that lower side of the tube, get that pressure.
Even just catching it there, I think Nuki actually turns for the paranoia.
Oh, wow.
Completely unaware of the possibility of being pinched from mid there.
Beautiful.
Maybe just, I guess, swinging off Rhyme's comms there. I'm blind, cover for me or something.
Yeah. All right, Fatinho, going walkabouts. Here we go. Now, bear in mind, Kushner is a little ahead. Have to see if Fatinho checks on this potential. Seemingly quite unaware, spammed out. He's feeling very seen. Spots brave, none the wiser about Kushner, and actually gets away with his life.
Yeah, interesting. Again, has challenged here, re-challenged here by Fatinho. Kushner will fall this time around.
Audacious to go back for a second attempt.
I mean, he was not punished on the first.
Lockdown.
I think initially, actually, that push from Fatinho is to try and deny this. A little bit of a gap in the corner of side, but doesn't look like anybody from Giants is going to try and play there. Some early utility sent out as well. No real damage done just yet. A Viper's Pit invested all the way from rafters.
Yeah, that's going to note at least one as well on the ping from the Dark Cloud.
Man.
Striding in, gets 2 massive kills. Putting it all in the hands of Turco, and it's just not enough.
In the blink of an eye.
That looked like they'd at least have a chance at this post-plant setup, but it just got deleted instantly.
I mean, the Viper's Pit comes through as soon as the lockdown expires.
Yeah.
The Giants are just ready to funnel back out inside it.
They had no fear.
I mean, look at the time. There was 24 seconds left, even after that spike being planted. You can't even really say catching BBL off guard. Nobody was set up for that.
Beautiful. Cloud, once again, this man is monstrous to watch. Yeah, Giants, if they can really start coming together as a collective, it is such a tantalizing prospect for this team. Certainly could kind of get them away from that 6th spot. We'll see, though. That's yet to be noted. This is only map 1. This is BBL's choice, however. Not going to look towards middle this time. See on the other side, Cloud putting some shots down range, hoping to maybe catch a little bit of something. And an adjustment of the turret too, so a little bit of a different setup here.
Maybe even trying to bait somebody into this challenge outside A. And we can see Giants obviously drifting into a deeper hold. Maybe even now going to play off some of the utility. Throw another curveball at BBL. Only got the TP available for Kushner. Brave 2 off that. Viper's Pit once again. Actually a very early lockdown here. Well, I say early, there's 45 seconds left on the clock. BBL even try and commit to this plant here. Yeah, they do.
This is pretty dangerous, actually.
It's very dangerous.
Let's see how many get caught. Can't tell. Cloud's in the way. But he knows Kushner, no gun in his hand this time. He gets away from it too. Going to reset the tempo here, and the spike is not down.
30 seconds left.
the second wave going to be very difficult without the wall as well. Because Cloud actually got in there and he got his ultimate online. That's why Giants have reset so deep.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just going to go through the motions. Actually gets a tag on Brave 2. Braves dead and buried. 13 seconds now. BBL running out of chances to get the spike down. Finally planted. But it's down to a 2v2. Rhyme and Cloud on a heater in this game. Sushni and Turko on the other side, though, stacked up together. Looking to maybe try and clear this one. Take the fight to Cloud, and it works out well. Rhyme with the trade, but can he find the last? Sushni with the adjust.
They're going to meet each other here.
Trying to find it. The timing. The wall goes up. Rhyme's on the hunt. He gets denied. Sushni holds on for this, and BBL give themselves a little bit of a buffer now.
Yeah, it's a beautiful attempt from Giants. Like I said, the fact that Cloud gets his ultimate up and immediately everybody resets, plays a little deeper. It's a shame, actually, they give away a kill ahead of that, putting it into a 2v2. BBL forced into a very, very uncomfortable position.
Oh, it's two
players,
players.
two detained there, yeah.
Wow. That was a valid attempt from Cloud. He almost made it possible.
Yeah. It's just a shame as well that Rhyme can't really regroup with him and they can't stack up.
All right. See what sort of game we've got on our hands here. Nuki not playing in a similar spot. They might be able to actually deal with that.
Oh, cheeky wall over the top of Tube as
Ooh,
well.
Vitinho.
I mean, the Nano Swarm actually missing for the turret here, doing a ton of damage.
Take what you can get, I guess, but the money's a bit weird. Rhyme's down on just the Sheriff. You've got a couple of bits missing. Hoodie as well. Hoodie's got to deal with a whole lot, and surely he's not equipped for it. No, not at all. BBL targeting it right this time. Aslan chipping away at them. Nuki. Oof, that was sharp from Kushina. And the plant to follow. This should be comfortable. Cloud, yes, a hero, sure, but a 1v5 basically at this point would be a lot.
TP all the way into the back lines here, but it's only going to be Rhyme. Say that, Nuki as well.
Well,
not going to matter. Aslan doesn't even want to give him a chance.
Okay, they've given themselves a little bit of something here. 5 rounds to play with. But how do you feel about these 5 rounds? Let's kind of recap what we've seen here, because I feel like overall I was very impressed with Giants throughout this. Was that enough from BBL? Any indicators that you like seeing?
I mean, for sure. To come out of this half with 5 rounds almost feels like a blessing for BBL. Giants had a beautiful approach to, at least early on in the defense here. I'm glad that BBL kind of cleaned a few things up. They didn't really allow Sushni to be punished any further. A couple of times almost trying to bait Giants into that push. I was lucky Vitinho isn't punished in that previous round. He actually gets away with finding a first blood even after that early challenge.
Yeah, and also I've got to say, I like the BBL side to toy with that mid-aggression, try and at least bring that into effect. Worked out a couple of times, but it did add that paranoia, that level of having to be hyper-aware of it. Worked out relatively well. 7-5 though, it's still pretty much anyone's game, and it is BBL's choice coming into this. That will be split obviously following this when we get there, and that is where Giants would hopefully do well. But again, this is still up in the air. 7-5, it's not as indicative as that one-sided game.
No, and I guess it does quell some of the concerns as well. You then talk about the Omen, obviously, on the defense is a little more different. Yes, still the ability to post up and find early engagements. You get yourself into a position of paranoia and a TP, but again, for me, when you look at this on paper, the compositions, it gives Vitinho so much freedom to really actually excel in this role. So I'm hoping that's not going to be something that BBL aren't going to be able to handle.
A little bit of a look back here of how it all started as well. And there's been some individual moments. Cloud to me sound like a broken record, but he is doing some seriously nasty work. So again, for the fact that BBL were able to bring this one back to a competitive scoreline is pretty impressive, as they were being somewhat dictated to in those first really opening rounds. See here, Giants just running through them the whole way through. Second half though, fresh start. Now, again, I just don't know where I put my faith in BBL yet, because yes, they've had some incredibly hard games. They've probably had the hardest draw to start with.
Yeah.
In this, no one's denying that, but this is the game they should be able to keep up with. I want to see them claim a map here.
For sure, yeah, and even just it's obviously Carmine Core and Na'Vi that both went fairly grueling overtimes, but they were split right down the middle. I mean, actually, the only real anomaly when you look back at the recent history is obviously Giants getting battered by Fnatic, and I think only taking 1 or 2 attacking rounds. I'm not 100% on that one.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on it, but
I'm gonna erase it from my memory, probably.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, rather not remember.
Yeah.
But it's tough. This should be Giants drifting back into a little bit more of a comfort zone. Again, we touched on the composition where I think they toyed with the KO previously. Kushina able to avoid the start. Only Hoodie down on lower to challenge. Couple will drop from Belt, but Sound Q will be given over.
That's about all she wrote for the Owl Drone. But in the meantime,
Nuki going to show very early presence here in the pistol.
Yeah.
Ahead of the minute mark to deal with the
quite
turret.
like that. Nuki really trying to get into their heads that they will have to always be very diligent.
I've talked about this, talked about this previously as well. It's always better for the turret to actually take contact than to, use some utility to clear it, because it's more likely to force that rotation. It actually pulled both members of BBL away from rafters here. We'll try and set up with some utility. Doesn't catch Rhyme, actually, an unorthodox plant spot.
Yeah, it's worked out really well. 5 standing and barely taking a point of damage. What's going to be the instigating player on this one? Coutinho going to avoid the paranoia. That's no problem. Drop down comes in. Cloud's gone missing. And now Coutinho gets deleted. Hoodie can't hold the line. And BBL bursting back on the site. Yes, you've got that deep flank as well. So inevitably, this is a problem. Giants are surrounded. They need someone to save the day. And it's not going to be Rhyme. Nuki now the last one alive in a 1v3. Oh my word. Nuki made a damn good go of it. It's not going to happen though. And BBL just about getting themselves back into this one with that defuse. This could close up that score now.
Vitinho is absolutely terrified to swing that angle. You can see he tries to provide a smoke, some sort of pressure towards rafters, but the paranoia plays perfectly here. Again, catches Cloud off guard. You can see how late the swing from behind Dice is here. Hoodie, I think, even gets from behind default, maybe to stack up with Vitinho. Be interested to see how that goes down in the comms, but again, if you don't get caught by that paranoia in the position Vitinho's in, you want to stack up. You want to make sure that there's 2 pressure in that drop down. Maybe just thinking they're going to swing through the cloud burst. Again, you'd have to hear exactly what's relayed.
Now coming back, Sheriffs, and that's about it. I don't see any more on the other side. 2 Bulldogs, 3 Spectres. So nothing out of the ordinary particularly. Should be kept clean though. That is the precursor to this round that we always discuss. See how many they can keep alive for BBL. If there's any threats to be found, any opportunities to be had. It's only gonna be easy though.
Well, Cushion just set up with the paranoia as well.
It's whiffy.
But it's very late actually. Turco's given across a weapon. Not retrieved just yet. A very strange set piece to look at that with the positioning that Turco's decided to take. He's obviously looking for that contact on the orb, but the paranoia is so late. Again, you miss that opening engagement versus a Sheriff, you give away the opportunity.
Brave's been spotted. Great shots from Hoodie, trying desperately to get that real accuracy on that final one. And now Brave's got to hold the line. The rotations are still a little far away. Fortunately for him, has slowed it down a touch. Nuki, though, just going to step towards site. He wants in. Going to take a lot of chunk off the back of that. Does slip away, though, just okay before the nano swarms or anything else really started to hinder his
Big
survival.
tick in the box, though, on this round to get the plant down. Extra 300.
And Nuki's really aggressing. Willing to challenge. Chip damage is somewhat found. Okay, trying to swing off the back of the contact of the turret. They're trying their best on this one. They're making a damn good go of it. Again, outgunned, outnumbered. And now, looking out of the round, Cloud still connecting, but the defuse, I don't think he can deny no. But they walk away with some of those real big ticks in the box.
Yeah, big damage. They get the plant down as well. That's the best you can really ask for from Giants there. Like I said, hoping early on, at least with this setup towards A, if that's something that BBL are going to try and bank on. I mean, Brave's done fantastically well to find a second here after being pressured so heavily. Like I said, great shots from Hoodie coming out. No way really Cloud's ever going to close that gap with the wall being available so late on. It's all tied up here, but again, BBL now come into this, I mean, actually stretching Kushner onto a rifle.
Interested.
Curious.
Oh dear,
Well,
and that rifle's gone, and it's not recoverable now. Brave's gone down as well. Massive early work from Vitinho, willing to take that fight and succeeds, and then some.
It's the other thing as well, I was talking about this, Vitinho has so much freedom to get into positions quicker than Kushner can get into these cheeky spots on top of boxes and whatnot. It's going to be really tough for Kushner to really stand on that front line. Punished off the rip, and actually nobody here from BBL. That was too early picks have caused a full rotation. Aslan actually clearing down towards Tube though, so should have good timing on an early flank. Nuki hasn't got any utility set up just yet, but I guess waiting for that turret to come back online. He's got the alarm bot down now. But wide open plant here, this is very difficult for BBL to get back into. And that's where you question that purchase is. Big fat 0 from the right side of the screen, Lauren.
Yeah, it's certainly standing out, isn't it? Not looking so pretty. Cloud left on an island, willing to put his life on the line for it, apparently. But now, let's see if there's any more punish. Yes, Aslan's going to find Vitinho. They're going to get a move on, though. They've got to somehow break this back line, and that's the difficult part of this. They can try and do the damage, but they've got to get a move on. Aslan up and above, finds 2 of them. And now the 1v1, but time is not on his side. Needs to get back, needs to get to the side, needs to maybe get it towards half. He needs something. And he's decided not to. Oh my word, Aslan, how much time? I don't think he's got the time.
No, he's not.
He definitely doesn't have the time at this point. Ooh, got way too close, though, Mike.
He's got a little angle there. I'm not sure if he's thinking maybe there's still a nano swarm available
somewhere
or something.
tucked away, yeah.
Again, with the distance, it's that coin flip. Can I stick the half behind this chunk of the wall? Unfortunately there, I mean, they come away with that with a ton of damage done, forcing the repurchase on the side of Giants. But yeah, this is what happened to that purchase from Kushner.
The fact he got that close after getting 2 basically clean openers.
Yeah.
Wow.
A beautiful reposition here from Aslan. There's so many bullets being spammed across towards the wall that Aslan has that safety net to cover that jump across.
All right, Brave. You gonna live up to your name, or are you gonna back away? Yeah. Slips away a little, but Giants will go through their utility to try and clear close.
Well, they're coming to this with only 4 rifles as well. And it would be fine as well if Suchny was in a position to use his ult, and he wasn't really going to be involved in any engagement, but
nothing's going to be stopping that, is it? Right. Plant. Oh, dear. That damage.
Rhyme is so luckily.
Oh, 28 HP. He can't move. He's like surrounded, but look at this retake coming out from BBL. I like this. Pace change, gear shift. Trying to take some control, and they find it. Vitinho falls, and now Giants put on the back foot here. BBL, a resurgence, pouring back on the site. Gorgeous work.
That was fantastic. Giants desperate to try and capitalize on the lockdown, but the damage done to Rhyme, I think he's so paranoid of somebody coming forward and pressuring on the back of that utility. So yeah, again, I'd be curious to hear exactly what's relayed in comms there, because Rhyme's posted up looking towards screens, waiting for maybe a second person to come and swing with him. Maybe conscious that nobody's holding that side. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, you can see Coach there on the other side looking a little frustrated with that one. And it is going to be the timeout. Yeah, okay, Giants going to pump the brakes here. As the scoreline, again, so scrappy. The fact that we are tied up 8 apiece. It just feels...
Both teams' previous appearances here on Esports, like I said, very close affairs, but
yeah.
This one felt like Giants really stretching their legs early on in the first half, and that's starting to fizzle out just a little bit.
Just about.
Like you said, even with the previous, those 2 freebies to open up the round, and it still came down to, well, a 1v1 that Aslan wins, and unfortunately it's time that decides it.
Mad, isn't it? Wow. And it's a pretty even affair across the board for BBL. 13 throughout, basically, for all of them. Turco just chilling. But again, every single player doing very nicely for themselves, all putting in a pretty across-the-board performance. Breaking the bank of Giants now. Sheriff's about all she wrote, and we do have a couple of ults coming through. Vitinho's got his, and Rhyme's got theirs. So Hoodie and Cloud not too far away either. Obviously, Nuki we noted in just that moment past. Yes, it is. So, back into the thick of things, really, if you're Giants, because this could be the round that BBL start taking that lead away from you.
A crucial time as well, an 8-8 scoreline. Knocking on the door of double digits. And really, actually, even a round in the future, you're talking about a full reset as well. If you look at the numbers, some big ultimates as well available for BBL. Viper's been not invested this time around, but look at the mini-map right now. There's 4 members of BBL here, Lauren.
Right place.
I feel like Giants are very, very cautious about this plant as well now.
Yep. Right, oh, I thought Vitinho was going to have that. Maybe one of these players on the platter, but no, Hoodie's just going to nab a rifle. try and slip ahead. Oh, Kushner. How does Kushner turn that? How is that clean? How has BBL just shut them down so quickly?
Kushner snapping his wrist to find that kill. Again, there's a real pause for thought, some hesitation on the side of Giants there of how to approach. Again, weaponry makes it a little difficult to just charge towards sight as you would do on a buy round, but now, unfortunately, Hoodie has a massive advantage there, and you've got to argue usually he's good for them. But yeah, this coming here in round 18, like I said, knocking on the door of double digits and potentially a full reset in terms of the finances. BBL, with, in my eyes, being on the defensive half, big ultimates available for them. This ult cycle definitely favors them. As well, BBL's setup here is almost counter anything that the Viper's Pit can do towards Kitchen. We talked about how that ultimate can be problematic.
Nuki just found Sushni. Where the hell?
Yeah,
there's 3 players to his... Oh my god, don't let him turn around. Okay.
We've got the res as well. They can reset towards Boiler here and get 5 standing once again.
This map just feels so bizarre here, seeing where they're currently standing. But Turco's still keeping his position.
Look at Cloud. He's actually pressuring the res.
Cloud knows this. It's what they want. Does he get what he wants out of this, though? There's people defending it. Great shot. Res comes in. Oh my god! Cloud is insane! Individually, this man is putting up numbers for Giants.
What a beautiful audible to call as well.
So good.
I was saying, BBL had so much time and space to reset, take that, and Giants rip it all away from them. That immediate decision making. They see 3 on the flank. They know the weakness lies behind screens or rafters. Fantastic stuff.
Beautiful
work. Big plays. Well, you not killed him now. Stop peeking. Gives 5 HP.
Wow.
Big round from Giants. I said crucial timing to get that one on the board.
And he just read it so well.
Yep.
Waited so patiently for this. And it wasn't like it was just that one player trying to defend it. It wasn't just the Sage on the res. It was so many behind it.
BBL are kicking themselves after that one.
Because as you noted earlier on, though, that could have spiraled so much of the downfall for Giants from that. Wow.
Still got Brave's ult. Obviously, the res used out. Sushni and Turco are a little closer now.
Ooh.
And some aggression here on the side of BBL. Not sure if it's read or heard. The Giants able to navigate their way back towards B main without taking any damage.
No, something spooked them enough. They didn't like what they heard there. As we can see, it was the correct call. There was that much deeper attempt at aggression from Kushner. But now they look towards the B site.
Poison's off.
Brave's been pretty good for this. And the rotations are in. Kushner's already here. Patino going to cross towards yellow. Try and clear towards site.
Curious here if Brave's actually going to put his pit out early on. Backed all the way into connector, but no progress towards sandwich and no real pressure coming through just yet. It's curious how this is going to pan out.
Yeah, this is really strange. Cloud's found Aslan, but Turco's still there. This feels really mismanaged or out of sorts, untraditional of all accounts. Nuki can't do it. Kushner just about holds on. Mike, what happened?
A peculiar round that was to watch.
That was so strange.
You see Brave toying with the idea. He's used a snake bite very early on as well, so he can't commit towards buying more time in that anti-plant position from maybe back towards connector or even top site. That's what I'm thinking. Is he backed away here to put the Viper's Pit in, deny some space from Giants, but that doesn't happen, and almost a completely free Hunter's Fury here because nobody's really playing any close contact spots. There's nobody slowing Giants down, so as soon as that Hunter's Fury gets post, Cloud can just call, yeah guys, keep pushing. Which is why I think we see the wall invested so deep, and Giants are throwing themselves towards danger.
Yeah, that really put me off even seeing it, but at 9-10 now, somehow BBL take that advantage back. I thought we might have seen Giants building, but again, though, I do have to keep in mind that some of these rounds from Giants have been a bit of a gift from Cloud, if anything. I mean, the guy's clutched up several times. He's done so much. He's on 24 kills. He's head and shoulders above the rest here. If we're looking at consistency, BBL have taken that crown, at least in the regard of the rounds on this half. So, again, I guess reclaiming what was potentially theirs already. and a pump of the brakes. Giants deciding they want to maybe get a grip on this game because it's starting to slip away at this point.
BBL definitely looking a little more composed in the first half. Showing intent as well. I mean, talking about the three-man walk towards Nest in the previous. Whether or not Giants, like you said, just got a little spooked from an audio cue here and there. I was curious actually of what the purchase. This.
It's not lovely.
No.
Not
Again,
everything you dream of.
This is BBL to hit 11 potentially, and look at that ult cycle. I was talking about them having the advantage a couple of rounds ago. Now, looking very comfortable. The problem, you get that one snowball round where you can just dump everything. Giants, unfortunately, are relying on investing their ultimates to really swing rounds in their favor.
There's no subtlety anymore. Heading over towards A.
Actually not opting for a very deep lockdown here, retreating back towards pipes. Turco does have the Hunter's Fury now. Last time, the lockdown didn't really amount to much, but early nano swarms popped here means that BBL don't have the same approach that they did previously.
No, because the damage that came through towards Ryan was almost, you know, insurmountable. You couldn't get anything away from it.
With no contact here, I think Nuki's actually either waiting for the Hunter's Fury to come out or to use it in the post line, and it comes through early here.
Very nice. Yes, there's
They
been
trade
some
off.
tags on the other side, but there is going to be the other lockdown coming in. Turco has found Rhyme. Again, rough role for him to be in. Still continuing to back away.
One or two? Maybe.
I don't know. One. Brilliant. Fatinho already down super low 5 HP. This is now going to be hard work. They have the numbers, but do they have the ability to hold on to it? Viper's Pit going to be invested, but no tap on the spike just yet.
Well, they did just tap, actually. They immediately got off it.
Okay.
Maybe because of the snake bite coming through, but Bray's fallen. The Viper's Pit will be removed.
Okay, so it's Executioner and Turco. There's so many people here. Yeah, not a chance in hell. Cloud snapping down on that.
And I was talking about that huge advantage. It's almost completely thrown away in that one round, Lauren. Only thing left is Executioner's ultimate.
I didn't hear him tap that spike.
A bit of a fumble.
Oh, that's a rough one to run back. Bloody hell.
Yeah, a tap comes through, and I think maybe they're asking them for the Viper's Pit to come down, but again, if that's going to be the plan from the get-go, make sure Aslan's still got his wall, something else to secure, because it's an open plant. If you give that site up for free, you basically concede a very, very comfortable post plant towards Giants, or a deep post plant, I should say. And just like that, BBL on the back foot now. Another hero rifle for Executioner.
It's just madness to me, because I feel like we've seen BBL now with a couple of opportunities to spiral this game away, move it forward, and Executioner's in a whole lot of danger. Does get away with his life, but Brave will fall in the meantime. Fatinho's going to find his victim. Doesn't matter who it is. Now spike plant. Time to go for it. Hoodie on the case. And yes,
damage
BBL's
going onto this wall.
I'm waiting for them to actually try and get some damage dealt here, but as it stands, not finding anything. Well, there goes the hero rifle, finds nothing for it. This is really falling apart. This is not what I wanted to see, and not in the final moments, in the final hours of this map. This is going to be 11 for Giants, and I don't think that much is going to change that tail here. This is it.
See something magical here, but Rhyme shutting down Aslan makes it all the more difficult. I think even with Suchni's position, just waiting to play exits here, obviously.
Player standing.
Talking about fizzling out, and it appears BBL that wants to start fizzling out now. Nothing for Suchni on the exits either. Giants now hitting 11. Roll your minds back a couple of rounds ago, didn't look like the probable outcome for this. I said that fumble, the ultimate round, is just...
Sticks out to you, doesn't it? Yeah, it's going to be a real sour note if they do lose this map. That's the round you look at and go, that could have been your snowball round. That could have been
if you're going to concede site entirely and put no pressure towards the plant, you have to anticipate they're going to have comfortable post-plant positions, and they're going to be very deep positions as well. I mean, even the lockdown comes through there, so you know the lockdown basically gets negated by the fact they have an open plant, because nobody has to stick around. Nobody has to prevent any progress back from BBL. And like I said, even then, if you have the Viper's Pit, make sure you got the Sage Wall as well. These are really simple things to fix. And if it's the plan from the get-go, then it's just mismanaged.
That's the frustrating part, because they're going to potentially watch their game fizzle away. This is why there's a timeout now. They've tried to, I don't know, get a grip on this game again, but it feels like in this half, overall, BBL were playing the better game. Yes, Giants were disruptive. Yes, we had a cloud round here and there. But now we've got to the, the real pointy end of the stick. BBL are in trouble. I'm a little worried for them here. This could shatter their confidence. Let's see if that timeout's done anything to re-spark, reignite what they've got to work with here, because Giants are on the verge of basically crushing them.
So there's a very similar setup once again. Kushner even toying with the idea of TPing up here, but maybe called off it.
Oh, they're really trying to sell that B piece. Aldrone, Wall, all there, trying to do it in super deep towards A.
I mean, it's pulled Kushner already.
Happy to respond. Dealt with though, Brave leans a little closer forward. Turco now goes looking, he's gonna find them all. This has to be the panic button hit, they are in danger. Turco trying to evacuate the site, but there is still one lingering around, and that's gonna be Aslan. Now they haven't over-exuded themselves, they haven't overstepped towards the site just yet, but it feels like it's on the way.
The wall going up now. Very quickly punished, but it's Nuki to find the kill behind it. No challenge from Aslan on the back of this. Turco just forced into a position. Again, as soon as they pressure that wall, it drops, and they actually lose the advantage here. Aslan will respond, though.
Hoodie is still a mile away, by the way. Don't know what Aslan doing naughty things, but it's Vitinho to keep this one somewhat safe on the site for Giants. Nuki as well. And there's the man who's a mile away. It's Hoodie trying to slowly make his way over, but the time's on their side. Sushi and Kushner are the ones who have to get a move on. And well, that's not bad. Sushi's going to find Nuki. Two more. Vitinho replies in kind, and now he's just going to try and buy time. Allow for it. Shot from Vitinho. Fades away.
Disgusting from Vitinho.
Stunner of a shot. The Giants are up to 12.
You can see there's so much pressure there as well. Kushner's constantly checking back towards spawn. As soon as Hoodie finds the kill, but again, you show two rifles. There's a Phantom and a Vandal that shoot that recon over towards B. I think that's where Giants think, yeah, we've got the advantage here. Like, we already have the advantage in timing. And that's where ultimately you want to see BBL clear B main. Get through there, like, faster, way faster.
If we go away against stage side, okay? We cannot play like
12 to 10, we go again.
We go A again.
Yeah, apparently so. Call's been made. Does Kushner get his fight this time? He's been desperate for it. Aslan almost caught up on the retreat, but Kushner is still here, still standing. Vitinho is up for the fight and wins it. That's Kushner gone, doesn't get the follow-up. Aslan quells that, slows them down.
Gets the res off that kill as well, but unfortunately Rhymes is way safer. With the pressure coming through, Aslan has to try and ride that heel all the way in backside. Early progress made by Brave. You see his opposite number, Hoodie, holding the flank as well. Nuki actually going to pick this up as well with the alarm bot. It's almost going to be completely negated.
Standing ahead.
Handle quickly. And overwhelmed. Good trade for Turco, takes down Cloud, but it's Vitinho still fighting on the site. They've got the numbers, they're going to have the plant. Sushni and Brave. Sadly for Brave, he's still got that Spectre. Oh man, and the position gets seen. They're going to know he's on that flank. It's lost all that validity to it. Sushni and him need to work in perfect tandem. Ye takes one down, but this feels like a failed attempt here. Brave's going to do what he can by the time it's in Giants' side. Brave step by step getting closer. Nuki's seen him. He's waiting patiently. Death from above as Giants make it to 13-10 was all the BBL could get.
I gotta say, just a little frustrated with some of those rounds there, whether or not it's, you know, being thrown off the game plan or what for BBL, but even this last example here, 3 towards A side, 2 are committing to the challenge, another person just holding deep contact behind the screens. Like, the game plan, the setups just seem a little off here. If you commit to those fights, it has to be everybody on the same page.
And it feels like another heartbreak though. This is the scary part for me, that was BBL's choice. That was the map I was hoping to see them come out well at. It looked like that second half was trending correctly, it was going well for them. and then a couple of cracks start to show. The timeout doesn't really do much for them.
No.
And they just
But
falter.
it's another close affair as well, where I feel it's just a constant uphill struggle for BBL. And again, question what you will around the Kushner pick. I didn't see too much here to really justify it, to be honest.
It didn't feel great for me. But it's not just about our thoughts, it's also about the desk. Let's hand it back to them to talk about what they've just seen.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. That's right, I'm joined by Kakuka and Zesh once again. Now, I'm sure the Giants fans, they're going to be breathing a sigh of relief and they managed to close that out, but Kakuka, it wasn't super clean.
It wasn't super clean. I still, though, I admire, we were talking about the preparation and choosing to start on a defense on a map that, you know, is based off on the attack and how you want to execute it, shows a level of preparation, being like, okay, I know that you were going to pick it. Let me see if what I expected from you is actually going to happen. We saw some surprises, though. A lot of trying to get into the B side through Kitchen from the side of BBL. They were definitely trying things out, but then there was Cloud on the other side. So
that is the point,
it wasn't
right?
sunny.
It felt really cool in what they once were trying to do over mid. And then I was like, yeah, you know, this is innovation. This is like cool, you know, utilizing mid a little bit more. I think Lofar made 12 million tweets about that already. But at the end of the day, right, it felt like there were a few issues that didn't come to a strategical level where BBL suddenly faltered massively. And well, I think the numbers here speak for Cloud quite much themselves.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second, but we knew this was going to be close.
Yes.
I think there was definitely moments where we thought, what is going on? But Kakuka, on the grand scheme of things, this is a massive win for Giants. They needed this.
Totally. And, you know, BBL knew that they were going to come in, probably not being able to play Ascend. This is their second wildcard. So for Giants to be able to move past that and now move on to Split, a map that they have, you know, try and pick against every single team that they've played against, they should be comfortable right now.
Vincent, you mentioned Cloud. We do have some stats for him as well. He definitely carried pretty hard, I would say.
He carried pretty hard so well. I mean, particularly when I'm thinking back to their attacking side, there were 1 or 2 rounds where I saw this man clutching it single-handedly in a fashion that pretty much got Giants to the spot where they are. And sometimes you need such clutch factors. Yeah, sure. I mean, they've worked decently on a team in the attacking side. I think with the responsibility at over a few rounds, it helped them easier to get over the finish line.
Oh, yeah, completely. I think that it was at least in a couple of occasions that he granted a 4K. Same with Hoodie on the defense. I think that they were both brilliant at defending their sides. The movement and also the confidence that the rest of the team had in them. The moment that on this round he gets the ult and everybody repositions at the clear moment to know exactly what they were going to do. Again, a lot of preparation coming in. You can tell.
I mean, also for their defense, a lot of the times it was pretty much free rounds for them. I'm going to put on my best sideshow hat on because I want to mold a little bit. Vincent, you spoke in the pre-match.
Yes.
BBL, it comes down to the smallest of margins. You know, they're kind of throwing rounds away here and there. And I've got a couple that I want to revisit, round 4 to start with. What are they doing, Vincent? Like, this is what the old Turkish team used to do. And we don't like seeing them do stuff like this.
I was internally screaming. I was genuinely internally screaming when they were all going 1 by 1 in those fights, which would have been just so doable if they said, you know what, can we double swing this, 3, 2, 1, boom. And then it could have been at least traded, but that didn't even happen. And this was not the only occasion. It broke my heart to see them fail with such simple things.
So the way that they were using the utility in so many occasions, it wasn't profitable. And this is another clear example. This spot needs to be cleared by utility, but the fact that they were using it at the beginning of the round to prevent them from getting the orb lets them with nothing to clear on it. And just by them not controlling also the timing of Hoodie's wall onto A, you know, it's a recipe for not success.
But just one by one through a Viper wall, Vincent. This is something that you learn not to do, like in the beginning of this game.
It breaks my heart because this is like one of the things that seems so decently fixable, right? When we also talk about Turkish teams, Foot made it work. You know, Foot made it work. It's not an identity thing. It's not a region thing. It is, for me, just something where the basics are just not aligned.
I have to say, though, I liked some of the one-ways and how the smokes were working for QT. I can understand the reasoning behind that. I still think that they would be better off if he was on the jet and just, you know, given those entrances, the kind of push that they need.
Well, the reason I'm molding is because, as you guys are about to see, when they are playing with a lot of synergy, chemistry, and discipline, this is what they do in this round 16 as well, Kakuka. This was so great. This is the BBL we've seen in the past few weeks where they can pull off really, really good utility usage and synergy.
Yeah, exactly. And preventively using all of this, we see Rhyme takes a step back. He cannot move forward. the paranoia that is going to come in, and everybody's going to be playing very close up together. Also, this is a round where Giants had messed up their economy in the previous round, and just these picks are completely opposite, and the moment that they start peeking in
Nice!
everything
And I think this is so crucial about those teams is when you are reacting, your synergy can just work better in comparison to when you have to proactively make those moves on the attacking side. And this has once more been proven here by BBL that it can work so well with this classic utility usage we know from sight. It just feels like on the attack, when you have to actually make the move, it is where the problems are being caused.
But they're trading there, they're using their util, it looks so textbook, they can do it. And I'm just annoyed that they threw so many rounds early on in the game. Maybe life would have been a little bit easier, but we can't talk about the past too much because there is another map coming up. BBL, they do have a chance to get back into this, but is Split the place that you would expect that?
I mean, it has to, if we want to come back, it definitely has to be on Split. But as we were saying, Giants, they love this map. And not only they love to play it, they love to pick it. If they have a chance to play it, this is where they want to go. We know that not only Giants as an org and as a team, but Pipson have loved this map. Even Ascent with Milan, when Milan was there, the analyst, they love this map. Like literally, there's nothing that you can do against them.
And once more, if we take a look at particularly the score lines that we've been visiting, right? 11-13 against Fnatic, 13-15 against the guys of Na'Vi. Like, this is like nearly doable for them every single time. Struggling a bit more on the attacking side than on the defense. It is just something where it's minor fixes to me. When we take a look at BBL, who have they faced so far? Well, one of them was Carmine Corp, not the strongest of opponents overall. It is where I once more see exactly those small things costing them those crucial rounds, which then could bring them the victory, but here we are in Split.
I do expect for this map to be as close as the Icebox that we have seen. You were mentioning the results, Vincent. I think that also against Na'Vi, that is a map that they should have won, and that would have translated into the 2-0, because I remember at least being a couple of clutches from Xiao. A lot of, one thing that Giants does a lot, which is lining up on the way out, and they need to stop doing. But for the side of BBL, I think that they have a really, really good chance. I love Vitinho on this map. We know that we've seen him on the Jet. Now he's going to be, potentially moving on to the KO, and I saw a lot of improvement in him.
I mean, and also more importantly, you guys mentioned you didn't like to see Kute on the Omen. It's not something that you felt like was a big win condition for them, but what about Split? More comfortable here?
Yeah, definitely. Having the freedom, and also not you playing as one more, but actually people setting you up to make the play, because on Omen, even if you try to make the play, it's you on your own. You use your smoke and then your TP and yada yada.
I'm just curious if they swap around a little bit of the composition side, because obviously they play single controller instead of sometimes we see the double controller using no Sage. It is a change that I overall, like, if we look at it from the top-down view, but at the same time, Aslan has been so comfortable on the Sage, right? The amount of freedom he had, the way he used his walls to early deny space for the attackers. It seems to be working for this team, but I think if you want to surprise a team that is so well at preparing against you, that would be a choice.
Okay, I mean, I have to say that if we go through preparation, I know that something that BBL does that I think Foot, as you know, the comparison to the Turkish team, love to do, especially there on the attack, is just working on a trident, just sending 3 players to get that mid control. I wonder how well they're going to move around, having the Cypher alone and being something that Giants is going to be able to read on. We saw some adaptation on Icebox. I want to see it happening here as well.
And mentally, we talk about how important it was for BBL. They have to start somewhere to kind of climb back up the ranks, but it's also weird because with everyone else, with the other teams, even if they lose this week, we feel like, oh, it's only week 3. Doesn't matter too much. We still have a few more weeks, but BBL being 0-3, I don't want to say it, but there is a potential that their chances for playoffs might just be over right here, Vincent, if they don't get this win.
I mean, it would be then 0-4, right?
Yeah.
You would basically need to win, let's say, 5 to 6 games overall to even be close to that top 6. It is concerning because I don't know how much pressure they feel, right? Talking to Vlad earlier, said it's like this LAN environment is a bit different to what we experienced so far in Turkey. So I personally hope that they are now used enough to that stage scenario. But if that, what you just said, is in the back of their head, I'm like, this could become really ugly.
They have to go against Liquid, they have to go against Food. I mean, there are no really easy matches for them moving forward. They need to come back on this split. It needs to happen now. We need to see, I remember when Turkey used to play on this match, when we used to see him on the Sage even though, we expect him to go on the Breach. I want to see that clutch factor. I want to see the BBL that we know is there.
I mean, look at them right now. I feel like when we watched FUT yesterday, they were all laughing, joking around during their pauses and stuff, but it's just game faces all across the board.
It is very much game phase. I mean, it gets serious now to considering what your playoff chances were. And I have to be
in the world.
Oh dear lord.
I feel like I want to.
I think I'm
Do
missing
we
something
address
here.
that?
That
Do
is
we
Carmine
address
Corp.
that?
He has a Carmine Corp jersey.
Is that from One Piece?
Is that Mr. Carmine?
The CEO of Carmine Corp?
Is that who Carmine is? But I mean, that game is going to be coming up a little bit later, but there's a lot of stakes riding on here. Similarly for Giants, you know, they already have a win under their belt. You don't want to get reverse sweeped though, because that sets you up for even a worse kind of mental stake for Cougar for next week.
And if it happens, the fact that it's on split the same way that it happened against Navi, that you have a player on the other side that you literally cannot get through, that you get so lost in the sauce. We were seeing some kind of overheating on the side of Giants, just thinking that the round is over, thinking that overpeaking on just going for a kill that you don't really need. I think that we saw it on Icebox at least a couple of times, that they have the spikes for themselves. It's a 4v1 and VT starts speaking and they're like, you know, there's a turret watching the cross. There's not much that they can do without us knowing. You know, is that kind of comfort zone that they find from themselves that actually doesn't work for them.
I will never forget the fact that I genuinely celebrated their win on split and then Shao happened. Like for the 2 seconds, I was like, oh my god, they did it! Yeah, they didn't. And then the rest, Vincent, we don't really want to talk about, I feel like.
They were cracking a lot under pressure there towards the end. I gotta be honest with you, I didn't listen the last minute, basically because I saw Nuki change his...
It's okay.
What's new?
I mean,
what's new?
I was watching Nuki pick his Vandal skin. You know, I was trying to see what he picks on the Vandal. What kind of changes that make. I'm sorry, I was really keen.
Whatever excuses.
So what is it?
He was scrolling too fast.
So you're telling me that you ignored us for 1 minute,
yes,
and you achieved nothing.
To be fair, that's like 10 minutes less than he usually ignores us. So I'll take what I can get. We are gonna head into Agent Select soon, but again, you know, we've been talking about a lot of how you can approach Agent Select. You can have the Na'Vi way of just changing things over and over again. You can go down the route of Fnatic and Carmine. I think we've seen as well, where they don't really change anything. What do we think about these two teams? Where do they kind of place on the scale between the Fnatic and the Navis?
I think they're closer to Fnatic. I think that Giants' adaptation has always come in from a loss, like something that didn't work. Like, for example, as we said, trying the Icebox without the Sage is something that they went back to. And even if they didn't win that second time around, it doesn't really matter. They learned their lesson. They feel more comfortable. And it's something that they think they can invest more time on to actually make it profitable. On the side of BBL, I would like to see some surprises. I would like to see some changes, maybe just because of what we saw on Icebox. Giants is very well prepared for them.
The question is only if BBL is like seeing this as their top priority to change things up, because it doesn't feel like this is the #1 issue, predictability. You know, I
think that they have a solid split. It's not.
Exactly. So it feels like this was not the #1 thing for them in terms of changes. And now also like on this map, to once more highlight, obviously Kushner's on the duelist, right? That is a big change.
I mean, just telling you how big of a change that is. When they played against Fnatic on split, even though they lost 13-11, Kute won 6-2 in first kill, first death.
Yeah.
He was really there spearheading. He got way more first kills than everyone else on Fnatic. He dipped Durka there as well in that department. So Kute moving from the Omen to Raze could potentially be the saving grace here.
Yeah, maybe. But on the other spectrum, if you think about BBL and what Kute needs to do, we also need, for example, Suchny and Brave to stop taking that amount of risks. It's something that we just saw on Icebox. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But not only not having smokes, but not having a sentinel when we've seen the way the Giants plays around the maps and moves around them, it can complicate things.
I mean, that is particularly true if you consider the roles they play, right? That because they have such pivotal, utility-heavy kind of roles. The good part is when you just mentioned the Fnatic game, right? It was Suchny on the defending side also finding 3 kills as a Cypher, which pretty much speaks for his setup. What? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna stop.
Carmine Corp, yeah.
Le bleu wall.
So they have a blue wall, but it says
that
orange
buff,
in the t-shirt.
I feel like that's what you turn into after watching so much Carmine VODs. I feel
Sideshow doesn't look that
different. Yeah, but Sideshow's going to invest a hat for himself, I feel like. As we're heading to Agents 11, so you mentioned about how much Giants love this Viper, of course. We're expecting it here as well. It's going to be a lot different, though, to the Icebox sort of Viper.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, for example, when we're talking about the attacking side, we usually see those classic kind of walls that you have where it comes down to lurking onto the A side. That is one of the classic uses we have. You usually try on the defensive side to deny more of the mid control with it. It is the classic usage. It's nothing super crazy, but at the same time, it is super useful if BBL is not contesting that early on.
Yeah, it's such a high priority for Giants, so it's probably not something we're thinking they're going to move away from.
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be Cougar on the race. It's going to be on the stage. Now there's only. Okay, so they decide to go for
Shadow.
Listen. He saw Ata Captain yesterday, and he was like, I'm not gonna be less. I mean, the composition does not change. It does change who's playing what.
Yeah, I mean, Aslan Machado is not a debut like Ata Captain. He has played Raze before, and the Turkish fans definitely remember what he can do here. I can't wait to see if this change is going to pay off Pansy and Hypog, because it has to if they don't want to go a 0-4 week.
Yeah, this is now getting to a bit of a sticky scenario for old BBL. It's not looking so good anymore. And with this map here, what are your thoughts, Mike? Is there tell me a tale, redeem some factor of this to me, because I'm worried seeing Split.
Thanks for that setup. That's great.
You're welcome.
The one that sticks out is the Carmine Core Lobs.
Yeah.
And again, I even remember during that cast talking about actually Carmine Core looking as if they kind of got it, right? There were a few really beautiful set pieces. I was starting to believe. How naive of us. But BBL really struggled in that head-to-head. And there was a number of problems that kind of descend beyond Carmine's ability to execute some of the set pieces there. And actually, some of the things we talked about on Icebox, which is the setups from BBL just weren't executed well. There's a number of times we've seen them play comps like this particularly on Split, where we see them set up these trap plays off the cam, and it's a massive investment in utility with the aftershock, the stun, the paint shell and whatnot into vents, for example. And we just don't see the success from them very often. So to still stick with, yes, there's some movement here in terms of names next to agents, but I can't help but feel like the game plan is going to be the same thing once again.
You're absolutely right, and that's what worries us. And in my mind as well, I add the little note to that Nookie is on Raze, and I love this man on that agent. He's a specialist, a one of a kind. And Cloud's already dead. BBL go and walk about to middle. Nookie to follow, and BBL off to a belting start here, finally applying that pressure.
Very decisive. Immediate three-man walk down mid. Rewarded for it as well. Giant's going to have to, or even scramble initially to get the spike out of that position. Bit of an opportunity towards a site right now, but wisely, Kushin are going to back away, play a very, very deep position. Well, Giant's actually looking to re-hit mid here, expecting maybe BBL start exploring elsewhere on the map. But as we can see, still a heavy focus towards Mail.
Yeah, Aslan sitting ready for this. Two up towards just that left side, so swing on contact's going to be there. Really nice. BBL, that was stunning. Hoodie, I mean, he can make a go of it, but feel like there's just too many players in the way. And yeah, not going to happen. Mike, give me more of that. That little mid-walk coming down, happy with it.
Well, immediately squashing my idea that the game plan's going to be the same. Not the pistol round is anything to set a trend to continue through this defensive half, but like I said, very decisive. Not even really on the back of any information. It was BBL to take the initiative, go hunting for this opening duel. Trying to throw a couple of sheriffs into this round and spread 3 towards B side and 2 towards sewers right now. So maybe even looking to challenge and pinch that pressure if it does come through once again.
I just quite like the pace they're coming out with. They're playing with confidence. Hard to rekindle that after the last map, of course, but still, it's going to be brave. Up towards heaven, having to fall away and respect the push coming out from Giants, and they're pouring through it. Up through Mailroom, a little bit of a split towards B main, should know both players, but you can see that counter utility just going to slow them down, allow Brave a chance to re-swing on this. Aslan's got to be careful here. Giants are at the door, but BBL, more often than not, shutting this down so far. It's been a drastically favorable exchange in their hands.
Actually, Spike very deep in heaven here, so Hoodie has to wait for that support from Cloud. They have a flash available, 2 sheriffs in hand. Again, BBL with a very tight hold on this. Kushner finds his third. Cloud will be noted regardless.
Ooh!
Almost catching the second on the rope as well.
Now we're getting a little worried. No flash for 25 seconds, so Cloud's not got any utility to play with, but that Sheriff's doing some damage. Oh, the tag on Aslan! And Turco was noted, so he knows where two of these players are. The third, you could kind of make an educated guess. Yeah. Bloody hell, Cloud again. Ooh. That got real close. Mike.
Should never have come that close.
Why are my palms sweaty? What's happening?
Carry across 2 rifles of the Spectre, but forcing out the armors, so the light shield's most likely here to protect the finances. And whack-a-mole on the rope there, but unfortunately doesn't catch it. I mean, even there, if he catches that kill, again, you think about the headshot through the wall as well. Onto Aslan, definitely doable for Cloud.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
It's only 2 pistols to throw into this. Alongside those weapons saved.
Scout destroyed.
And Giants, I think, immediately want to kind of deal with this mid issue. The precedent that's been set by BBL from that pistol round.
Such an emphasis on this mid fight, yeah. Oh, Rhyme's in danger. Does get away with his life, but he is taken down quite low. 70 HP now. Aslan's going to respect that and sit a little bit deeper towards the vents. And it's just going to be Brave taking a little bit of a look here, but burst through comes in. Nuki outdoes Aslan. The vents are open. Flash up high. Going to get nothing off it. We know that it's going to just be Sushni on his own here.
Immediately trying to flip the switch as well. Some utility to slow down the push from Giants, but a little bit of a gap now. Complemented actually by Brave's position, but he's shut down.
And Sushi's deleted in a second. But we talk about keeping it clean. Hoodie is low HP. Rhyme a little bit more vulnerable. Shot from Kushina. Hoodie's head rolls. And all 3 players are dedicated towards the site here. How much more can BBL do? Can they cost them much more here? It's another attempt. Kushina down to 50 now. Starting to get worked down. Turco only with a Spectre.
Another headshot.
That was another heady, but he can't quite close the gap. Starting to get a little bit precarious. But Giants hold. Keep the round in their hands with 3 standing.
And this is the thing as well. I mean, Rhyme nearly being caught off guard with that fault line, the follow-up on the paint shells. Actually, if BBL do have some more of these trap plays set up and Giants try and fight fire with fire and take back control of this map early on, it could pay dividends for them. Beautifully placed Snakebite as well there. Talking about Brave's position being influential there, but immediately shut down. I think actually as well, Hoodie was waiting for that opportunity in A main for a long time to perfectly time with the utility. Sushni's setup will be tested once again. Aslan actually playing towards vents this time, so.
Well, that's going to be him considered now. Kushina, the unknown quantity in the battle. That's really it. Now, noted off the back of the utility, Cloud slipped a little bit further ahead here. Got to be careful. Spike is in his hand. This could get deadly. Cloud, this is really dangerous. He does win the fight on towards Aslan, opening up the opportunities. Double pumping was back towards B, baiting them in towards that rotation on A. There's still players here.
And the aftershot perfectly timed by Brave a little bit of time, but actually goes up the rope. Tries to challenge, punish for it, Cloud, to seal the deal on this B site hit.
Very overzealous in my book. Maybe didn't need to go for that.
I'm not even sure there. Turco sends the aftershock out if there's a flash to make sure Brave can actually play off the rope.
Spike planted.
Something else to enable him.
Because otherwise you're literally just going off the rope, dry peeking potentially the whole team. Yeah.
I think just quickly as well, Laurie, sure. we're seeing Giants' intention very early on here. Push and probe and make sure that they have that ability to call a very, very quick audible.
Yeah.
Again, Cloud, you almost got to question the approach towards that engagement in ropes, but he finds it and immediately you can see Giants pop off that.
Cool.
With Rhyme's position towards mid, knows that there's no pinch, there's no second player, or at least the next player in line is playing very deep towards heaven. Giants capitalize very quickly.
This just feels like that next step, right? We saw that mid-aggression and the attentiveness from BBL towards middle, right? There are 3 players there. Now, this time they're just going to go for the stack, right? They're just going to put basically all their eggs in that 1A basket. Yes, they do have Sushni on the other side, but Giants have been treating the site as their end goal.
I was going to say concerning, though, that there isn't any point of contact towards mid, vents, or male, or anything like that, because that's been the catalyst for Giants. So here you got to wonder what they're going to be thinking when there's no context at all, and when it's total freedom. And even on the flip side of that, you look at a Spectre here and there for Turco and Brave. Could be problematic if this side push comes through.
Still to toy with. Got the Seekers, yeah, and they're just going to really make sure. And seeing all three head this way,
yeah,
you kind of know what you're going into. Careful now, though. Still chip damage done. Hoodie's down to 34, but Giants continue forward. The Seekers were enough to repel this correctly, and yes, Sushi was the singular player on B, but Giants happy to take on the challenge on the stack, and they do it well.
Looking very drilled as well here. Unfortunately, BBL don't now have the advantage of the finances. It feels a little uneasy to commit to some of these risks taken in the early round. Still sticking at least with Suchny. I mean, typically, you see some sort of adaptation. It's the Cypher player to really switch the setup. And that calls for BBL to go hunting, but still committed. Same cam over towards Heaven as well. No trap actually invested towards Vents this time. Maybe because we have those two players up towards B Heaven, but...
Shutting them down.
Somewhat of a question mark on this round as well, if you are BBL, right? It's like, okay, Giants have worked out that mid approach. They kind of got that step ahead of us by starting to hit those A sites. Do they go back to it? How do we adjust to this? Do they think, you know, is that stack that we just run enough to dissuade them from going in? Absolutely not. So this is going to be once again on Suchny to try and hold back basically the flood. That's 4 players there.
Yep. I mean, full faith in the retake here, I guess. And
there's that late lurk as well.
I think even here,
divided.
Cosmic Defy going to cut off some information here. It takes a ton of damage. And Forceway, he cannot slow this down now. Probably can't even play off his trap.
Nope, absolutely not. Nuki posts it. And this is what I'm saying. He's a specialist in this role. Do not forget how good he can be.
There.
Now that late lurk could come into effect as well on the other side. Remember, Hoodie still lingering at the bottom of the middle, but it's all through Heaven right now. 4 players still standing here. Gonna spot the first. Nuki forced to fight, does fall. Rhyme with the trade though. Turco gonna go down on the other side. Red's gonna come out. We're back on the fight towards Heaven. 4 still standing right now on the choking block. Has to dip away, but Hoodie slowly but surely creeping closer. Trying to play it just right, just as they start leaning towards the site itself. And Rhyme, the flash to try and keep him alive, but it's Hoodie bursting on towards Heaven. Gonna fight 2, and Rhyme outdoing Aslan means this is wraps in this round.
Brave, the last one, will find a headshot, but that's about it. Cloud to clean things up. Actually, even here with 3 standing, I was about to mention the previous, only 3 consecutive rounds, but they've been so clean that very early on, Giants have built up such a buffer. With a couple of buys in hand. Did you see the BBL timeout pop up here? Because, again, the setups don't really look robust. They're not really getting any value in the early game. Giants just run through the motions, honestly. Hey, maybe an opportunity towards B main here, but like I said, the first person you want to see switched up here is, especially if you're getting no value from the Cypher. Again, look for some different information.
I'm worried though, it's 4 on the trot. They haven't really found much of an answer. Yes, that walk down mid with the aggression was nice. Yes, when Giants were fighting against it actively, it looked, you know, almost like a coin flip. You could have had maybe a round for them there. But since Giants have got that read down, since they found that comfort, I need to see the answer back from BBL. Maybe there's something they could run, as you noted. Maybe there's some other options there, but as it stands, starting to struggle. How are those ults coming along as well? BBL do have a fair few to play with, though.
I'm thinking, oh, yeah, we've already seen the Cosmic Divide and the Seekers from Cloud. And actually, we do see Suchny switching things up here. Leaves the trap over towards A, so maybe a little red herring for Giants. And we've seen the same walk down mid. But again, very early information gathered by Cloud.
I want to see if this works, though. They've gone for the instantaneous, like, springboard, right? Get that contact over towards middle. try and get that pressure building towards B. And look at them just burning that utility. They're at 120. They can just hit the brakes after this. They've drawn every single player, Mike.
But the thing is, Fatinho actually spotted Sushni with the knife there. So again, it's another curveball towards Giants. How do they react off this? Well, they can actually find some space. Looks like they might actually even re-challenge towards Mayo. See the pings coming out.
But it's a shot from Cloud. Got outdone before, but this time well and truly up to the fight. There are more players up here. Now they slip away again.
Sushni's in such a weird position as well. To play against a KO like this, you got to argue that knife's coming towards Pillar. So you get no value from the cam, no value from the trap. If Fatinho's knife hits here, yep.
It's gone. Sight's open. Cleared towards backside, nothing there. They can kind of prioritize where they need to swing. Does well, actually, brave to find Fatinho, but Rhymes just bullied his way in on the side. Turco, there's a rocket behind this, but he doesn't even get the opportunity to die to it. It's just Kushner, and it's 3 targets, 30 seconds, and he's dead and buried. Giants, so well equipped, and even you noted there, Mike, that knife coming in.
I mean, he's hit twice.
It's vulnerable.
He's hit twice by a knife. On the first one, you think, okay, if he's going to throw this knife, I'll reposition. Another teammate can play off my utility, because it means Nuki doesn't even have to satchel through the choke there. They can drift through as 3 or 4 because nobody's going to be punished. I mean, short of a spam through the smoke or something like that, but Sushni's also in this round only got a Sheriff, so he can't even counter that suppress by spamming into the smoke.
What was that, Nuki?
I don't know.
Run it back. Can we get a remix of that?
Yeah.
That was nice, Mike. That was really good. Again, my worry is starting to compound at this point because once again they went for that mid piece.
Well, I mean, already a positive here. Sushi's playing in Spawn. So,
he does not like the knife.
Somebody's going to be able to benefit from his utility at least. Another red herring as well. This camera is set back up in A heaven, so maybe a little misdirection here, but the Giants have been rewarded with the opening engagements. Again, a freebie in the previous from Cloud. A number of times we've seen them actually respond immediately, stacking towards one side when they find that kill in vents.
Here we go. Turco needs to get that timing right. Probably going to do pretty well with this. Yeah, this should be lovely. Aslan. He's dodged it. Nuki's got a... What?
No
Nuki! What are you like? The audacity gets away from the ult. No harm, no foul, and now it's game on. A-site on a platter. There's still players here, though, and the quick adjust. They're falling for none of these red herrings, these elements of trickery. If anything, they're running rings around them. Now they can leave Hoodie posted up over
Have they got timing on this wall as well? Oh, you're going to break it down regardless, but...
Sushi down below, needs to do well here. Gonna find one. Ult comes in. Can't really withstand anymore. 15 seconds now. Nuki willing to challenge CT and loses the fight. Braves denied him. Spike gets to make it across towards the side. Oh, Brave belly. This is so scrappy. Spike going down. Rhyme. He's defending it with everything he had. 3 massive kills.
He's down to 1 HP and he closes out a 3K like that.
And he had to. If he goes down, the Spike gets denied. Beautiful. Beautiful play from him.
This is just heartbreaking. Slight off timing there from the second satchel to catch the Rolling Thunder, but again, Nuki with this movement, so slippery to pin down. I mean, that's magical from Rhyme.
Yeah.
He knows it.
Nuki noise is my new favorite thing. I just want like little clips of him after every round. Oh dear. Bad to worse for BBL, Mike. Those 2 rounds feel like a lifetime ago, don't they?
They do, and there's very few positives to bring away from these losses as well. I see some pings there, which makes me think they've spotted the spy cam. I mean, he's suppressed as well, I think, off the knife, so... Giants just doing so well to switch up some of these early rounds and figure out exactly where BBL are playing, and they formulate a plan immediately based on it. That's not a jump peak.
Someone found that funny.
Yeah, I mean, it was hilarious. Brave's lucky to be alive, honestly.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide goes in.
All right.
Rhyme's caught.
Oh, so close.
30 seconds.
Again, look at the gap here. Brave falls. There's another 15 seconds for this rotation to come through.
You can see the protocols for Giants are ready for that other player still, but as you said, it's so far away. By the time they get back, there's so much to clear, so much to get through. This is... Oh dear, it's not looking good at all. Maybe Hoodie could get overwhelmed. So
This Viper's pit has spread so wide as well.
Yeah, and even just trying to leave it is going to be nasty. There we go. Finally getting towards the site. Turco has found Hoodie, but Nuki gets, you know, a softened target. Cloud, no sweat, finds it on the push out from CT, and Giants just categorically shutting them down. This is very underwhelming for BBL here, and quite unfortunate because Giants are playing a great game.
Yeah, and there's not really anything BBL can do to throw them off kilter. Giants, like I said, able to just walk through these rounds, sticking to the checklist. And like I said, there's so many plans readily available based on this early information they're able to get from Coutinho. Again, just quick shout to him, we haven't even mentioned it. So much value found on the back of that knife in a number of rounds, whether it be disabling utility from Suchny or even just figuring out positioning. Haven't actually had to rely on Cloud too much. I mean, he spots out a spy cam in the previous with the Trailblazer, but the flashes aren't even being relied on. They're used in combat. They don't have to send any fact finders out. Well, there's the first one. He heard me.
What did you say about my flashes? For now, though, drifting back towards
Sorry,
A.
just quickly. I mean, yes, Giants are drifting towards A, but Sushni's back on pillar when no commands available.
Good. That's a good plan.
I mean, the benefit being here, they pop it. There's going to be some trips to playoffs, so
sure.
Round of applause for BBL. The setup here going to be perfect.
I've never heard you sound so disappointed, and that's saying something. Tucked in the corner is Kushner, instantly pried out of it. Nuki not really phased by this. Brave is going to deal with the front line. That's Nuki now gone. The slow that was in is going to make it a little bit trickier to try and find the next step. And it is. Rhyme left out an island. One by one drifting in. Giants are being punished. But I'm looking at the likes of Cloud. I'm looking at where they're trying to head towards. That spike is safely up towards ramp for now. There is no challenger towards it. It's a bit of a nuisance, but it's not the end of the world. They can still address this site. 20 seconds, Mike. They've got to get a wiggle on here. It's a 3v4.
Still have to dig Brave out as well.
And he's going to be a problem. There we go. There's the utility, and he swings perfectly of it. That's the unison. That's the work we want to be seeing. 12 seconds out-wise. This happening, though. Brave is desperate to try and win this out for his side. It's a 1v1. Sushni's still not quite there. He finally makes it around. Knife going to come out. Doesn't catch. Fitino knows he's got a couple of steps to play with, but not many. Sushni's there. Finally has his impact. Taking down Fitino, who suppressed him half of this game, and will get his defuse.
Third on the board, again, not really going to do too much of a dent towards Giants. They're comfortable in terms of purchases throughout the rest of this. Now, even looking here, I mean, it's going to be BBL that struggle on the back of that, to be honest. Brave's done wonders to find this. Again, even here on the replay, it kind of highlights just how sloppy this push has been from Giants. We haven't seen that yet. It's been very well drilled, very disciplined. I mean, you can kind of excuse maybe if Nuki satchels into the choke or tries to create a little bit of space, but the second and third swing just almost no synergy there. Brave punishes.
Well, first one in a while. Take them when you get them.
Scout destroyed.
We'll find out. Yeah, maybe a little misdirection as well, because Aslan has been positioned towards vents. Actually posted up here with a judge. I still call that link spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. I'll let you have that.
Long live Link.
Kind of miss him.
I do. For reasons like this.
Yeah, because this would be 4 if it's Link.
Yeah.
Hazan, what you got for us? You got 4? Nope.
Nope.
Turco might. Nope. That's 2 for 1 trade. And away towards the side.
Sushni needs to snade.
Oh, no.
Oh, he doesn't?
No. He's, again, the trade's so good, though. It's just like Kushner's just banking on the right timing here, which he might just about get.
A kill and res.
There we go. Find him. There we go. Back on their feet. Okay, 3v2.
I
Cloud
think
and
Yuto
Rhyme.
actually here for Aslan as well. Because he fell so quickly, he's still got plenty to work with, but the paint shell comes in a little late, not going to do any damage at all. Brave has his ultimate, but Kushner on the flank now, Lauren.
That's got to be it, right? That's not it at all. Cloud is so aware. And now it's on Rhyme. This guy was the bodyguard, the ultimate defender of that spike before, but he's going to need more of that. One towards heaven, drop down, and on the side they go. Finds one, isolated, dips away. He's playing it so well. Another fight, and he wins it. Rhyme is immovable in these moments.
Repeats his success once again to clutch out a round. And foresee it's a total financial reset for BBL. Patino's clearance there is brazen, but rewarded for it. And you're absolutely right, this is so clean from Rhyme. Forcing Aslan deeper and deeper around that pillar. It's just the two rifles. I mean, Sheriff in hand for Suchny. And a scrap to open this round, Lauren.
Scrappy, messy, so many words to describe it, but for now, it's 4 standing, and Brave and Kushner, well, look, he's on the way. Bye-bye. Got him, Kushner's gone.
Brave a Spectre, 1v4. The paint shell plays perfectly.
Oh.
The utility is beautiful as well.
Yeah, wow.
What a half from Giants. Like I said early on, the wind in their sails, and like I said, you could see in so many of these rounds where it's drilled, they know exactly what they want to achieve and when. And so many times these fast audibles are called, and they completely catch BBL off guard. I mean, they're constantly playing catch-up in that half, Lauren.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
it's
not an awful lot
It's worlds
BBL
apart.
can do differently there, other than if they have the benefit of the finances early on, they can continue with that kind of proactive approach to the defense. Well, they didn't, so they basically played backs against the wall and were constantly trying to recover through these rounds.
It's kind of that whimpering out of the game almost. It doesn't feel like we've got to fight on this. And don't get me wrong,
I don't want to detract from how good a half of VALORANT Giants just played. And you almost also don't want to kick them while they're down, but BBL just weren't really even present
on the server.
in that.
Yeah, they weren't on the server. But let's kind of flip it to the positive then. For Giants, I think this is where we start seeing all that potential hit, right? It's a couple of glimpses in this half, you think, bloody hell. If they get that look on every other map, if they get that, you know, in depth against a couple of other teams, gorgeous team to watch. Cloud looking really sharp. You've got Rhyme clutching out. You've got Nookie just doing Nookie things. I mean, there's so many moments throughout this where it just highlighted some of the individuals as to why it's such a potentially powerful side. Now, we don't always see it come together, but...
Well, do we kind of, I guess, categorize this as, you know, when things go right, this is what Giants look like. When they're able to probably have a little bit of, I don't want to say ego, let's call it confidence, but yeah, able to bully a team around the map like this, it looks brutal.
It does.
But this is more reflective of maybe the peak of where we expect Giants to maybe reach throughout this season.
I'm hoping we see more of that. I hope they can maybe find some of these win conditions against other opponents in other maps here, because, as said, when it looks good for them, it looks really good. The individual parts in this team, nuts. But we haven't quite seen it really kind of gel together just yet to, you know, the caliber it could be. But yeah, I think we can highlight the positives as much as we can. The negatives are very poignant, and sadly for BBL, it felt like their opportunity was on Icebox, and that's come and gone.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if anybody really needs it spelling out to them watching this game, or this map, sorry, kind of pan out the way it has. I mean, I'd like to huff at this point, but unless they get off to a raring start in the second half, this one feels like it's just going to spiral out of control fairly quickly.
When you think about the confidence alone, and it's quite unquantifiable sometimes to talk about it, but you see it here. When you look at the Giants roster, they're feeling themselves. Rhyme's having a great game, Cloud's fantastic, Nookie's on. Everyone's doing what they need to do.
And,
so
to ask your duelist in form of Fatinho to obviously flex onto this role and get that much value in one half of a map from utility alone. That's a real positive.
Okay, a little bit of call to attention over towards the B site, but no intention to commit behind it just yet. Nookie just spotted one towards the lower end of middle. Yeah, Nookie just checking back on this now. Doesn't want to overstay the welcome. He's keeping good tabs on this. I don't think the dog's... Okay, the dog does find Sushni as well, but there is that kind of 1-3-1, so they can kind of swing back to either side.
Well, I'm trying to teach Brave how to jump peak pillar here as well. And a good peek at that. Online going to catch. Actually, the paint shell a little late. I don't know if it bounced off the pillar, but...
Oof. Like a speed demon. Flies past. And dies. Rhyme's got him. Brave's there, though, stands in. Kushner swings
Great
around
pinch,
the pillar.
actually.
And gets Hoodie. So, yeah, sight under wraps. That's good. I'm going to come in. What have you done? Cloud. A little ahead of the others, but he's happy to take that space.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have to worry about the backside. He might do eventually. Now he puts it. Oh, it's gorgeous from Cloud. And Sushni just feels irrelevant to this round. He can only do is sit back and watch Giants. Outstanding. Cloud, this man is just soaring through this game.
Yeah, the paint shell perfect from Nookie, but again, to come through, catch Brave in Astral form and actually adjust for the second. Dude, Cloud's having a day. The first one labored, but beautiful with the last shot in the clip on the second. Even here, the only adjustment really you can see from BBL, 2 kills on the way in, go for an open plant. Sushni can play that deep position. Even if he has the opportunity to lurk back to heaven, it's a default plant. He can't do anything.
No, he's double digits now by the first round in the second half, so you can kind of tell where we're at.
BBL throwing money back into this as well.
I guess it's
the best chance they're going to have, really, on paper.
Fight or die. The pace is explosive. Aslan flies up, gets down Hoodie, and Rhyme makes a meal of it. But Nookie's there. And Nookie doesn't make a meal of it. He's going to punish Aslan. And the pain shell to follow. Kushner forced to the knees. Spike noted, drop towards heaven.
Throwing bodies at this.
Yeah. It's a massacre. This one looks pretty wrapped up here. Turco and Sushni need to put up a fight here, 1v2. Not going to happen. It feels lackluster to me. As much as they desperately try, you can tell they want it. Of course they do. It just feels lackluster.
I mean, that's around that feels like throw something out, see what sticks. Aslan finds the opener, and they're just barreling towards heaven, desperate to try and capitalize on it. This is a great opener here, but like I said, all it takes is a little bit of pressure from Nookie. Paint shell lands, and unfortunately, Aslan, I believe, fell to that.
Here we go. 11-3, scoreline swelling for Giants. Lovely performance on the individuals, really starting to shine. And really for BBL, it feels desperation times, really clutching at whatever they can. I think Cloud's noted the first players here. Yeah, Fatinho going to confirm that as well as they do try and make that cross. That's a lot of information found.
3 noted. Nookie's already rotated across here to put the paint shell out. A little bit of damage onto Aslan as well. Yeah, just granted no comfort in any of these rounds. Carries across to the second half as well.
And even noting the players kind of filtering back this way is so telling. The flash, I think, will even find Sushni potentially. I don't know if it actually pinged him. Cloud did send a flash, and they found the lurk. This is all to try and prop up Sushni towards ramp potentially, and then split back towards B, but it feels like Giants are putting that together. They're starting to piece this one together. Hoodie.
Hasn't
I don't
spotted
think
this cross,
he caught
actually.
it. Yeah, no. It doesn't matter.
Spike down.
Hoodie's got both of them, and that's the spike.
25 seconds left. Sushni still towards ramp. Really on Brave and Turco to try and recover this. They've got to swing through this poison orb.
Oh dear. And Hoodie unaffected, unfazed. 13 seconds. This is crawling to a close, but BBL, nothing more to be done. It's 12 for Giants. Lovely performance from them. Clean work.
Even here, not even going to have a long enough second half for Ultimates to really play a part in this.
No.
Neural theft, though.
Oh, big.
Some info.
Get some info.
Got to get a kill to use it though.
That's right. We at least get the Logitech G power-up round. That is one thing we do get now.
Yeah, this one's about to pop off as well.
Yeah, you think so? This is it?
Let's have some fun.
Do they commit to this? I'm going to dip his toes a little bit. In here very early, it's whether or not you're going to see Aslan pop off this. Sushi's force so deep here. Again, Giants so proactive, denying all the space. Coming back to that comment once again, there's no comfort for BBL to even set up to do what they want.
No, they're getting pushed around the map.
It's the same way Giants really approached the attack as well. They didn't give BBL a chance to really set up. Isolating kills and then these fast rotations, catching them off guard.
Fatinho's just taken the 1v1 and won it as well. So again,
Brave down, no smokes.
And they're stuck in middle. They got Cloud on one side, Nuki on the other. Oh, and it's just a massacre. Fusion out, face the music, do what you can. 3 to 12, probably be 3 to 13. This has not been a pretty affair for BBL.
No, it hasn't. Again, sing the praises of Giants. They played a fantastic, again, probably the best individually, I guess, opponent aside. We've seen them operate. Again, the confidence starting to really, really brew for them. Icebox, couple of hiccups here and there. Again, BBL, not necessarily think it's something that they brought to Icebox. There was just a few that the Giants unable to really close out. We didn't see that same hesitation on split at all. It was way more decisive. And kind of just stuck to the game plan in every single round we saw them. The intention was followed through with an execution.
Yeah, and I love the word decisive. That really characterizes that second map. Map 1 did feel a little bit wishy-washy at times, didn't quite have that same indication of it, but map 2 was gorgeous. That's the Giants you want to be seeing going forward. That's the starts challenging, maybe not the top 2, but it pushes up from 6th especially.
Definitely, definitely. And unfortunately for BBL, let's talk about them having a rough draw. It's unfortunate how they come out and hit Giants on probably an upswing.
Yeah, and we do have the Prime Gaming highlights coming up for you, so if you did miss some of map 1, you want to get a little refresher on map 2, have a little watch through this one. I just, again, it breaks my heart a little bit for BBL. I kind of want to see them do well because you see glimmers of it, you see the individuals, but then it never quite comes together.
Sure, and how much you take away from that Fnatic kind of result, for me, that's a huge positive for BBL. Again, if anything, they're almost in a position to close that out, to be honest with you. And to see them kind of come back and struggle against other teams that have been on turbulent performances in previous results, it's going to come too late in the season already. And that sucks to say about any team, to be honest with you.
They are sitting at the bottom of the table, so that is when you do have to be quite harsh, you have to be quite clear with your criticisms, because we have had...
I mean, hey, these are the conversations we were almost about to start having about Heretics, for example, and Carmine Core, and even Giants early on, where we didn't really see them perform to where we would have expected to place them. They're fair questions to start asking now.
Yeah, I'm just... it's a little heartbreaking, and it's such an emotional roller coaster, this game. You have the highs of seeing Giants maybe find that form here, get a little bit of that confidence boosting, seeing the potential of Cloud. All these players coming together. You saw Rhyme having a belting map 2 there too, which was fantastic. But then obviously flip the script and you see the team at the bottom really struggling to make much more happen. However, I do have a treat for you guys. I know you want to be talking about the game that's coming up, the hot game. The one that all the watch parties are raring up for.
I'm staying to watch. I'm staying to watch.
We're going to get a couple of beverages and get ourselves comfortable. But you should as well, because we have some fantastic content coming your way, so do not go anywhere.
I don't know if the microphone catches it, but you can hear the Colin Hornets right now just going at it.
Being the showstopper is like, you know, the great show in the week. So yeah, it's good, I guess. For Carmine fans, it's like mandatory thing to win against Vitality, so we need to, absolutely.
I'm excited for next big match against Cameron Corp. It means a lot for us as a players and from our perspective as well. We want to win for sure against them. The mood and the feelings in the team are great. The job is still not done. We'll try our best to keep going, and we want to show that the first 2 wins were not just lucky.
It was a great match against BBL, and then we lost against Heretics, but we didn't play our good play style, you know. So yeah, it was a good entrance of the week, I guess, but it could be better, you know.
I think it will be a hard match, but I hope we will win it in the end.
Obviously, there is some pressure because Vitality is a great team, to be honest. Last year, you beat us in playoffs in the French League, but this time we'll make sure to get the win.
It will end up the same way for UK Corp. You will lose against us again.
The Coliseum, it's been a good experience. Everything feels good. The stage, the fans coming and cheering for us.
I think it's one of the most insane feelings when you like lift your headphones and you can hear, you know, like people yelling in the stadium. Every single game, every single split, every single tweet even that I made, there's always just like so much love, yellow hearts and such. So like shout out to the Golden Hornets.
Anything more in the tank? Shin finds Notion.
Oh my God!
No way! Come on, go!
Flashed over, tries to spray through. 3 bullets remaining. Twisted!
Vitality, French team. That's my answer.
I can just hope Karman are in the server.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles. Doesn't work.
Yeah, like that?
No, just not saying it's not good.
Oh, let me think, man. Oh, I would say the energy, even like on off days, even on practice days, like Messe will not let you do nothing. It's like, okay, go ping pong. Okay, what do we do? Okay, go gym, go do that, go do that.
As he said, like I like to do a lot of things, and I like when he joined me on those things. So that's one of the good things. Yeah, he's a nice guy. That's the best thing. I think we have good relationship because we know each other for so long. So yeah,
we have good synergy. I would say Odin, because once he shoots hard, if he wanted, he could go through walls probably. Just a tank, and yeah, a lot of ammunition, energy. So, Odin.
I think I would say Desen is like operator, you know? He's like a really good support, so he have good game sense about the supporting. So I would say operator, but only with leg shots. I think that's no, like I'm sleeping like 6, 7, 8 hours max. So
I think we're similar, maybe me a bit, but I think overall like similar.
I think no, because I'm older and older people sleep less because they need to have more time to spend on being alive. Yeah, basically. Fun fact is that Destian is tall and I'm short. So yeah, Asterix and Obelix are different versions.
Fun fact is that Messe is the most healthy person on our team because like, he goes to gym regularly, he looks after his food, everything, nutrition. But then he's at the same time the person who gets sick the most.
Yeah, actually that's true. Unlucky for me.
Don't cry.
I want to cry though. I know Destian is studying something, so probably he would go in this way in the future. Are you on IT or something? Yeah, he's on IT, so basically he will still be in the computer industry, yeah?
For Messe, because he did it before, I think he would be like some kinds of in some kinds of sport. So let's say football. He used to play football, so maybe in some kind of league. I think he could be like, you know, a heavy lifter, like a heavyweight lifter, a sportsman.
Yeah, I would play football, and after matches I would go on my ship in McDonald's.
Welcome back, everybody. As you know, we are gathered here in Messe Berlin for 9 weeks of this season to find the next EMEA champion, and also sending 4 teams to Masters Japan. But there is something that is more important, more significant, and more illustrious than both of those things, and that is finding out who is the best French team in EMEA. Of course, there are 2 candidates for this, and here at the VALORANT Debate Club, I have designated and found 2 representatives of those clubs, and they are going to be gathered here today to convince you guys at home and convince me which is actually the best French team. Now, I'm going to welcome your candidate number 1. It is Vincent for Team Vitality.
Hey, Mom, I'm on TV. I made it. Amazing. Well, okay, who could have thought? My name is Sesh, and obviously, why Team Vitality is the best French team. Presentation by me, who could have guessed, Valorant Debate Club. Man, I'm becoming the president next time around. So let's start with the reasons why this is the best team that we could ask for. Reason number one, they have awesome players. And yes, I couldn't agree more. They do have awesome players. Let me introduce you to someone special that I just love. Let me click on that button because obviously, look at him. Look at this beautiful teddy bear named Bone Cold. The man has been obviously a championship-winning IGL, knows how to control his teammates to find success, is super nice and friendly, and trust me, he is the legendary Omen player himself, even though he doesn't play it that often anymore. But that is not the point. If there's one guy you want leading your team, it is Bone Cold for me. Great job, Vitality. Let's look at the next one. And the next one, I can tell you, I couldn't have picked anyone better. Name's Twistin, an absolutely killing machine. Obviously, he has been educated by nobody else than Goppy himself. Thanks, Goppy. I still appreciate that. He is the king of the shorty, I can tell you that. The entry frag king as well, and he has learned from the best. If you see him on the server and you're sure that you want to take a close range duel, there is somebody I would not like to meet on the other end. That is this guy. He doesn't talk much. He sits weirdly on his chair, but he's damn good. And this brings us away from reason number one. Don't get me wrong, they are amazing players, all of them. But reason number two, super smart coaches. I call it SSC. Well, what are super smart coaches? Well, let me figure that out. Once we have the Jose Mourinho of Valorant, well, he himself calls him like that, of course, with his support staff in the form of Strong as well as Gorilla. Yes, unfortunately, they didn't have any pictures, so I had to try this one. I'm sure Strong is strong, so that really fits. Either way, what is so important about them? They have worked for a while now together. They know each other for months, have worked on previous projects like Ogelon United, and I tell you, if you remember that project, man, you like Valorant. And I would say this man is an absolute beast when it comes to preparation. He's an absolute beast when it comes to figuring out how to anti-stretch your opponent and get your team rolling. I'm just a big fan of this entire trio. Gorilla, Strong, Salah. Who else could you ask for to win against another French team? And this brings us to reason number three. And I can tell you one thing. I hope you paid attention when it comes to history class. Do you remember how France was founded? Do you remember the important motto this country stands on? I can tell you. It is obviously in the name. Liberté, égalité, vitalité. And if you don't know what the last word means, I can tell you it means vitality, just like the team, right? So I'm gonna tell you one thing. The best French team already sold for me, I would say that is Team Vitality.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank
strong
you.
Pitch.
I liked it.
Strong pitch, Vincent. Very strong pitch. Now, well, we have to give some equal time to the other side as well. So please give a warm welcome to our candidate number 2, Cougar for Carmine Corp.
Vincent. Comic Sans. Really? Don't you know of Word Art? I'm going to tell you guys, my name is Keiko, and I'm going to tell you why Carmine Corp is actually the best French team. Reason number 1. Do you know what you need to be a good French team? You need French players. I don't care what you say about, oh my God, they're so good. They're not French. How are you going to defend your team being a good French team if you don't have anybody French? Not even the staff. 3 people, none of them. I can tell you they cannot speak a single word of French. But not only that, you know what France is well known for? You know the let him cook meme? Look at all the things that this nation can cook. Ratatouille, baguettes, quiche, snails. We have some Slug and Nails fans out there. I know so. And you know, this team eventually will get there. You just need to give them time to cook. Next reason. We have the brother buff. I know that you love these pictures. You know this, man. You know that other one. Do you see that jersey? It says Vitality, but he found the light, and he is never going back to Vitality. But you know, these two, they're not even French, but they don't care. Because on my next slide, you're going to say, you know, just say goodbye, au revoir to Belgique, and just say hello to France, because that is the way to go. This is the only way that you can win in this contest. Vitality should not even be participated in. Next slide. This man, as we were talking, You know, he's IGLing, he's one taps. It's a big reason why this should be the one and only team. Some people do not understand his methods, his ways, but it doesn't matter. We don't care, because with time, he will teach us all a lesson, and we'll be here to listen and learn. Next slide. But he won't be alone. He has other 3 teammates besides his brother, obviously, that will be on the way. Look at XMS. With that Heretics jersey, they have all the information. But again, another child that has seen the light. And not only that, they don't even consider Vitality an opponent. They don't think that they're, you know, the bad people in this case. They only have one singular enemy. Tombis. If you see this man, just run away, okay? All I want to say is that we smash those bees. We don't care, because Keiko is the best French team. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, having French players, I don't know. I'm kind of sold on that one. For me, I would give it to Keiko, but the reality is they have to play against each other and settle the debate once and for all. Who will be the best French team here at VCT EMEA? But before we get to that, let's go behind the scenes and take a sneak peek for what Carmichael have been getting up to.
Bienvenue dans le Berlin International Gaming. Alors, ici, c'est la salle à manger. Là, on mange, on se réunit tous les soirs après le ftoul pour ceux qui jeûnent. Alors ici, je vous présente le plat du jour. Ouh là là, c'est ça que tu me dis, toi. Des cuisses de poulet comme ça. Avec des gnocchis. Avec une belle sauce. Ouh là 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 là, regarde-moi ça. Un petit flan comme ça, là. Puis, vous avez le salon. Alors ici on se pose, on regarde les matchs, que ce soit LOL, VALORANT, peu importe, on se pose ici, même quand on regarde un, on se pose sur les canapés. Là c'est la cuisine. Alors vous avez des machines à laver aussi, si jamais il y a des gens qui veulent laver, parce qu'il y a des gens de BIC qui vivent ici. De petits micro-ondes four, voilà, des petits ustensiles par-ci par-là. Après ici, on a douche, toilette, tout ce que vous voulez. Après le salon, la salle à manger, la cuisine, tout. Maintenant, direction là où ça se passe. Et après, là, vous avez notre salle à nous. Avec Aziz numéro 1. Assalamu alaikum. Ça va. Là, il y a Aziz numéro 2. Assalamu alaikum. Donc là, j'ai allumé la lumière. Donc ici, à la petite croix au sol, tu vois, tu poses. Tu fais devant ici, hop, chose de position. Donc Riyad Insad et Chine. Après 21h, 21h30, vous allez le retrouver tous les soirs ici. Comme ça, vous voyez bien, il y a un creux dans le canapé, hein, posé comme ça sur son téléphone, je ne sais pas ce qu'il fait. Il est là pendant 5h30. Bon, les gars, la visite est finie. Bienvenue dans notre maison. Là, on est accueillis par Big pendant 3 mois durant la saison. Et on se dit à la prochaine. Hein. Bisous à tous.
I'm going to let you have this one, Vincent. Yes, that was technically the big office. Yes. Carmichael, we're practicing.
That's the only win you're getting today, by the way.
But let's look at the map vetoes here. Of course, Keiko not had the best time, but taking away that Haven straight off the bat.
Yeah, it's something that Vitality have been picking a lot, and they don't want to be there. They are the ones, Vitality, to be permabanning that Pearl. And the first map that they're going to select on the side of K-Corp is now Ascent, a map that they have banned in the past, and they didn't have the best result against Team Liquid last week, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. That was a 13-5, wasn't it?
Vitality big split.
It's actually mental. Okay, hold on. So Carmine Corp is actually picking the map they have been banning 4 out of 5 times so far this year. Moving further, they have made that decision to actually let split through. Vitality picked it against them. And now we end on Lotus.
I mean, you know, I think this is such a Salah move. to just be like, oh, you were going to play split no matter what. If you don't pick it, I'll be the one picking it. I don't care. We know what you do here, and if you wanted to change it, if you think that, you know, if this is going to be the case, that if you don't pick it, it won't be in the map pool at all, is not going to happen. I think this is going to be very exciting to watch.
I think so too, but let's focus on the Ascent for a moment. Of course,
yes.
like you mentioned against Liquid, that was just, how do I describe it? Sad. It was sad to watch. If you're a Keiko fan and you watch that, you know, this was the map that Scream used to be flawless on, albeit on a duelist.
Yes.
So I feel like
that's a big part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, we talk about changes, but surely Cougar, it's not about changes. It's about the fact that something has to change. They have no choice.
Yeah, exactly. And probably that's the reason why they decide to go for this map. After me, you know, maybe getting the rep, they're like, okay, maybe we see the changes today. Maybe they implement the duelist, or they have found a way, because it's kind of a blind pick to do this against Vitality. There's some other maps where you have those bots on them that you can go through and try and analyze and break down what you can do against them, but they decide to go for something that they have not picked yet this year. They did play it together in November in the G-Loot tournament, so there is some footage, but it's kind of old, isn't it?
Yeah. Regarding what you just said, right, with that Ascent and with that triple initiator, we have to say triple. It is Breach, it is Fade, it's KO. It's kind of mental in my eyes to even go that far, because the Breach is not very on meta at all. So I would like to see actually a change here in the matter of fact that we might potentially see the side of Cormac finally picking up a duelist. It would be obvious to put it on screen, but if he's not comfortable IGLing as well as entering, that is probably an issue. I think it would be time for a change. But is it going to happen? Is that the first thing they're going to fix?
I mean, Vincent, it feels like he's not super comfortable IGLing and not playing a duelist. So you might as well just give him, like, take less work off of him and actually just let him play the duelist. That's how I feel, at least.
I mean, I think it's more complicated than that, because then if you remove that the KO that he's playing, you have to move it onto someone else, because if you're going to prioritize other things over it, I think that might be a little bit of a mistake. But again, you know, maybe changes come in, maybe they don't. It's a lot of questions, I think, on both sides. I wonder if Vitality expected them to, you know, make this move.
I genuinely think they did. It's not a Salah thing if they wouldn't expect it.
It's a strong thing?
It
A
is
gorilla thing.
It is a gorilla thing. It is one of the three that has made that conscious decision. I think they left it in for exactly that reason. You're going for strong?
Yeah.
He's a very analytical guy, right?
I will say both of you made great points and presentation in terms of why you think one of your teams is better. But I do feel like Vincent, Vitality, they have the edge in this matchup. I think more than just an edge here.
I think with the somewhat kind of shaky games we've seen from time to time to Vitality, I think it is not only having the edge, it is about having to do this to actually show that you're a proper top 4 team. Because this is the ambition of Vitality. It's not being a midfield team, it's being up there.
I mean, I think that at some point, Keiko is going to give a big surprise to everybody. I don't know in what form it's going to come. I would consider a surprise if they were even to pick up a duelist, you know, a good one. So I'm just, you know, sitting here waiting. I'm ready.
I mean, it's coming. It might just be today, especially since how loud the Coliseum is right now. Keiko fans, they are here in full force, and so are the Team Vitality fans. Everyone is excited to see which team is going to be the best French team here at EMEA, and let's bring both of them out and see that showdown.
Team Vitality. Carmine Core.
We talk about rematches, resets, redemption for Keiko. It has to start today. BBL, they couldn't quite do that earlier. But similarly, Cougar, if Keiko aren't able to pick up a win here and they go another week losing, their chances of playoffs is just dwindling by the second.
Yeah, exactly, because they still have to go against the heavy hitters. Same from Vitality, if we are honest. You know, they picked up some very good wins, some that they're going to remember in the future, but things have to change and they have to do it now. Again, remember that both of these teams are coming from a loss, okay? We were talking about how Vitality was looking so good this year. Last week against Foot, it wasn't the case, but still, it's not too late for them.
Yeah, we're heading into Agent Select soon, Vincent. Again, we haven't seen Vitality yet this year on this map, and we want to see some changes on Keiko. But any predictions before it flashes up for you here?
Twist and Duelist send a Sentinel, Destrian, Controller.
Okay, very, very...
simple.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So
there we have a change.
Okay, that is the change. Destrian was supposed to be on that fade, and the scream is going to
Yes.
Here it is. Let him cook.
Oh,
Let him
they're
cook.
playing double controller as
When
well.
was the last time? I want to check. When was the last time that we saw a Scream on this Jet? I am
for you
so
real quick.
excited for this. Seeing Nivera also go into the Omen, just picking up fully and completely that controller role, actually playing with a double controller, a single initiator.
It's a big change. That is a big change.
Keiko?
This is just not any casual change. Coming from triple initiator to moving over that. And I think particularly a double controller is something that needs a lot of practice in the sense that you really need to make it work if you want to deny spaces, if you want to be really successful on your aggression. I'm looking forward if they're capable of doing so, because at the end of the day, I am on side of Vitality. I think that they are the stronger team. Their composition is very standard, very vanilla, double initiator in the sense of Bone Cold as well as Mulsi picking up those. I'm somehow not too worried. This looks standard from Vitality in the good sense.
I think the major thing here, I know we've spoken about it briefly, is the fact that Scream is going to play Jet.
Yes.
Vincent, you are worried that maybe that's given him too many things to be uncomfortable about. But if it's going to be anything that he isn't uncomfortable about, is being a duelist.
Yeah, that is like his bread and butter back in the Liquid days, right? Where everyone was praising him so much. But remember, correct me if I'm wrong, he was never the biggest fan of Jet itself from time to time.
He did a little bit of everything, you know, when it was necessary in maps like Breeze, for example. I miss Breeze. I think I'm going crazy, you know.
Okay, I believe I found that
it was
stat for
August.
you, Bea.
Yeah, it was August.
It was against Mech.
Yes, I have it here.
It's been so long since we've seen Scream on Jet. The Mech was still together. Oh my goodness. Okay, does this change any expectations for you guys?
Totally. I mean, on the side of Keiko, yeah, it does, because they come in with a preparation, something that, you know, it's a blind pick. I think it might favor them in some cases. I want to see what they do with that double controller. I think that is something that we've seen from Giants, that we've seen from Na'Vi, especially on the defense. I want to see what they cook there. I think it's a good move, you know, to just give the Scream that tapping factor.
I see where you're coming from, and it's a bit of a surprise for Vitality, but at the same time, for me, it is Vitality. It is a team that is just, in every single aspect, better than this team of Calamine Corp. There's not a single stat where they're underwhelming them. It just doesn't exist. And therefore, I believe that composition is not making a big change. Maybe a bit more comfort, maybe a slight bit better. But at the same time, the unfortunate thing about Calamine Corp is that it can also be an absolute massive blunder.
They're still on the back foot, you think, against Vitality?
Absolutely. 100%.
I mean, listen, I want to believe you. You know, I want at least them to get this map. If there is something new as well for Split, I'd be like very, very surprised. I want to see them at least take a map. I think that Vitality is in that vulnerable moment after that loss, so I think this could be the inflection point for them. But remember also that, you know, even though Scream is going back on the Jet, we know that he struggled sometimes, but we also know that Jet has changed since the last time that he was playing it. Is not the same, but in his defense, I would say that Ascent is the one that that is the map that has been seen less affected by those changes.
I mean, after the Raze performance last week, I think he just wants to turn over a new leaf. It's not the same agent as Raze, Elise, and surely, I know, Vincent, you still think they're on the back foot, but they got to start somewhere, and it could well be here. We've spoken a lot about this French matchup, and do you know two people who are actually fluent in French? It is Des and Tondes.
You mean Thomas?
Thank you very much, Miss Yinsu, and the After School Valorant Debate Club. Apparently that's a thing that's been running along today.
I don't know why I wasn't invited.
I know, you've been such a good job on that as well.
Yeah, I guess
really
they just...
compelling argument.
They didn't want somebody to come along and just like win every single debate, so that's why I wasn't invited. It's not that I have no friends.
Absolutely. That is why he's really here. He has no friends. I'll be your friend for this series, though, Tom. We're in for a bit of a game.
Just for this series.
After this,
just
I'm back to hating you again. You're out of here.
Cool.
I'm going home tomorrow. I'm done. That's it. I need to get away. No, really exciting series coming up. I think on paper, everyone's looking at it and saying, look, KC, not really got a horse in the race, but we came into their view of us. We've got a little bit of an inkling here. A completely fresh lineup coming in. A team that have had those 3 games to warm in now. You give a team 3 chances to show what they can do, and then, you know, they've got to start making big changes, and that is exactly what we're seeing coming into this map.
Yeah, for sure. I think they've basically gone back. I wouldn't say to something meta, because I still think a lot of teams on this map in particular are running double initiator in most cases. I think it's more valuable most of the time. Instead, they've gone for Viper Killjoy and then having a double controller instead. I'll be interested to see how that runs, because again, you're going to have to go hunting a little bit more for information. I think the main focal point, though, is the fact that we finally have Scream on Jet back in that sort of aggressive role, somebody who's going to be taking space, using that aim that he is renowned for. So that will definitely change the dynamic, because one of the main problems they've had so far is they've had no one to take space for them. Well, they definitely have that now.
The big challenge, of course, that even if he's having a good day, there is Twiston on the other side, a player with so much promise, and I know at times we haven't seen him really shine the stage. There's been the odd map where he comes online. It's getting that engine going, though, and seeing consistency. That's a way to start it. Already Twiston didn't find a new 0, and Scream falls down just a couple of seconds after Vitality are off to the races already, Tom.
Yeah, an aggressive start. I like this. Basically just trying to shut down any plan that could have been there for the side of Carmine Corp. Now they've got themselves into an afterplant position, but with such a disadvantage, it's going to be tough. A couple of low players, though.
I mean, they have got 3, maybe even 4. No, it's just 3 trying to force their way in towards Heaven here, forcing Shin down, which now means on the low ground they've lost that high advantage. We all know what Anakin said about that one. And still in a spot, though, where just 2 on site. There is some little strange options here, but on towards the right-hand side. Easy close out in the first round here. Vitality sending everyone around the corner. Navera can only find the 1. Comfortable first round for Vitality.
Yeah, I'm still curious to see how some of these roles are going to work out. Because I'll be honest, like I'm still not the biggest fan of the XMS playing a Sentinel. I don't think we've seen the best of him just yet. And I also think that Navira at times on this Omen, it gives him opportunities to play that operator. I think that might be one of the reasons on that defensive side. Having a secondary controller as well could work out quite nicely. I do still worry a little bit with the lack of that second initiator. Like we've seen a Viper on defense, for example, be used quite a bit in tandem with maybe a Fade or a Sova so that you can get these sort of cheeky picks through the screen. So that's one of the ways I want to kind of watch how they're going to use it. Of course, now at least on that attack, building up early, we'll see what they can do in terms of damage. And one of the main criticisms we've had of Scream is obviously the investments into these sort of rounds. He has gone for the Sheriff and Light Shields, but bear in mind, he's now on Jet. He can afford to lose a little bit of utility going into the next round.
I just love how hard they've leaned into as well the essential 4x coming out for Twiston. Obviously on the half shields here, but still has the rifle. 3 Bulldogs on side. Plus the LMG backing it up as well. But on the other side, really leaning in towards, for example, those Sheriffs, as we see so many teams try and do. But as of yet, nothing being found by KC. Some map control, sure, with B-Main and Market being captured, but now they've got to get this push through and try and force away the 2 players that are on site.
C's thrown in to try and slow them down. Bone Cold is isolated right now. Doesn't have any support. Just going to be throwing out the Prowlers. Gets him the info, but Scream is able to trade. They should garner them a plant, although some of the players of Vitality are very quick to get into position.
Feels somewhat winnable. I always feel in the post-plant situation on this site, it's doable for those that are on the attack and have got that spike down because of the narrow kind of bottlenecks you're forced to come in through. Great combo there for Twiston playing at the back of the Paranoia. On the march through, flicks onto another. And this is exactly what we were all worried about. You might say screens on the Jet, but they're still Twiston on the other side.
Yeah, and that's the thing. In the games that they've won, Twiston has been one of the players to watch. Yeah. Like, last week when they played versus Foot, that was where he went missing a little bit, but I think that was more of a blip rather than any questions being called in of the ability that Twiston has. This is where things are going to get a little bit more interesting, though. Purchase going to be coming up. Obviously, there were investments last round, but because they get the spike plant, it doesn't really matter too much. Like, KC have managed to balance out any economy. This will be a full purchase coming through unless they've made some drastic mistakes we didn't notice. However, there's still a lot of rifles coming in. So for this Logitech G power-up round, KC kind of have to be careful. They don't want to throw this one away and give Vitality a huge boost.
Obviously leaning in towards not trying to do that. Still with the 3 Bulldogs on side, and Bonecore maybe the one looking to pick up the pieces when someone on side falls down to one of the initial engagements. A little bit of a feel out towards mid. 4 players all bearing down towards Archers here, which forces Twiston back ever so slightly. Vitality just waiting for the read here on where this push is going to come from.
Yeah, they've managed to take a lot of control. Deep B main, pushed up in A as well. Twiston even fighting middle. Like, it's fairly risky. He's actually going to try and fight in front of the screen. Obviously, the one with a Vandal, the rest are Bulldogs, and a pistol in the hands of Bone Cold, although that's never been a problem for him before. It's just surprising how much control they're actually able to garner, especially considering that you have not only the Sentinel, but that sort of lurk outside A.
On here, Screen's managed to get on through as well. Good bit of util combo in together on the back of this one, but behind him. Don't think he's aware of what's going on in Tree. No, completely missed. The Twiston was off towards the one side. A trade back though onto him, still keeps things nice and even. For now, KC, you're going to back away here. May even find Sender waiting. Gets one before himself, falls down too. So, sure, they've got themselves into good positions. They've moved as a team, but they've always gone 1-for-1 on their movements through the map.
Navira's spot is huge. He's going to get them positioning back in towards this A site. 15 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time for them to get in, and he's even going to find Molesy as well. Patience from Carmine Corp, not overstepping the mark, baiting those rotations out from Vitality, and now Bone Cold is all that's left.
And it's forcing that constant 1-for-1 play that's really helped them out here as well. Bone Cold's going to try and do whatever he can, but they know exactly where he is. A good swing out from XMS, and KC get on the board. Got a touch on, by the way. Navira and Scream, I know that this team have had a real rough time so far on the stage with the 1 and 3 results, or sorry, 1 and 2 results that we've seen for them so far, but those two have consistently kept themselves in the top 10 to 15 players when it comes to ACS.
Yeah, I think especially now Scream going back onto a role that we kind of have high expectations of him. It's where he made his name within Valorant at least, although that name definitely dates back a little bit further. But I think especially on the attack side, I think maybe those numbers are going to take a hit. It's always difficult playing that Jet. We've seen it already with Kellogg's having a pretty rough time. And he's going to be looking to take an early battle here. Good supportive flash, though, is going to force back that initial aggression. But as you know, Twiston, he's not going to stop there. And in fact, Molesy, that's the second time now that Shin has been sort of caught. He didn't die in the last round, but he took a hell of a lot of damage from these aggressive pushes. This is something that KC need to be a little bit more aware of.
He shut down to 17 last time, and it seems to have been the real kingmaker. You know, we obviously saw Fnatic yesterday absolutely dominating their opposition, and so much of that came off trade play, moving as a team and looking to, you know, provoke unforced errors out of the other side, and that's exactly what they got away with. And here Shin's kind of giving up a little bit of a freebie every now and then. 17 HP left in the last round. Has said this one now dead.
Well, you have to bear in mind as well that his sort of secondary controller is being utilized to have some dominance over mid. If he's dying almost instantly, then the value of that utility goes very quickly indeed. Twiston, somewhat alone here on this side of the map, has a little bit of pressure in towards the market, which is Sender going to be pushing forward. Navira is somewhat tunnel visioned in. I'm not sure what made him believe that that spot was clear, but that's a very easy kill.
That's what more they can find at the back of this. Sender once again converting into another from market. XMS finally getting the trade. We'll give it to both teams so far. That trade play, finding the 1-for-1s consistently has been the theme across these first few rounds. And KC back away, and with that massive util stack coming in towards B main, I think I'm with you there. It looks like a save indeed.
10 seconds left.
I don't think there's any way that they could rotate. Not going to risk trying to get there in the last few seconds, and with the stack up of players that ended up on that B site, that was almost made a little bit too easy for Vitality. Like, I am surprised. Like, Sender just basically gets two, I think, free kills. The first one was Navira, again, just being a little bit tunnel visioned into trying to stop those players rotating. Sat on the lurk, like, doesn't even check as he walks around the corner. And then I think also just, well, Scream was waiting for him, but that's just a couple of 1v1s. Sender wins out, and the round basically ends there.
Big player around the market, just not really being realised that he was there. That was the thorn in KC's side there that really saw the round completely fall to pieces. Still staying pretty armed to the teeth here as well. That up on side for Twiston once again. Not that he lost it, but has kept it, and also has the ult if he so requires it too. This is where we get to that stage now, Tom, in the next few rounds where you are going to see these ults start lining up. The Scream, as we said, it might be that he's back on that Jet, but Twiston, just reminding him there are 2 Jets in the server.
Yeah, he's so quick, and he's going to be everywhere. That's going to be one of the main issues. And again, it's something to mention with only having that solo initiator is you don't have a lot of info as to where he currently is. A lot of the time you're going to see early Sova darts being pressured in towards mid, using that KO knife to potentially deny. They've got none of that. It's the single Sky of New Zero, who basically has an awful lot to do in the early stages of this round.
When the pressure is coming up as it is, I mean, we saw, for example, Sender come on the flank through mid previously. He's looking to do it again, potentially here around Arch, just before he gets pushed back. But bit of an A-hit coming in here with 4 players all grouping up on the push through.
Destrian's taken a lot of damage from that snake bite. Paranoia is sublime. A secondary flash as well, and he gets both! He was so low on HP, and eventually it's just the trade-outs. I don't know how Destrian gets away with that much. Well, I do. The great supportive utility, but even still, he basically just lowered his HP at the beginning of the round and then just killed everybody anyway.
So close to being a collat as well there, as you saw for a second onto Scream. But really all this work came on this really aggressive push, but they were a little bit torn on what to be watching. One the near angle, one watching out more in towards Catwalk, and just not enough firepower to deal with Destrian on the march on through. Vitality up 4-1.
Yeah, this is normally a map that does lean in towards that defensive side, but I think for KC, going into their map choice, split being a bit of a blunder for them, and you can see as the seconds go by, or the rounds go by even, the confidence of this Vitality roster is just being boosted. They have run all the way up, and it's just looking like a slaughter. Granted, it was only pistols in this round, but that did look a little too easy.
It just looked far too easy. It was a meat grinder, and he was just turning the handle as they marched forward one after the other. And it's an easy closeout in the round. A feel for Scream especially. I think now he's now 0-6, yet to really get involved in the game at all.
Yeah, as I said, it's always tough on that attacker side for a Jet, but you're kind of hoping he's going to be able to at least get you some of those openers.
Such a kicker. They got like no damage back on the other side either after all of that. Just not expecting that he'd be on the boost, I think, and we saw the outcome. Going to try and step back into the graves, pick up this spike, maybe look to try and rotate away, but as you can see, there are 3 players that have moved over towards Ada, saying, Sender, we get it. You're on a heater today. You and your turret, you've got this site locked down, buddy. You stay where you are.
Well, they've at least managed to get rid of Timmy, but that's about it.
Every cloud.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't think that adds anything to your ACS, your combat score. And, well, at this point, they almost just have to run straight into the site. You don't want to save just a pistol and shield, so it's going to be the full sprint in onto the A site. 15 seconds left. Still utility available. Actually, Destrian still has a Paranoia. So he can literally just blind up the remaining player. Navira, as said, he basically has to just die at this point. A spike plant would be nice, but not wanting to save absolutely nothing. And well, it'll be 1 kill at least, a little bit of damage onto Vitality, but looking over at their economy, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, and they are drowning in ultimates at this point as well, about to have 4 online. Admittedly, KC have the same, but they know things are just going from bad to worse, it feels. A couple of eco rounds really not going their way either, as you'd come to expect. But even the rounds when all things feel equal, still not going their way, Tom.
Yeah, they're actually going to buy an operator up going into this next round. So Navira is someone who can basically do it on any agent. I think this is almost just a direct counter because in a lot of the thing that was good about their old comp was that they had so much utility that they could almost just try and play these slower rounds, but then their opponents wouldn't give them any aggression. Well, now they actually have the ability to go for these sort of set executes. They have quite a lot of burst potential. So you've got the Omen Flash and the Paranoia, and then you've got Sky's utility belt, which can set you up wonderfully for these executes. So Vitality are not letting them execute. They are getting aggressive across the map. We've seen A pushes almost every single round. We saw Sender in the last getting up on the box with the orb to take fights. And we don't even need to talk about Twisted. Like, he's been everywhere. Yeah. Absolutely everywhere finding openers. So now they're actually going to have to invest in that operator just to go, okay, we need to shut this down now. Then we can get back into the rhythm that we want over on this attack side. Unfortunately, I think that's easier said than done, because even though you plan to stop Twiston, he's 7-1 right now.
It's also easier said than done.
Definitely.
Yeah, a lot of it for me is the kind of selective aggression coming out from Vitality, right? We're not seeing them kind of go charging into KC head first, because I think, like you said, they've read the comp. They know the win condition. They know what to expect. It's more bread and butter meta is the way to look at it, right? So in their response here, they're saying, okay, when you get a little bit closer, that's when we bite. And you've seen it across a few rounds now. Destrian a couple, Sender coming up on the flanks. Just these plays that all come together. Arguably when KC are expecting it most, but they still get outplayed because that sudden dump of utility onto a clump group of players just nets them so many.
He was waiting for that pick for the first 25, 30 seconds of the round. Finally drops down from his perch, and it's a free kill for Twiston.
Seeker's coming out now. That tells you all you need to know, that the engagement is coming in. Scream straight in there, nice and aggressive, but Bone Cold is already out of dodge. Getting absolutely melted by the utility, and finally it's Twiston to finish him off, and they're going to have to back out here because of the Killjoy. Great response by Vitality.
He almost just crouched into the ult. That would have been a little bit awkward, but yeah, it's a waste. They've used some ults, garnered nothing for it. 2 players down. Do they now use the lockdown? It almost seems wasteful with this many players already on the deck, and there are 3 players waiting for them to try and push in. This read is not good, and Destrian at just random intervals decided to spam a couple of bullets, and well, now they don't have the choice to use the lockdown because they don't have it anymore.
Just sheer filth. And I feel even if the lockdown had come out there, looking at the spacing of the players on Vitality, they're ready to deal with that every day of the week. You have got the KO coming up from the backside as well. Molsey slowly working his way through spawn. But it feels like this round is pretty much already done and dusted when there's just one left. Now it'll be a race for who can collect the kill. New Zero maybe from behind. There it is. Molsey collects it. Another comfortable round for Vitality.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think that this comp looks a lot better if you swap out the Viper and bring in another Initiator. I think right now they're being caught by every single piece of aggression that comes out. They're unable to clear mid. A lot of the time, that's where Sova utility comes through. Very valuable in not only just destroying utility that's there, but also just darting up the operator player. Because that's the thing. Twiston has nothing to stop him. It's literally just, we have to shoot this guy down. So he could take every fight he wants. And sure, in the initial stages, Navera was patiently waiting for him to take that peak, but it's changing where it is every single round. They are not prepared to shut this man down. And I think that on the attack, at least, they're just missing that second Initiator. Maybe they have a great plan for their defense. Unfortunately, if they don't get any rounds in this first half, it doesn't matter.
That's exactly the problem, right? And we even saw them bring out the op in one round to try and contest on towards Twiston, but just no one's been able to get him out of the game so far. Literally unplayable. In case you couldn't quite clock, we have got a quick tech pause coming in, so maybe a welcome little break here, I imagine, coming in for KC, who frankly quite sorely needed to kind of reset themselves here, come in with some fresh ideas on how they can get this game back on track.
Yeah, I think as well what's making it tougher is the counter utility that's coming out from Vitality, as always, is fantastic.
The timing on it is beautiful as well.
And the thing that I always think with a team like Vitality is, okay, they had a couple of good weeks and then they sort of faltered versus Foot. But they have the sort of staff behind them and an IGL behind them that's only going to make them better. Like, it's much better for them to falter earlier in the season because they're going to fix everything they have. Now, bear in mind, this is a map that, well, the last time they played it was versus Lampersan. Now, if you haven't heard of that team, I don't really blame you. It was a mixed team that was thrown together of Lithuanian players, and they beat them 13-2. Now, they haven't played it in any other tournaments. That was in the off-season. We didn't even see it when they were around like the likes of Red Bull. We didn't see it all the way through when they played at Lock-In. So it's understandable why, okay, the likes of Common Corp went, maybe that's a pick for us. Like, we're going to change up to a more aggressive comp, one where a map where Scream has thrived, by the way. This was one of his home turfs. He used to play Phoenix on this and make it look good. Do you know how rare that is? Loads of players have failed to do that. Unfortunately, right now, he is struggling. And I have to be brutally honest, I haven't seen any real value from their Viper just yet. So I want to know what the ideas were on this attack side for that Viper to give them something, because well, either he's put the screen down and someone's pushed through it, or he's put the screen down and he's died within 20 seconds.
Well, so you think and bounce things back, because being dead honest with you, Tom, I think everyone was still waiting to see the value from. Twiston once again here holding in towards mid, at least for a second, impeded off by this Viper. They've got the right idea as well with the spray coming through. You know that they expect someone might be hanging around tree, but Twiston has moved himself between arches and around tree side for the longest of times. They're up nice and close, and my God, that must have gone right under his armpit. Didn't quite connect onto the player, but it was that close to being a freebie. Push comes in, a spray through the smoke from Molsey, and he finds New Zero on the push in.
Yeah, almost an opener. Prowler might be used. His Scream has his Blade Storm activated. They are going to clear the spot, but it's just not good enough with the peak. And now their, what sort of major ult that they were throwing into this round is gone. Paranoia, I don't think, caught anybody. And although they have these players pincered, they're just not winning any of the battles. Finally, Shin managed to get himself on the board.
I mean, again, it's off the back of a trade. It's a nice little bare basic to have when you're already down on numbers. These one-for-one trades only work in favor of Vitality. It's a 2v3, but they are still playing off the back of a Classic and off a Sheriff.
And Bone Cold's fallen back to the site. There's also a wraparound coming in as well. He's going to try and make this awkward and just about manages to get that kill and eventually Vitality recover. It got a little bit shaky for a second, but ultimately still 7-1.
I'll give it to KC though, playing off the smokes really well to close the gap and get up nice and personal. That's where you're hoping that you're going to find that beautiful one-tap headshot onto someone with the Sheriff, but sadly not to be. Now, this next round for me is a big one. We've got the op back on side again. Navira is bringing it along. He has dropped every bit of dough that he had in the bank into this round to be able to contest against Twiston. Now, so far, no one has been able to really shut him down. He's 9-1, for God's sake, right? Exactly. He has not been stopped on this op so far. His bank was near enough full. He's had to spend here because he was sat at 9k. Someone's got to stop him, and Navira has to be that person. I think he's got the most kills so far on the whole team. Finds one. That's a good start.
Yeah, this is the first time they've been able to properly deny that A aggression. This is control for the majority of the map that has been there for free. Still, although the B site is empty, a double up in towards this A site, mid-control being spotted for, and looking like this time KC are going to go for a much more direct approach. My one worry for them is the ults that are currently stacked up over on this A site. They can use both of them to deny utility and vision and sound and lose half their health.
Nice use of that right pit as well, just to force the ball back, but the immediate response coming out from Bone Cold. Deafening everyone out here, but they push on the underside. No! Sure, Navira finds Twiston, which is the kill that you're looking for. They've got into 2 here as well. It finally feels like KC are building up some thunder, but Sender comes off towards one side, and he's got it all to do, facing off against 3 players.
Yeah, big round from Navira. We've seen this operator many a time, and he is homed in on the angle. Wow. It'll be a 4K from him. Finally, we see someone on the KC side step up to the plate, and it's that man with the operator.
4 kills in that one round there, putting his total up towards 10. Next closest, XMS and
yeah, let's not talk
3.
about the fact that the rest of the team have 9.
Yes. my only... The thing is, I don't really want to kind of like put them down any further. Like, everyone knows that KC is struggling at the moment, right?
Yeah.
But the 2 rounds they've won is one where Navira's walked off with a 4K in the op, and they won the bonus round when they were up on guns anyway. It's been 2 rounds, not that you expect to win, but I'd say you're in a much more favourable spot to walk away as the winner on. That last round really being the first one where it felt all things were equal.
Yeah, it's good though that they baited out 2 pretty impactful ults. Like,
They've still got 2 left as well with the Viper's Pit, for example, right?
Yeah, but Nightfall and the Null Command were used on the other side.
This is so cheeky. Oh, it just misses him as well.
Both players taking a pretty even amount of damage. It's not the worst case for either side. A double up on short, again, we're going to see pressure being put forward from Vitality after being shut down in the previous round with more passive positions. They're wanting to try and not allow for this build-up play on the side of KC.
And so that constant threat of what if someone's mid? What if Twiston re-peaks again and we're in trouble? Little do they know, he's rotated all the way up towards A Heaven. He is nowhere to be seen near this mid side of the map, but they feel so wary of it because of how much damage he has done around this area of the map in previous rounds.
It seems like they know that there's a player on this corner. Yeah, they're going to pre-fire it. Good trade from Destrian. Paranoia as well to try and slow anybody down as the rest of the team look to try and execute out. But Destrian is just taking over. It's the second time he's taken a risky fight and come out on top. Thing is, though, he's just still going. A 3rd kill now for Destrian. And 2 more pressuring Twiston.
Those 2 are coming together so well in the middle of the map as well. Just constantly collecting kills. Destrian and Sender this is as well. I know Sender went down there, but he was the bait that let Destrian find XMS and make it a 3rd in the round. Out comes this Viper's Pit, just about getting onto the plant spot, and also a lot of control inside a tree. This might make things a little bit risky for them. Finds one for himself, and it's going to be a bit of a bait here as he goes in towards tree, but they found 2 and managed to close the round out. Looked for a second like KC might have an in, but Vitality slammed the door in their faces.
Yeah, unfortunately, they lost the spike on short. But the expectation there is from Carmine Corp that someone's going to sit on the spike. You go, okay, spike is here. We'll hold on to that. But I think you just had Vitality make that realization of, okay, he's got from the shadows. The only way they win this round is if he teleports onto the spike, picks it up, and brings it back. Was there just a random spam kill? It looked like there was. I think even they were surprised by it. But then they killed the player who teleports straight back again. Low time for Carmine Corp means there wasn't much of an option for them here. And after a round was won by Navira, well, you don't have an operator anymore.
Very nice observers. Very nice. Let's see what you did there. Still Twiston being able to fly away, but really the concern now has turned from being Twiston to Destrian, to be honest. A 3K in one round. The entry in this one as well just cannot be stopped.
Yeah, he was one of the players that I think coming into this roster, people called him like, oh, he's the support player. He's the guy who's going to be throwing the utility.
No.
Not in this map. He has been obliterating opposition. Molesy under pressure. He'll go down, but of course, Danger Man Destrian is there to trade.
Of course, he is just always there as well. Jump peeking for the information, knows that they've lost tree control, and the push is coming in. XMS goes down as once again, you have Sender pushing up through mid. Just the constant pressure they put in, not just from the front side, but they give KC no room to breathe. They're almost forcing them to push forward into these unfavorable forced positions, because from the back, you're also being stabbed. Really good half so far from Vitality, with just one more round to play.
Yeah, and it's a bad sign again for Carmine Corp when the map that you're choosing just doesn't seem to go your way. I think that's the main problem for them at the moment is they don't have a home map. They don't have a map where they can go to feel comfortable and feel strong, so they're still having to experiment across their map pool. Obviously, they went for split a few times. The first time they played it, I want to say, it did look decent. They had a lot of good ideas. The next 2 times, not so much.
I mean, it was what, sat down at 13-2 in a couple of those defeats that they had on that map, and they picked it here again. Well, sorry, Vitality have picked it, but it's one that they like going into time and time again. I've got it down as their most preferred map overall, sure. The success rate on it clearly not so great, but I think at some point you've got to say, you know what, I admire the courage to lose a map 3 times and still be willing to go into it and play it. If they were that terrified of losing it again, they could have looked to ban it out here, because that's also a really popular map alongside Haven for Vitality.
I guess that's the thing, though, is like it's the lesser of evils even still. It's a map that you were picking, and instead, like one that you've clearly practiced, whereas with Haven, I think it would have just been almost going in against a team you know that are very good at that map.
Absolutely.
Now, a pause for KC. But as we've said, this is a map that in the past, and even still at times, can be incredibly defense-sided. I still think it'd be optimistic to say that KC can turn this around, but getting an extra round, getting them a little bit more, a pistol win, and who knows, maybe this can turn on its head. I don't mind them taking a pause here. I think it's not a bad scenario to just go, okay, let's try and grind this one out, get things rolling a little bit, well, maybe shut down some of the players on the other side, because 15-4 for Destrian, he's been playing, well, not like Destrian, I guess I would say, because he's normally very passive, calm, collected, setting up util for other teammates. I think they've had that realization of, we can win this. How many Odins have they bought in this round? There's 2 and then 1 on the floor.
And the up on side as well, so it's far from a rifle round for them at this stage, but it is a very
Just spend
heavy
the extra
investment.
cash. Look!
I mean, why not? He's literally being able to cycle through 3 different weapons here. Sunny Show want them based on what the situation calls for.
I think it could bite them. If they somehow manage to kill him off, it's going to be a huge upgrade of weaponry for the players on the other side.
Ridiculous.
Oh, timing. They're going to hear the reload. It's not being watched. Free kill for Scream. He's actually going to get a double. Finally waking up a little bit. Spike taken onto the site. Now, he is alone at the moment. Maybe having to wait a little bit just for a rotation to come in before going for the plant. But they will get into an A site after plant position. One of the best spots we've seen KC in.
Made so much room there. Scream find the 2 kills, completely breaking the A site wide open, and now has the ultimate online too. I think it's him versus Twisted up on the high ground that might be the problem. And this Killjoy, so well placed, it's going to force these players either back in towards Wine or out down A main, and that's exactly what Vitality wanted. They know they're going to have a couple of players in Wine. This could be very, very dangerous on the retake.
Yeah, already getting it to half. In fact, no, Zender's just sticking it all the way. He's not let go. They're just going to defuse right in front of their eyes. It goes from bad to worse for the side of Carmine Corp. A 10-2 half. And sure, there might be a man standing at the end, but that means absolutely nothing.
Just goes to show, even when they can find an opening and get a 2K for themselves on the back of Scream, it needs so much more than that to be able to unravel the layers that Vitality have got set up on that defense. A 10-2 half. Fair to say it was probably expected by most, but Vitality looked ridiculous.
Yeah, they're strong.
Destrian especially, but for me again, it's the constant flank plays that are coming in. It's Sender up through mid. It's Destrian pushing on one side. It's Twiston with the op. There's just so many layers of pressure coming in that KC again are being forced into right. You've got to go fast and execute and potentially risk tripping yourself up. Or if you go slow, well, you're getting stabbed in the back.
Yeah, I think the main thing as well is, again, like I mentioned it throughout, that I just don't think that solo initiator has worked for them. Like, New Zero, all he's really been able to find information-wise is from the flashes, and it's like, I feel like you needed more to put pressure on Twiston. Like, the amount of rounds where he's just able to thrive anywhere on the map, running around in mid. He died 3 times throughout. At one point in this half, he was 9-1. Like, he was just running riot. And then when you finally do manage to get past that man or bypass him with smokes or utility, you run into this combo setup of an Omen and a KO. Like just basically popping different flashes in your face, sublime utility usage, and as the half went on, you could just see Vitality getting more and more confident, more and more cheeky, and just the map control just wasn't there from KC. That was the main issue. Now, compositionally going into the second half, I can see the value of having this second controller. Like, I think it definitely works well as almost an additional sentinel at times, and I have to feel like this is where the composition was built for Carmine Corp. My worry is, I don't know if they have enough, and also, the other side of things, there's a lot of execute presence that you can have when it comes to Vitality's composition. Like, I'm not sitting here looking at like, oh, they gambled everything on having a defensive half, or good defensive half. No, I think they can definitely pull this off on the attack as well.
2 hours to a game of VALORANT, you've got to be able to deliver in both. And kind of going back to that point I made a couple of rounds ago, you know, 2 rounds being won by KC, one off the back of a big Navira hero play with the op, and the other being the bonus round. Maybe not giving you the most inspiration here that it isn't always down to which side they're on, but also down to just being able to win out those gun rounds.
Yeah, I want to see what they have planned for this. As said, I think Viper definitely has some cool options, especially when it comes to B-side defense. I think we saw it recently from Hoodie, like having that Viper screen deep and then basically just playing off of it, using it to segment some of the battles, hide whether or not they were getting aggressive. The difference, though, is I quite like that in combination with a Sova, like being able to put the util through it and you could potentially get some free kills. I want to see if they're going to try and combo it with the Sky, and for now at least, it seems like most of it's just being used to lock players out of middle.
Onto that re-swing there, Scream. Trying to kind of bait them into a false sense of security. Could get nothing away with it. Dipped himself away, really trying to hold them at bay here, but Vitality are just marching on forward. Again, Sender has been the backstabber of the century in this game as they march their way in towards site. Scream falls down elsewhere. Shin goes to a great tap coming in, but it's simply not enough. As said, sometimes it just comes down to that gun skill, and Vitality have got it in spades in this game.
Spike planted.
Twistin lurking in the backlines. There's a few low players. That's really the only saving grace, but Destrian still full HP and XMS still needing to find out where some of these players are. Doesn't even know there's a flank. Nice shot at least onto Molzy. It gives him an opportunity to try and isolate one of these jewels. This would be the big kill, but already getting tagged low. A headshot connected. A chance for free Oh, I didn't want to see that.
It's one of those, Tom. It's okay.
I'm still perplexed as to how on earth Twistin dashed over the wall in mid. And I'm sure there was a player around that spot. And he just runs spawn. Like, he just runs spawn and kills Scream. Like, it seems like Scream had some awareness of it, but I don't know how a player survives that. Genuinely. It just doesn't make any sense to me, but hey, they're having a good time.
I mean, sitting up at this scoreline, yeah. I think you'll try some crazy stuff and see if you can get away with it. It's exactly what he's done. All right. Bit of a spread coming out to start things off from Vitality. A couple out towards B main, but it's really the main force heading in towards A main here. And if they know that we've got, I think they have an idea that it's at the back of this one as well. Yeah. I don't think at this point Shin's fooling anyone.
No, I think if you put up that Viper screen, there's going to be the assumption that somebody could be in towards Y. I think if they don't check this, I'd be very surprised. And now revealed, he's going to have to try and escape, and they're just going to spam straight through. Not the greatest exit strategy in the world, but again, it's only pistols here. A good start, though, for Vitality, managing to shut down that aggression.
I'd rather teams get creative in the second round as well, and you know that you're down on guns against the other side. That's your time to start playing off, as we saw, to be fair, at a KC in the first half, really close range smokes and trying to push through with the Sheriffs to make it an all things equal fight. Sadly, that one may be a little bit too creative, and Vitality had the better read. Still in full control here. This is where the execute comes on through. Navera's going to find one. And that's at least kind of one of the flanks shot out here, where Sender normally has been the man making those kind of plays. KC into a second as Destrian and Sender stack things back up, and they establish normality once more in full control against just NewZero on the other side. Spike is down in a 1v3.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is. Smoke, he'll have to run wide through if he wants to try and make that play, and I don't think he has many other options. No real weaponry to play behind, and basically just hoping that somebody is playing directly off the back of the smoke, but Vitality have decided, let's just play passive. We don't need to take any risks here. Timmy the turret will be the one facing, and Destrian, well, Destrian with a triple. I feel like I've said that at least like 8 times throughout this game so far.
18, 19 kills now on side, I think. He's just absolutely laughing. 21, sorry, he's pushed himself over with a couple.
How dare you?
I know, how dare I undercount his contributions to this game. Literally dragging his team through. Not that they're in any dragging. So far, it looks like a relatively cozy walk in the park, being up at 12-2.
Well,
say the name of the round, Tom.
It's the Logitech G Power round.
Thanks, mate.
They're going to need 10 of those to bring this one back.
I mean, it was the round they won back in the first half.
So this is more of the Viper screen I was expecting to see. Like, a deep control makes it a little bit more awkward and segmented to push into the site. As said, this is where I quite like having an initiator behind it, because you can sort of get yourself a little bit more information as to what's going on the other side. Nice shot from Scream though. Twiston actually was the one with the spike, so definitely makes things a bit more awkward in this round for Vitality. But of course this is a bonus, and Destrian again. This time he's the one backstabbing, although there is a secondary backstab, and of course it's Sender.
I know he's got some numbers on the board. I think Sat currently third in the kill feed, but for me it's really been his contributions. Again, the pressure that he's applied from the backside that has really kept KC on their heels, or at least, on, well, literally on their heels, quite literally falling over themselves to force forward or force back and find themselves getting cut off. Real big team game coming out from Vitality, even though Destrian is the one currently sat at the top of the scoreboard. Zero's going to be able to find one, but can find nothing here as well. Even sat in the bonus round, we've got, what, 4 full rifles on side, so Vitality don't feel too beat up here about their chances. Scream finds one, but it's a spray through from Destrian. No one is stopping this man in this game. Sure enough, down goes the spike. XMS and Shin with it all to do.
And that's the thing, all they need to do is trade from here, but the flash is just perfect. The supportive
3K.
utility from Vitality is just diffing KC by an absurd margin. And while Shin, he hasn't thrived on this Viper. I want to see him back on the initiator. Vitality are going to close this with ease. This was the map choice of Carmine Corp. They walk into it after not playing it this year, and they win 13-2. If that's not a bad omen, I don't know what is.
Again, for me, so much of it, though, it's on the back of Destrian. And I will never take away from KC.
A good omen, you could say.
I will never take away from KC that they tried something different, right? I know they've now tried it. It hasn't worked out. You want to see it go back to how things were. But when what you've been trying so far throughout most of the stage hasn't worked, keep on flipping until you find something that starts to stick.
Yeah, I'd say, like, especially going into this, I wanted to see more of their defensive side for how this comp was actually going to work out, because I'm not sure that it was really set up to be that great on the attack. And with how aggressive and proactive Vitality were playing, I think ultimately their game plan went out the window very, very quickly. And also just some of the players just had poor performances. It happens at times, but unfortunately, their bad drought of games continues.
It does. I mean, Vitality at the very least are helping us catch up to our schedule after our delays earlier on today. So thank you very much for that one, boys. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, our next map awaits.
Nice! 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 MVP! Nice! Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What? What is this? this from EA. He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Well, they don't have any French players, but that doesn't seem to be a problem for Team Vitality. They take map 1 in a dominant fashion against Keiko. I'm your host, Ingsu, and I'm back here with Cougar and Zesh. Zesh, you must be feeling pretty good about that one.
I am feeling damn good because this was a clean, easy, flawless kind of Vitality. They were looking absolutely astonishing. I mean, their defending side showed the kind of right mix between disrespecting and respecting. It was the kind of early aggression that we saw. It was the, when they were getting on side kind of situations where they're playing safe. I overall love this Vitality.
Okay, I'm going to give him that, just not because of the scoreline. I think that, Keiko came in with a plan that they could not execute to perfection. I admire some of the things that they were trying to do, especially, having mid control. Destrium, by the way, who we're seeing here with that 380 of ACS, had his best performance in VCT to date. So I love to see that Destrium is performing this way, because I know that before VCT EMEA started, he was not going through, the best performances overall. But I can I think I see the plan for Keiko. I just do not think that the Viper was executed properly with, you know, knowing that you only have one initiator. The communication at some points was not crisp, surprisingly. Like, they would spot the alarm bot in A lobby, and then but you would find Scream looking for it in mid, being like, they just saw it, they just broke it. Why are you looking for it? It's not there.
Let's talk about that Viper, because Vincent, you know, you spoke about it a little bit about how that Viper could go, but if we take a look at round 6 right off the bat, it never caused Vitality any issues.
Yeah, there were a few instances where I would have said, you know what, it is one of those scenarios where this is so important, where you have to disrespect the Viper, and Vitality did it, because this Viper can be very oppressive on the attacking side with some of the walls. It was absolutely the opposite. As we're looking for replays, we're going to surely see in just a few rounds where I'm talking about exactly that, but overall this is a beautiful showing of what we have witnessed from Vitality. I mean, the Twist and Show partially coming in as well.
I loved it. The fact that he ended up with 7 of those first kills, the performance that we wanted from him. He had a role, he had a task, and he fulfilled it perfectly. The movement that he was having around the map, how he was reacting to everything the new Zero was throwing onto him. I have nothing to say to Twist, and he can have a good night.
I mean, it also just felt like Vitality, they didn't even need to do too much. They didn't have to struggle or kind of like show everything with their strats and so on. But there was also a round that you wanted to take a look at, Kukuka, you know. Both kind of, I guess, the bad side of Keiko, but also the good side of Vitality.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's an important round. It's round number 7, and I wanted to take a look at it because we're coming right out of a timeout. So K-Corp has a lot of ultimates to use, but look at what they forget to do on this instance, and it's trying to shut down what Twistin wants to do. The plan doesn't go accordingly. Livera is not able to lurk, and the response from Vitality to the execute starting from K-Corp's side using those ultimates. No doubt, Center is going to use his. They're going to shut down Scream. Twistin is just going to use his knives. And all of K-Corp is just forced to back out. And now they're in a situation where it's a 5v3, all that plan that you develop within a minute, all those ultimates that you can use, completely shut down, but just very good movement and understanding from Twistin and send us a reaction time.
And there were so many moments where exactly that happened, where we basically saw that there was Command Corp having a plan, there was particularly a plan around the Viper on the attacking side that a lot of time would have been used, but there was always this kind of anti from Vitality in the sense of, you're playing Viper, I'm not respecting that. I'm not respecting it in any way, what your wall could do, what your snake bites could do, what your orbs could do, and that paired with the, let's say, I would say flawless, they felt like they were absolutely free, this is a practice kind of game, that just combined with that firepower, it looked exactly like Vitality wanted it.
Well, things were kind of bad to worse, right, for Keiko. You know, there was a couple of times where the synergy wasn't there, there was a couple of weird things that happened, we got another round to look at as well, and this is just kind of some of the lower points, a flash that just, I don't know where that was going, and some like missed timings as well, just in general.
I think it's just a little bit painful sometimes. I think that this is the moment that we're going to see Scream. This hurts, this hurts. I know that Tom was having a hard time here. He spots him and he doesn't get it. Center's just spray, and I saw it on the replay. He was like, oh no, it's here. And he's just, this one.
Sorry, go ahead.
We didn't show it, but there was also a flash that just...
got stuck in the wall. It was supposed to go under the arch in mid, and just it wasn't there. But I have to say, it must be really, really hard when you pick a map, when you have a plan, nothing goes accordingly. You get the first round after a pistol, and the consequence, you get that bonus round, and just one more in the entire attack. It has to hurt.
And there's one more basic thing that we mentioned that particularly happened in this clip as well. When you had normal, standard, easy 1v1 duels, no utility, no abilities, nothing flashing you, it was Command Corp once more being worse. Just that fight right now from Scream would have been, in prime Scream, the easiest ace of his life. You know, you know what I mean. So I think this is a real big issue also on the side of Command Corp. They're not hitting the simple shots. It's such a simple thing to say, right? But this is sometimes where Valorant comes down to.
Well, let's talk about Scream a little bit more. He's picked up the Jet for the first time in a bajillion years, going up against Twistin as well, who's been insane on that same agent. I know last week he had a rough time on Raze, and Kukuka is just another. I feel like I've seen it before.
Yeah, the thing is that we were talking about how Jet might be different now. The truth is that the head-to-head ended up on a 6-1 favorite Twistin. So it's a comfort zone for Twistin. It's not something that he has been off on, and then, you know, and their entire protocol is built around helping him, getting him into a good spot, him to have that freedom to just have the operator. the moment that he was shut down, he would find another way to force an entry, and Scream was not having the same on his side.
And this is a player where Bone Cold himself mentioned that you sometimes still need to put him on a leash a little bit. You know, not give him too much space, because then he might just, you know, overextend things. But it didn't feel like that today at all. He had the right freedom, but he was never taking unnecessary risk. From all those numbers here, right? The first blood percentage, as you just mentioned from the entry facts, 46. It's absolutely meant to consider that number.
I mean, beautiful. 15 deaths as well, you know, this is not something that we see very often from a player of Scream's caliber.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that it's something that is, you know, happening very often now, just because if he is the one that wants to make that play, especially when he's playing KO, he wants to go one step ahead. Or when he's playing Raze, it doesn't really matter. He feels like he has that weight on his shoulder, that he has to go and get the kill, and maybe that's the reason why he oversteps sometimes.
Yeah, well, Keiko, they're on a bit of a losing streak, but they're not lost in this series, though, because we do have a second map coming up, and this is a split. It is an opponent's map pick.
It's just, I think it's just so funny that this is the first matchup that Carmine Core does not pick the split, and Vitality goes and picks it against them. But it's something that they might think it's going to happen because of the results that they've had, because of the reps that they already have on the map, and because of the fact that they banned Haven.
I think it is the absolute perfect pick in many situations. Recent results just mentioned, right? 2-2-13s back-to-back on the side of Carmine Corp. On the other side, Koi versus Vitality. That looked quite great, particularly when they were attacking. The first half was kind of lackluster. And so overall, this seemed a bit like, first of all, it seemed a bit like a cocky move in the sense of, you know what, we know you like this map. We're just going to make it our pick. You can't do anything about it. And second of all, playing that in the sense of how Carmine Corp has played with the reps that you can use against them in the sense of, well, we are good at anti-stratting, we're good at preparing. I think it just all combines in favor of Vitality.
We said it before, the Gecko, pretty one-dimensional. Is it something that we're going to see here? Are we expecting changes coming from the side of K-Corp? Have they had time to do so? Do they want to maybe try something new now that they moved on to different comps on Ascent? Is the questions that we have also got regarding the side that they started on.
All right, all I'm going to say is, guys, give me something. Give me something good. I know, Bear, you were debating your heart out there. You were debating your heart out there for K-Core. The fans are here, you know.
They are
supporting them.
That is something that nobody can do.
For now, we need something positive for them. How do they win this, Kakuka? Give me one thing that they can at least do to come back.
Shut down the attack from the side of Vitality. They're going to start on the defense. It's very easy to prepare for somebody's attack. If they swap the composition and they made changes regarding all the flaws that they saw and being one-dimensional, they can do it.
Vincent, they need a hero here. Who is that?
I would have said something different. Well, yeah, they Scream. I'm just gonna pull. I'm just gonna pull the. I pull the Scream card. Easy card. Easy card.
Well, you think Scream has to do a lot here. Let's see if there are indeed some changes, like you might have alluded to, Kakuka. If maybe that is the way they can get themselves back into this. An XMS immedially. There's a change.
Okay, that is a change. Shin is going to go. No more Gecko from the get-go. Scream is going to be they're going for that double controller here. Newzera back on that Sky that he was using on Ascent. Okay, I liked it. This is definitely a different perspective. Some people might think it's maybe a little bit too late for Keiko to change things. I think it's never too late.
Is it a good change, though? What do you think, Vincent?
Yeah, it's a solid change. I like the double control in particular. I think getting rid of the Gecko if it doesn't work for you is a great idea, because you don't need to force that kind of change if it just doesn't work. Overall, it's not the biggest, hope that I suddenly gained, because they have done something similar over on Ascent. They're doing it here. We knew the results.
Well, Vincent is looking at Scream to be the hero here. Des and Tom, you guys are pretty positive. Give me something here. How do Keiko win this?
Yinsu, I admire the positivity from your guys' side, but saying Tom is positive, I don't know about that. It's like saying the sky is, I don't know, pink, which it can be sometimes. The moon is made of cheese is a better one. This is a really funny story once. I had to give a statement to a police station, not for a bad reason. And they're like, can you give us an example of a lie? And I was like, the sky is pink. And they're like, no, it can be pink. I was like, the moon is made of cheese. And they're like, yeah, that's a better one. Okay. I was like 12 at the time. I don't know, I haven't been. So for some reason, that always sticks with me. But no, are you positive about KC's chances here?
Not particularly, no. I think it's a very good map for Vitality. I think they've got a very good double duelist setup. I think Molzy is a fantastic raise, and they basically play off each other very well. It gets them a lot of openers in these rounds and sets up Twiston to thrive. I also think I'm interested to see how, again, XMS is going to do playing that Sentinel role. I'm not the biggest fan, especially recently, of seeing the Killjoy on this map. I think Cypher has a lot more viability for information. And again, we have a swap up of New Zero now playing that Sky. I think it's a role that works better for Shin. So I'm like, especially when it can be more aggressive and he can thrive. So clearly swapping around a lot of roles again. I don't know if this is the balance I like, but we'll see how it works.
So basically what I'm hearing for you is change, and they do it and you're like, but no, not like that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly how the feeling's going. Got it. Alrighty, I mean, I like it because I was about to say we've seen the damage that players like Sender have been doing on the flank on the last map. I don't mind them having the turret on side to at least help to hold down some areas like that. But Vitality have started this map exactly the same way as they started things off on Ascent, with out-and-out aggression, and KC are left reeling.
Yeah, KC at least get to start on the defense. That's Bone Cold. Bone Cold. Okay, I don't know what's happened there. Fallen asleep at the wheel. I don't know what contact he was waiting for, but they've not only taken a lot of damage, they've lost a player in the meantime. This is one of the best scenarios we've seen throughout the series. I know it's the pistol round, but they managed to bring this back to a competitive standpoint. Bone Cold is dancing around within the smoke. He's going to get a freebie because of it, and the time is ticking away. Still a couple of players yet to be found. Bone Cold got tagged so desperately low, but now on 3 kills, they're back the end zone with 4. I don't know how Bone Cold survives in the round, let alone coming out with a multi-frag.
You can teach him new tricks, because that's absolutely not what just happened, but my God. It was Destry on the previous map. Is it Bone Cold's time to shine? At least in round 1 it absolutely was. And
this was clean.
My only concern again is that it's more of the same from what we saw in the previous map. Just out and out superiority being shown by Vitality.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think this double duelist for them works wonderfully. I will find it a little bit ironic if a double duelist composition works against Carmine Corp after the comments that duelists not particularly strong anymore. I don't know, tickles me a bit, but we'll see. This round at least, not expecting a massive amount.
He's got themselves a full gun up as well. Meanwhile, there's 2 full rifles on side, Twisted and Molzy. You're dropping both of those along, so it's not going to be a pretty outcome. It's Bone Cold stepping across, he's reduced himself to 5 kills in a row, and they're just absolutely bowling over KC, as you come to expect.
Yeah.
It just gives us a little bit of time to talk as well about the comps a bit more. I know we've gone through them a bit already. I mentioned that I like the Killjoy coming out because it does help with that flank watch. But what else do you look at here and say, I know you're a little bit like alienated by who's playing what.
Yeah.
When you look at this, what do you think it needs to come out in these rounds to work against what we've seen from Vitality so far?
Well, that's the thing. Like, with a Killjoy and a Viper, and even you could throw the Omen into the mix, you have a lot of delay that's available for you across the map. Like you basically have a double Sentinel with Viper being able to throw down utility to basically slow them down. You can see even the screens they've been putting out to basically block out a lot of the initial entry points for Vitality. The problem I have is that Vitality have already shown in the previous map they're very happy to disrespect that utility. So that's what I want to see. What is going to be off the back of it? And Omen, obviously, on this map, you've got the likes of One Ways you can put down, but also Paranoia is so good on this map. So this is where I want to see them sort of break back in. And in the Logitech G power-up round, you now have that full buy coming through. The thing is, the buy on the other side is not bad. And on a map like Split, even weaker weapons, like a Spectre, for example, can do a lot.
Look at the pace already coming out. And this is what I love about, you know, looking on the other side of things is the Vitality's lineup. I think actually they've got the ability themselves to go really fast with the Raze and the Jet on side, but also really slow things down with the Sage. I mean, admittedly, maybe looking at the Sage there is the only real method they have of slowing them down. Otherwise, KC can just walk on through, as long as you're mindful, of course, of Sender. So there's the ability for themselves to go fast. So I like Theron towards Garage. You saw them going so fast and aggressive, just trying to take ground and force Vitality back.
Oh my.
But they're in.
Yeah, again, pressure onto XMS, and again, he crumbles. He's not been able to do anything in these initial takes into the site. They had all of Viper's utility and all of Killjoy's, and they get in unscathed.
This is the battle now, once again, where you've got to fight your way through. It's a 5 versus 4. Great Paranoia across, finds 2. And Sender collects at least 1. Good play coming out of Pedestrian, who now has assumed control of Tower. And there are 3 players in towards Spawn for KC who need a way through. And by the looks of it, just going to go for a save on what they've still got.
Yeah, I can't blame them. That's the thing. Like, you have that full utility setup, and all that really happens is Mozzie and Twiston just run straight through it. Like, the Viper screen's not deterring anyone. They're getting easy entries and then just comboing the utility that they have. Like, that's the thing you have. That's probably the weakness of the composition for Vitality, is flashes. They literally have the paranoia. That's how they get in.
Okay.
Other than that, not a whole lot more. Obviously, the main goal here is just to try and make things more costly for the side of Carmine Corp. Financially, it's not going to do any damage to Vitality. They can buy comfortably into this next round anyway.
I mean, tries, they might still get 3 kills over to the side. A little bit of extra pocket money and a little bit of a pat on the back as well for Casey to remind them, come on guys, you can still do this. Either way, it's the roll into the next round that we're starting to seeing things come to a crunch. I think it was round...
Look at the disrespect. He pops both nano swarms and then he just blast packs through it and just kills the guy at the back of sight.
Another round was somewhat quick, guys, but it's not another one. We'll see how things go in the next couple as we get the ultimate start coming online as well. Really, the Killjoy is the one that I think we're both keeping an eye on, because you said it yourself, you know, Killjoy on this map, not really one you look towards saying an absolute staple or running towards it, everyone plays it. But maybe here they've got a use case in mind.
Yeah. But that's the thing, that they are, their setups, at least for now, are very reliant on XMS. He needs to be a sight anchor here, and maybe it's just his comfort on Agents. Oh, it looks too easy. They aggressed to boat cold, and well, the man has been thriving over the early rounds, but 2 easy kills. Bear in mind, they had 3 guns going into this. Like, yeah, there were some weaknesses, but I believe a couple of them were on the players.
Yeah, Scream has just got 1 back as well, so dropping away from the Judge and instead moving over to it, but it's XMS still set on the pistol, at least for now. Here we go, another A hit coming in. In why fix what ain't broken? They've managed to storm their way into sight every single round so far here on the A site, and they've always won out in the post plan. So again, when you know Casey already down and weak, and only with 2 guns on side, this is the dream scenario.
They'll probably save again. I think XMS can even go back to main, pick up that 3rd rifle, and it's just going to be the Carmine Corp save.
Not starting the way we would have hoped. Do we see an early timeout maybe coming in? Here, they've still got some weapons on side. It's hardly going to be a strong, solid round coming out in the next. They've managed to keep 2 of their full shields up though as well, next XMS and Shin.
I think that's the thing though, that's the problem. They did fall by behind those 3 guns. So they had some weaknesses. I think XMS started the round with a pistol, and then you had a shotgun.
Had a Judge, yep.
Yeah, so you fully invested into this, and you got 0 kills. Again, and that was just basically, okay, we're going to do this aggressive play, we're going to fight 1 extremity of the map. I've got no problem with that. It's not a bad strat at all. But both players died for Bone Cold. The Sage, the lone Sage on one side of the map. Like, you need to be getting more out of those sort of plays. And, well, all he really did was, okay, I've thrown down a slow, and now it's just easy pickings. You could just see the confidence of these Vitality players, because he even gets tagged low there and goes, no, I'm not settling for 1. Come on.
Needs to pick up a few more. It's Bone Cold up to 7 and 1. All bit off the back of that 4K that we saw in the first round. But it's Destrian taking a back seat. And this is the thing, we spoke about Twiston a little bit on the last map, but even then he was 3rd down the leaderboard. I think it was Sender and Destrian that kind of pulled out ahead of him. So even when you unravel these first 1 or 2 players that are getting up in your face, there's still even more waiting for you.
XMS is cursed.
Cage triggered.
I swear, like they every time they're pushing into his setup, they're going for these aggressive plays on the other side of the map. Sender's gonna go walking through, Showstopper in, Scream's done well, denial of some space. He just got lost. He's not heard him from behind. Like, what?
Shot up to completely the wrong place there as well. Didn't realise the Razor come through with such force and vitality. The bait and switch, you can see the 3 players from KC all over towards A, expecting a hit there again, but they flipped it on its head.
It genuinely starts to make me wonder if XMS just believes that I've popped my nanoswarms, no one is coming this way anymore. Even when there's a Showstopper and blast pack going behind him, he was tunnel visioned in. Maybe expecting a teammate to try and kill off the push through, but that's just too easy. Like, it's so easy for them to just get those entry kills every single time, no matter where it seems that XMS is. And I will say, it does seem like he's cursed at this point.
It's not just him, I think it's the whole team. It's not looking desirable with the way things are going now, down to 5 and 0. Maybe a timeout coming in, because I feel at some point you've got to put the brakes on and figure something out.
Well, that's the thing. They're continuously not having a full buy because they are force buying behind 3 guns. And it was this now the 3rd time that they've saved 3 guns. But and I don't disagree with the idea. But this is it. Look, Nano Swarm popped. He goes through it. He's being shot by the turret. I don't think there could be much more information for XMS to have.
The turret normally is the go-to. It's the intel provider rather than looking for kills for you, but no real response coming in because admittedly it's hard. You've got Jet pushing you on one side. You've got the Raze coming in on the back. Who do you fight first? And the answer realistically there turned into none.
Yeah. And again, it seems like he doesn't have a lot of support in these rounds. That's been one of the main issues. Like, I don't want to put it all on one man, but that's how this map works a lot of the time. You have your site anchor. You have someone whose goal is ultimately to stay alive. Like, you need to buy time for the rest of the team to go on these rotations. That's not been the case. They have pressured XMS pretty much every single time, and every single time he has gone down. So I feel like there needs to be a change in how they're playing this map, be it that they go for more retakes. That would be absolutely fine. Like, sit further back outside the site. You have that aggression on one side of the map. Give the chance to Scream, and I think it's New Zero normally pushing together, maybe throw Navira into the mix, and then have XMS play passive. Because it can't just be that every round they go into one of the sites, they kill him, they plant, and the round is over, and the rest of the players have to save.
They have good ability to split the sides up as well, it feels, you know, the Omen on side for one. Alongside that Viper, but obviously it relies on the push coming into the side where the Viper utility has been deployed. And you mentioned it yourself earlier on when you're playing kind of that double controller setup, sometimes you can treat the second more towards being a sentinel. They have the ability to split them across different sides of the map, the Viper towards one, the Killjoy the other. And it looks like they're going for a similar thing again, where you can see the Killjoy out towards A and the Viper sat across on B. But Vitality are ready to come in and force again.
Yeah, they're just being direct. They just don't care about the utility on the other side. Scream, though, this time in position, but it's only going to be a one and done. They've managed to get themselves the opener, and bear in mind, there are still weaknesses in the buy that is there for Carmine Corp. Spectre, Zero's just gone through. A little bit delayed on the push through the smoke, but at least they've got the trade back. And this time, they have actually denied the plant from coming through.
It's exactly what you asked for just before this round started as well, Thomas. Let's play for some retakes here. They got the 1-for-1 early on, and in the 4 versus 4 have managed to shove them back off site. But it looks like Vitality here are trying to play the double bait here, convinced that they're going to move over towards A, and that is exactly why you've got Sender ready and waiting. Not quite towards the right angle, though, as it's Shin pushing in behind him.
The main thing is going to be the turret. If the turret stays online, they get the info. The thing is, I don't know. I think they expected Sender to run into some sort of contact. So because of that, they're actually now going to go for the full rotation, even throwing in a smoke on the other side of the map to try and bait players into the rotation.
And they've all fell for it.
I don't know if they have. Yeah, not yet. They almost did. They looked that way for a second, but even still, there's going to be space on that side. Now the realization will come through, but even still, this is one of the best scenarios the Carmine Corp have had so far.
I want to say they fell for it. It's the indecision that gets shown there in the middle of the round. You know, you've got 2 players hovering, one towards spawn, one up towards mid, and they're like, okay, is it A, is it B? Where do we go from here? Shin finds one going to go for a swing here onto Destrian. He's playing off the back of this too. Now wants to go for the cross, to look in towards the site itself, and has the right idea. They've got that numbers advantage. Is this the first time they find a round?
They're waiting with the nade, still holding this utility. Time ticking down, and that will at least buy them an extra couple of seconds. Shindo's doing well, holding onto this cross, not allowing them to get back in. If he could just deny this on his own. And Shin has awoken. A 4K that will grant Carmine Corp their first round. And yeah, okay, it still had its moments, it still had its possibilities to fall away, but we finally see a round where it's not just that all-out aggression. They do temper themselves that little bit, and that's enough to just fight some of these kills back.
And that, I think, is what we've seen missing. You know, we spoke about Navira and the op play back in the first map where he got a 4K. You see the number of multi-kills that we've seen stack up on so many different players as well on the side of Vitality. It's felt like, for the most part, KC simply haven't been at the races. But that round there, Shin especially, showing that it can be done. And hopefully, that inspires more rounds like it.
Yeah. Viper's Pit and an aggressive flash.
Yeah.
Again, though, it's been these more direct A hits that, of course, problems. They have just walked past Scream. He's got his showstopper. But will he expect this many players to have already gone past? The Boombot is to try and get them a little bit of info, and they do still have utility to try and deny the players up top.
Going right in towards spawn as well, and here we go on the high hit in towards heaven. Marching on in, 2 players on the low. Scream's foot down! Just when he pulled the ult out as well. Big kill coming out from Twister. And dropping in from the skies comes Mulsey. A second in on towards XMS, and KC have crumbled here in round 7.
Yeah, they just walk past.
They're going to save again.
No, there's no choice. Like, you're not getting this 3v5 done. They've got no ultimates. I can't blame them. Like, that's the thing. You isolate these saves and you go, are they making the right call here? Yes. But it just seems to be the entry duo of Twiston and Molzy are just filthy. They're doing so well to isolate Jules. The shot from Twiston onto Scream as well was just nasty. But then also you've got Molzy who just goes, okay, we've worked out where this last man is. I'm just going to style on him. And that's the crazy thing. Like, you look at the scoreboard right now for Vitality, they're not even getting that many kills. Like, it won't look that crazy considering this is a 6-1 scoreline because most of the time they get 2 kills and then the round ends.
I mean, thinking about it, there's been, what, a few 3-man saves coming out from KC,
I think there's been 4. Well, there's been 3 because obviously this is only a 2-man save.
Doesn't quite count towards the overall count. And another timeout coming in for KC.
have 1 kill each.
Yeah, I mean, we got towards this point. I think it was on the last map. We were 1 and 12 between the 2 players that sat at the bottom, so it wasn't good. That's just unfortunate on the timing as well. Right idea to pull it out, I think, but just did not expect that swing to come in from A main. He does not look happy.
It's the duality of life, isn't it? You have ups and downs, and you can see that Salah's definitely on the up right now. It's finally going to be a pause. It's something we mentioned already. Try and sort of stem the bleeding, but that's what this is. This is internal bleeding at this point. I don't know how they're actually going to stop this because I don't think that Vitality are reinventing the wheel. Most of the time, they're just going for set executes as a team. Utility's been strong, but that's sort of the surprising thing is, again, they're running a comp that basically has 1 flash. That 1 flash is being utilized to just set up Molzy and Twiston. They're getting the openers and the round ends. I have to feel like there needs to be more. Again, either play for those retakes, have aggression on one side, and then play for the retake and work as a team. Because right now, it is literally just, okay, if our site hold fails, we lose.
Well, the blue wall looking a little bit blue, understandably. It's not gone the way that they were hoping for. Let's see then if after that other timeout comes through, if we can see things turned around.
Careful.
Maybe not quite. I mean, after the previous one, we did see at least something come on side, right? We did see them bounce back for the 1 round, but that's the problem. It's just the 1 round.
They're going A again. I wouldn't even be surprised if this is exactly the same execution. Now, I do like their XMS is just playing that a little bit more passive, just trying to find something on the spam. And it means that there's not going to be a free kill, at least. Like, I genuinely prefer them just trying to play this retake as a squad rather than just every time playing it as a disadvantage.
I love how they're just playing Protect the President this game as well. Bone Cold's able to just stroll in once he's had the jet and the raise, the security guards, charge on 4, make sure everything is clear, and then in he strolls to merrily put down the plant. KC for yet another round here as well, are forced in towards Garage. They keep on sending 2 players in, and then they're always forced to fight their way back through. Navira finds at least 1 back. It's a small reprieve though. It's still a 4 versus 3.
Yeah, and they've barely taken any space. Finally making their way back through. Navira has managed to get 1. Already looking to try and get onto the plant, hiding in the smoke. Navira might just have this kill for free, but they need to start getting on some form of defusal. The time just ticking away, and I think Navira's already had to make the call to just escape this one. Just that little bit too slow at getting anyone on the defusal and unable to clear out Heaven. I don't mind the change of strat, but unfortunately for them, it makes no difference at all.
Absolutely none. I mean, to some level, it's a change in strat, but others it's exactly the same as before. As mentioned, you have the Sky and the Rays hard forcing into Garage every single round, and I think Vitality have got the read on them here. Don't forget, they've seen this map be played so many times by KC. They've seen them lose it 3 times already. And it just feels like they found the answer and saying, well, look, if they want to force so hard into Garage, let's just send everyone in towards A. And because it's such a passive hold coming in on towards this site, they literally get to march in for free and get the spike down time and time again.
Well, I'm not blown away by the fact that Vitality are currently set up outside of A. Wow. Again, Paranoia through to take some heavy control.
Again, there's 3 again going towards Garage. It's so hard to get the read. I get it. The 1 round that you rotate over towards A, you'll have them go towards B. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But Vitality just seems so happy.
Oh, the flash didn't get him.
A little bit of a march up towards mid as well. And sure, Screen connects onto the kill to Destrian.
Oh, they know the Killjoys here. I think they're going to have a decent idea. The Viper's here as well. It's definitely not ideal on the weaponry front. Both of these players only having pistols slowed them a little bit, made them vulnerable, but XMS is now stuck in the site and they know exactly where he is. The hopes will be to just try and get out of here. A nice shot at least though. Again, one of the better scenarios we've seen for KC. A 3v3. Oh, Scream's going to lead the charge back through.
Simply can do nothing about it as well. Sender's found himself with 3K in the round. Not wholly unexpected given KC were a little bit down on their money in this round and didn't come in with a full buy, but they've slowly started to turn things back around. Sadly, Navira stepping forward for a 1v1. Same story for New Zera. Vitality continue the domination.
Yeah, it doesn't look like this is going to have any breaks. So the funny thing is Bone Cold has a res there, but just doesn't want to risk being caught using it. And again, like I could be a little bit more forgivable in this round because the players trying to defend on that side of the map only had themselves pistols. Looked like a slightly closer round at least, but if that's the sort of storyline we're selling, we're in a very, very bad spot.
Right, well, this is the key one to look at now.
Is it?
If they get... No, this is the one, yeah. If there's a reason behind this, I promise. Now that XMS has got that ultimate online, I really want to see it get used, but the problem is every single time he's based himself out towards B, the hitters
He's
towards A.
He's going back towards a retake spot, which is the right thing to do with the lockdown.
Deploy it with the lockdown and retake. It's the one round where they've looked somewhat convincing has been off the back of the retake, as we saw. So for now, I like the fact that they're holding back a bit more defensively, concede the side control, and then look for the retake. Again, Thomas, what you called for earlier, we've only really seen it happen once.
Plant coming through. They also have Seekers, which again means you've got every single ult you could need for a retake. Showstopper's going to be used instantly, and well, there goes the lockdown.
Well,
see you later.
Forget I said anything, Tom. It's all yours. It's an absolute bowl over again. All right, Shin, we've seen him have a poor Let's not even talk about that one. Twisted closing things out. As I said, coming into it, that was the round for me. Let's see the lockdown retake come in, and there's no one there to protect it.
But that's the thing. I can't blame them for not protecting against a showstopper.
No.
Like it was the perfect ult counter. I am a little bit surprised they don't try and place it a bit deeper, make it a bit more awkward for Malzy to try and actually get to it. Instead, you put it basically in a... He could have destroyed it from there. So I kind of wanted to see them at least go a little bit further, and then, well, you see, they knew they were going to have to push that because they put the wall down afterwards. They literally waited until they destroyed the lockdown, then put the wall down. It's almost like Vitality expected that play.
Flash coming on 3 spots out 3. So that read should come in once again. That there is another A push. Shock Horror coming in from Vitality. Most of the players from KC are already here, so maybe want to try and get stage a little bit more of an active defense, especially in towards Tower. But Sight, by the looks of it, already been taken over by the members of Vitality. Plant going down once again from Bone Cold.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time, which is kind of mind-blowing considering this is round 11, but this is the first time that there's actually a low purchase for KC. So although they managed to actually hold on to Heaven Control, which hasn't happened, I don't think it's going to matter. They just don't have the weaponry.
It's the caution as well from Destrian and Sender, holding so far back here, just protecting any bat fans coming on through, leaving the rest to focus entirely on towards spawn side. Screens is where the aggression was coming on through. They've got at least 1 kill coming in, but Sender, as mentioned, is doing a bit of work. He finds 3 for himself, but he was the one holding the flank. Now he's the one pulling off the flank. 3 fall down, 2 left standing. XMS at least gets 1. Now down to himself against 4. It's again going to go against them. It's 10-1 to Vitality. When does the slaughter end? Probably in about 3 rounds.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have to wait too long at this point. Like, this has been just destruction from start to finish. And I think that, obviously, when the initial plans coming into the season for Carmine Corp haven't worked, they've had to try and reinvent themselves in a week. And it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. Vitality have looked fantastic. I think it's going to be easy to sort of take away from their victory here, but they have just basically stepped on the throats of Carmine Corp, knowing where their weaknesses stand. They're going to go for an updraft to try and find a kill with this Bladestorm. Heaven is clear, so there's no one to be found. Only Shin playing from above.
Appreciate the attempt at the very least. This time around, 3 players stacked up, a whole ton of utility in place. It has not stopped Vitality so far. I love seeing the way they've held this site as well. There is smoke in towards Heaven, then challenging in towards screens, and then making a push come through. They've just had all the answers time and time again. This time around, at least forced back slightly with Sender going down, but far from the end of the world, as they're going to rotate off site here and make all of that utility
He waited on the flash. He waited so that it went off and didn't actually give any information. Still, though, it seems like New Zero is going to be checking this, not just giving it up for free, but it seems like they know he's there. And a chance for Twiston to get that opener. First time, of course, we're seeing the operator actually on either side, so it definitely is a change, but Whether it matters or not is a different thing altogether.
TP coming up there, or the ultimate, just to check if anyone was in garage, and with the answer being no, they're going to stick here on A.
Here.
Vitality with about 30 seconds to work with here. We've seen them kind of make a decision several times in this series. We've seen the 30 and 40-second mark, and sure enough, the players coming in. TP in towards backside, they know that now there is one there, but it's trying to find the others. They don't know about the Omen, that's a little bit too close. They get rid of one, and it feels like finally they force them back, but 2 kills come in.
It doesn't seem to matter.
No.
The clutch plays on the other side, Spike's in an awkward
like
spot,
this.
and Dastian, he was just looking to retrieve the Spike, but he's going to kill off New Zero instead. KC have been a roster that have managed just 2 rounds of the last 2 attempts on this map. Right now, they're sat at 1, and honestly, they might be lucky to get to 2.
I mean, realistically, Vitality, they look for the pistol. They walk away the winner there. They combo into the second. It's series done and dusted. And KC, bless their poor souls, will have walked away with only 3 rounds.
It's one of those games as well, like if you're a Vitality fan, you're probably having a great time, but it just...
Yeah, it's your boys at their best, right?
It feels morbid on the other side of things, because it's just... firstly, I feel like they've tried to bring the Viper in. Again, I think just the composition that's being run by Vitality, I don't think I've seen a single round where I can go, oh, the Viper util helped them. Because every single time they're just disrespecting it, pushing right through it. Again, it's a composition that has barely any flashes, so you go, okay, a Viper would actually be fairly good. You can't really pop yourself through. 1 paranoia, that's all it's taken. They're able to just get in almost for free, made it look very easy. And then Molzy and Twiston as this entry duo, well, if you're someone who tells me that duelists aren't really helping out, we could do better with other agents, well, look at what this team are able to do. I think the Killjoy, again, I feel like they've just disrespected every single piece of utility. The Nano Swarms, they've just run through them. Exhibit A, and it's like there's no backup plan. Every single time they go through the utility that's being put down. And that's the main issue I've had, is you've invested into this utility. You put that on the line to be what wins you the game. And unfortunately, Vitality just don't give a shit.
New Zero's just not been present really for any of these rounds. I know you can look at the kill board and see he's 1 and 9 and go, yeah, of course he hasn't. It's more the utility, because I forget which game it was. My memory is terrible now past the age of 30, but looking back to a game we had a couple of days ago, we had a Jet who was constantly trying to charge into sight, and every single time there was Cypher traps going off, there was just everything to slow them down, impede them, and completely ruin any kind of pace that team had. Whereas here, as I think you've rightly touched on, they don't care about a Nano Swarm, they don't care about a Viper Molly, they're just charging on through with these 2 agents, and there is nothing that can be done by KC.
No, and it's a worry. Like, I think some of the rounds where they adapted to try and play retake looked better. Like, I'm not going to say they looked good, but they looked better.
I agree.
And I think that was an adaptation that just came a little bit too late. But yeah, the initial just like, okay, we're going to try and hold both sides of the map just didn't work. The aggression hasn't worked. It just seems like a bad time for Carmine Corp. And I'll be honest, I hope they're able to sort this in the coming weeks, but I have absolutely no faith that they're going to be able to turn this on the attacking side.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Yes. At 11-1, I think that's fair.
Well, they've got 2 rounds. That's the only margin that KC have got to play with here. We've seen teams having stronger performances this, lose out, even with a 3 or 4 round, looks like, I guess, breathing space to play with. Starting their way in towards B, no real pace coming in to begin with, instead just opting for control of the orb and backing away.
I got the spike.
Yeah, passive hold. It's something that KC did with their previous comp. Slow rounds, trying to basically bait out aggression. And when you're up against a double duelist, it's expected. You're going to have one site which is anchored up by your Cypher. The other, most of the time, is going to be set up around that paranoia and basically using those duelists for the firefight. The thing is, they have managed to get mid for free. There is no one here. 4 players on that A site. A clear read coming through. And I can only imagine this is going to be a straight-up retake. Sender's only goal, get 1 kill. That's the aim here. Get 1 kill off any sort of trip. And, well, the trip's already been destroyed.
More than no, because off towards the left and off towards the right. Enemies are everywhere. At the gate, he gets 1 to do 0 as well. Chip finds 2, makes it 3rd as well. That's the kind of hold you want to get things moving. We said, was it repeatable? It's taken a while, but it has come back in. Bonecall's got to do it now against 3.
I don't think he's going to be able to stop them getting their 2nd round. That's something at least for Carmine Corp. And again, I have to say as well, it's going back to the beginning, talking about roles, I want to see Shin back on an initiator. I don't really care what it is, or even on a duelist. He definitely seems to be the man with the fragging power in this roster. They have won 2 rounds. One of them is this round, where he got a 3K. The other is a round he got a 4K.
Exactly.
I don't think the value's there on him on a Viper, but I definitely think that he has some ability.
Yes. It's often what we call hero rounds, right? Where a player's popping off and dragging your team through a round that really look at it as like a game of chess when it comes down to the strategy. You're not walking away the winner. So for me, it's got to come from more players than just the one. It's got to come down to the strategy as well. And that was a nice slow round up through mid that clearly Vitality didn't expect. But then we saw them push mid once in that entire first half. It was always direct towards B, but more often than not, was direct into A.
Yeah, of course. Vitality at lock-in were known for their second rounds. These pistols were ever deadly, so something you have to be careful about. Nice shots from XMS. Maybe starting to wake up a little bit on this attack side. I feel like he was dealt a harsh hand when it came to the first half, having to be that solo defender in most cases and being isolated by a very fast-paced double duelist. But now, he'll probably still be playing solo in a lot of rounds, but more chances for him to try and find that space.
The raise nade up and towards heaven. Trying to force the Cypher away, and sure enough, runs straight back into the line of sight there as well. Oh, that was messy for a few seconds. Shin, after we just piled so much praise on him, almost whiffs out big time, but Twiston, last left alive, and I think Vitality know that it's got to come in this next round.
Of course, the goal here for Twiston is just kill as many people as possible on the way out. The thing is, the rest of the team have already exited in the other direction. And Navira is going to keep that one nice and squeaky clean. Now, already, a couple of rifles, XMS, I will expect him to buy up another one as well. Like, you cannot play this as a traditional bonus round just because of how many rounds you have left to play with. But this is definitely going to be where the going gets a bit tougher, as rifles will now be up for Vitality as well.
It kind of makes you think back to our game from yesterday, Fnatic against Liquid. You know, we saw absolute domination from Fnatic in the first half of Lotus. And then to be fair to Liquid, we even said, okay, you got 6 rounds on the board, you bounced back a little bit, you put up a fight and showed that actually it wasn't completely down to the team mismatch, that it was just that Fnatic were that little bit better. Well, a little bit, maybe quite by some margin is probably the better way to look at it, but at least showed they had something about them. I think for KC, if nothing else, many probably feeling at this point they can't win the map, but to get a few rounds on the board and still show there's some fight in them, that would feel like a win in itself. But it's Multi to start things off.
Not the start they were looking for either. Early kill coming up. Contact play from Halsey, and even trying to kill off anybody attempting to take that orb. Of course, in terms of ultimate, Shin is the man who's not far away. Getting that Viper's Pit would definitely set them up if they can get into an afterplant. They are slowly taking themselves some mid control. However, there are rotations coming in thick and fast in towards this B site.
There we go, playing on the flash as well, straight in towards deep side as well. They know about the one up close as well. The omen that I'm worried about for a few seconds, it's Destrin up close and he cannot win out the gunfight. Scream finds his man, they're on the side as well. Down goes the Spike, and once again, KC are in a numbers advantage.
I like this. Look to try and confirm this round. You got a long build back up using that Viper's Pit. Flashes going out as well. Now, they are all somewhat isolated into this corner. It gives some opportunities for spams to come through, the counters being attempted, and Twiston just watching, waiting to see if anybody attempts to play outside of the pit. Instead, they are all somewhat trapped in towards this corner. It might just be an attempt to try and lock them in towards the end, but instead, the double swing out works wonderfully. And now Sender, last man standing. A Spectre probably not going to help him out too much, and again, he might just want to try and kill them all off.
Flash comes out as well. There we go, Nu0 on the swing for a second. Thought he might miss it. But they find it in KC. A little bit of life being breathed back into the team here. Some good attacks coming out.
Yeah, no, I like the split in towards the B site. The pace of it was good as well. Decent trading. And obviously, I am actually quite happy they just used the Viper's Pit to confirm the round. Yeah. Like, that was the main thing. Like, Shin starting to really build up a little bit, and Scream finding a multi-frag, which, again, it's been a quieter game from him so far. If he can come online, maybe there's a difference, but we have been waiting for that over the last few weeks.
All right. Can they keep the momentum going? This round, you'd expect so. Vitality, absolutely broke. Coming out with shorties, sheriffs, you name it. It's screen to start things off and taking a little bit out of the Vitality playbook here on a booster in towards site. They've rapidly got themselves on A here and are looking to march on in and get this fight down early.
Yeah, really expecting much from this point onwards. Operator up, Scream just farming up those frags. Already got the Showstopper online for the next round, and he definitely seems to be building in confidence. A complete farm up, and even looking for the ace. Destrian is in point. Are his team going to give him anything? No, XMS wants to pad his stats himself. Probably better for the orbs as well, you know, if you're really going to go deep into it, although I'm sure many, including myself, wanted the ace. And actually, you know what? Vitality, 4 rounds lost in a row, they're going to take a pause. I don't mind this at all.
No. I think at this point, it's less even about things going horrifically wrong. They're losing out a good few gunfights that arguably they can win. And I think about when we look down to the Omen playing on the A side, and we had the Sky Flash go over the top, didn't connect onto the players, still Destrian whiffed a couple of key shots that maybe would have found a kill and made things a little bit easy for Vitality. For me, it's about breaking that momentum, though, taking the pause and just getting Casey off the game for 45 seconds or so.
Yeah, I definitely think as well, like players like Scream, for example, I think Shin falls into that bracket. They're definitely, once they get rolling, they're very difficult to stop.
Absolutely.
They've got some talent, there's no doubt about it. It just hasn't been showcased so much over the last few weeks. So I think just denying that early, of course, the driver's seat still firmly sat with the cheeks of Vitality, but they're now just going to take a moment. Of course, this is where you're actually going to see the operator come in for Twiston as well. We saw how much of a game changer that was when it came to Ascent, how dominant he was in a lot of those early duels.
It kind of broke apart when the B and the I started clapping.
Look, we don't criticize. I'm not able to build a Vitality out of letters, all right? So
You can't spell, Tom.
That's true.
Vitly. You mold instead.
Vitly, yeah.
Vitly. In that case, it was just Tally, I think. And the rounds have tallied up for KC. Maybe after this timeout, we see a little bit of change coming in, though. KC going to be on their guard, no doubt. You can already see that actually being shown. A little slow start here. 3 off towards B, 2 out towards A. Just feeling out any craziness from Vitality. I believe it was Minnie who mentioned this as well, that sometimes you just got to say, look, you're going to see some weirdness come out in this next round. They've had the timeout. Take it slow, feel them out, and respond to what they bring.
An audacious angle from Twiston. And he is spot on where they're going. He might be in a little bit of trouble. Showstopper is available for Scream. Now, bear in mind, I won't forget him picking him out of the air the last time he tried to pop this. And I can only assume there's going to be some form of utility coming around the other side, maybe just to try and bait that shot out and allow Scream to take that control.
Out, sees the man as well, going to dash straight out. Showstopper comes on through, going to find absolutely no one, but Shin has got the entry, and that's exactly what they were looking for. They see the back of the cape, and it's Scream popping off. Twiston bringing him down in response. 3 still left for Vitality here, but as you mentioned already, the momentum just keeps on rolling forwards. And a bit of a rotate coming in for Vitality. Bone Cold holding firm, but there we go. Navira's at the very back and gets the response. It's op versus op, it's 2 versus 3. They're going to find one for themselves. A swing comes in, and this literal trades back and forth. XMS has got a hold. Dashes in. What are you doing, my man? Gets just out of it and swings in. XMS puts him in the dirt, and they hold on, bringing us up to 6 and keeping that post-timeout win going.
I'm curious if that was what he meant to do.
I don't think so.
It was such a bold attempt.
That looked like a man in panic.
Oh, it definitely goes a bit wrong. And KC, they continue to climb back up. Just good utility usage on the entry, but also, again, just Shin finding that opening pick and then just trading out from there onwards.
Definitely. Either that, or it's more when he stepped out, he was like, oh God, I've made a terrible life decision. Get me out.
Well, he's gone from having an operator in one round to a Bucky in the next, but he does have a Blade Storm behind it.
That's exactly it, right?
It definitely seems a bit madness, but he is one of the maestros of the shotgun, someone who rates it highly. And although there's some financial constraints in this round, just look at the ultimates that are available right now. Having that Blade Storm and Showstopper, one off a res as well, they are definitely dominating in that department.
They've basically got everything they need here for a full buy, but it's Scream once again. Warmed into it these last 5 rounds, really starting to feel himself. Yeah. Instead of being offline, maybe not the ultimate you're looking at to say that's the big impact here, really looking at the Showstopper being the one, especially if KC are all looking to bunch up inside a garage, but they're going to move things out towards mid instead here. Slow walk up, Twiston, the difference maker, finds one and dashes away, immediately pushed up by the last 2, but he's way out of dodge.
Yeah, and there's multiple players ready and waiting on this side of the map. Heaven not really being covered at the moment, but Twiston's going to try and thread that needle. Showstopper still available if they want it. And in fact, KC are going to start doubling back towards this A side, maybe expecting that this is a stack. Destrian is going to be hearing everything. Has the paranoia available and could cause them some serious issues. They're not checking this angle right now. It should be for free. No. The Omen strikes again. And now with 15 seconds, they got to go. They've just got to save. There's no chance of them winning this round. Just fade away and hold on to the guns.
10 seconds
They should get away with this as well as they're not being challenged. I say that. You got Molsey on the walk around. Also Desher on the other side. Looking to somewhat pincer in. They'll realise that they've got the Viper hanging at the bottom. Are they going to bother trying to go for this? It feels good to get rid of the op. It's Molsey's to fall down. They hold on at least for now. There's the second one. And now the op's gone.
Yeah, they removed all of the weaponry. I don't think it's going to impact too much for Karman Corp. They've got plenty of finances, and of course, they now have to win 6 in a row anyway. So it's not like they're going to get reset at any point in terms of those financial constraints. Just good work, though. Good initial read. Twiston doing well off the back of it, and then just the patience. This is the thing I love about Deathstream. So patient, ready for those steps to come through, not rotating back, completely isolated, and he gets both the frags needed of him. Easy pickings in the end, and now just one needed from Vitality. What seemed inevitable in the first half, and a slight fake comeback it seems. 6 more in a row needed, and oh, that's not gone to plan for Scream. He is just about alive.
Bit of healer coming in for the Sky as well, but again, I can't ignore on the other side those 3 ultimates, potentially almost 4, that for all intents and purposes would make this into a 6 versus 5 once they've got the res online. KC again taking it a bit slow, just feeling out what's coming out of Vitality. They know there are no more missteps allowed. They have to make this work for 6 rounds in a row.
Oh, Moz is going to peek as they're spamming the wall, but Nuzera guarding, patient from XMS, catching them on this aggression. Bone Cold, if he can get this kill, he actually has the res, brings it back into that 4v4 scenario. Spike still trapped back as well. That's a bigger problem, and Destrian again! He always seems to be in the backlines, always seems to catch them with their pants down. And they now might know that there's a player still lurking around.
I think it was such a good shout as well. Screaming Nuzera really wanted to get the pinch onto Garage and force the defenders to the other side of the map, but there was the backstab coming in. A little bit of an overcommit, and it might just prove to be absolutely fatal.
He's having to go the long way. They were watching and would have caught the man with the spike. 20 seconds left as they look to make the move and just almost give it to him as a freebie. It's left to Navira trying to clutch this out. 1 versus 4, shot missed, and it's game over. Vitality, just like many before them, run through Carmine Corp. And although again there was some false hope going into that second half, it is a bleak, bleak day for Carmine Corp fans.
As so many have proven to be, unfortunately. I mean, for me, we saw KC starting to bounce back into it. We saw some good rounds. The focus, the determination to hit site hard and fast and leave Vitality really paid off. But in that last round there especially, just a little bit of an overcommit, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think as well, it just goes back to that defensive side. Like, it didn't seem like they had just a good hold over either of the sites. The aggression never seemed to catch anyone on the Vitality side, and the actual sort of strength of Vitality was just getting those openers time and time again. It was so clean from them.
So one of those that I'm thinking now, what is next for KC? They're coming up against some big teams, they've come up against some not so big teams. Things are still working against them.
Yeah,
I mean, this is the thing, they've tried different comps, they've tried to mix things up here, and it's still just not working. What is the answer for KC? And I mean, at this point, they pay you good money to give them the answer, I think, Tom.
I think that's the $1 million question for them. Honestly, I think that, firstly, like, getting back to the point where they sort of do have Scream playing that duelist more. Obviously, we're gonna see mostly the highlights from Team Vitality here in the Prime Gaming match highlights. Yeah, but the thing is, I think him getting back to duelist, basing the comps around him, I don't think is a bad idea. I'd like to see Shin back over to an initiator. I don't think the double controllers are really working out for them. I also don't really see the value of having Navira on the controller. I don't think it makes sense when it basically relies on that second controller too much. I'd like to see, again, Nuzera back into a more supportive role and then give a bit more freedom to Shin. I think he's a talented individual. I'll be honest, though, today, I don't think it mattered when it came down to compositions. I think they just got diffed. This Vitality roster is one to sing and dance about. They've got fantastic support players, ones that can even carry you through a map in the form of Destrian. even with minute amounts of utility, they cause so many issues to every single hold, especially when it came down to this map. Again, I find myself thoroughly impressed with the way this team sets up. And of course, yeah, sure, it's easy to sit there and harp on the way that Carmine Corp played, but they came up against a formidable opponent today, and the better team won.
Absolutely, and for me, double doors on that second map, just showing that breakneck pace as well that Casey simply weren't able to deal with. A little bit when it came down to the agent selector thing and the difference and having no tools to slow it down. But for me, if nothing else, it does show the teams, if you're taking Vitality to split, or if they're taking you there, be mindful.
Yeah, for sure. Like, that's the thing. This is now a map that I think the KC have to almost avoid like the plague. I don't mind them trying to switch things up, but that's the main thing. I think they just need to find themselves a home map. They don't have one. They picked into a map and they lost worse than the one that was chosen against them.
The battle is even prior today, their highest round win rate was on Icebox. That's disappearing soon. Do you really want to build your legacy on that map? It's just not the place to go. It's dire times for KC overall. Hopefully, they can bring things back. But let's go out to a break. When we come back, post plan awaits.
Oh! Bro, I'm panic! Oh! Stop saving, boys! Come on! Oh! There's a lot. Nice! Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What? What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Hello everyone and welcome back. It is time for the post-plant portion of our show. I've got Keiko with me and we're joined by the head coach of Team Vitality, Salah. Now Salah, we've all known each other for a very, very long time. I know you've gone through ups and downs and all of the accolades, the downs, the lows, the highs, the moments have all led you to this point of being able to say that you're the best French team in EMEA. How great does that feel?
Oh, it feels good. No? Like,
this is the best moment ever, right?
Yeah,
literally.
Top one life, I think. This is the moment.
I think
it's not going to surpass this.
Yeah.
Did you expect the way that they went? Because we saw some new compositions on the side. It was funny to see Keiko actually not picking the split, but actually you guys picking it onto them. Did you expect the way that the map Veto went, the fact that they picked Ascent, and then everything that fell behind after that? And also, what about the comps that they used?
I think, like the Veto, we knew what they could pick within a range, right? We knew what they were good at, what they wouldn't be good at, and we were ready for that. I wasn't, like personally, normally I'm quite good at predicting the Vetos. I wasn't quite ready for that Veto, for them to pick Ascent, Van Haven, but we knew we were going to pick Split. We said that basically
Split was going to happen somehow.
Because it was their perma pick, right? So if they didn't want to pick it, we said no, we're going to pick it no matter what. Like, we're playing Split.
Okay, and what about the compositions, especially the one on Ascent? You're talking about the preparation, and I assume that both Gorilla and Strong, maybe they helped you out with what could happen on Ascent. Did that preparation change something when the composition was actually live?
To be honest, no. Like, even with the comp change, everything that my amazing assistant coach and analysts and Strong and Gorilla said would happen basically. So we were, the play style stayed the same generally. The things they gave in scouting stayed the same. So shout out to them.
You know how like in Valorant we always bring up that Jumpy and Durka went to the same school? I just want everyone to know that Strong and I actually went to the same school. So
did you?
Yes, we actually did.
I didn't know that.
We didn't know either. We did not know until like it was in the coach's Discord and we were just chatting one day. And I think obviously us Brits, we like to talk about how we're all from England or whatever. And we just randomly like managed to figure out that we both went to the same school. But I think he was 2 years above me or a year above me or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe the other way around.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit old, but
yeah, but I just want to say, like, everyone always talk about Durka and Jumpy being in the same school. I feel left out. Like, me and Strom also went to the same school.
Listen, next time that we do a pre-match for Vitality, I'm gonna bring it up soon.
Thank you. That's all I want, the validation.
I'm gonna build a whole segment. I'm gonna let everybody know where you study.
Oh God, no. I don't think my school is gonna be very proud of me. I'm not gonna lie, but we'll see. But let's just look at the map as well of what happened on Split. I don't know if you had any time to actually watch anything so far. We got a bit of a scoreboard here. I do want to talk about Scream with you. Obviously, your boys are doing so good. I almost feel like there's not even that many questions I want to ask you right now about your boys. They're just consistent. They're doing their job. They're popping off. But I think today we wanted to see Scream play Jet. He played Jet, and then we want to see.
We wanted changes. We wanted Scream on Jet.
We wanted to see redemption arc on the Rays. So why do you think that it's just not working out for him right now?
First of all, I just want to say shout out to him because I know he's fasting actually. I actually felt that was quite cool. I usually normally fast myself as well, so shout out to him. I know that can be very hard, like practicing and playing, so I wanted to say that. But we knew that, I mean, Harry actually said, Gorilla said that he expected them to change duelists. We didn't expect it to be Scream actually, we thought it would be Shin. I think on Ascent it was rough for them. I don't think it was anything to do with the specific player. I said it to my boys after the game that we played so well compared to like last week and all the issues there. We played so well that it was hard for me to even notice what they were doing right and what they were doing wrong in terms of KC. But yeah, I think it was generally just every single thing they did, we had accounted for. Like Deshin was kind of dancing around and just doing his thing and they weren't able to stop it, right? So it's hard for me to say what they did wrong specifically.
So now that you've been on the other side, of course, the scoreboard said, told a very specific story. Is there any constructive criticism that you have towards them? Anything that after that you've played against them, something that you want to tell them, just to be positive on this side, because we know that it must not be easy for them to be in this situation. Is this something, positive that you can
Genuinely,
say?
I don't think... I'm gonna say, I think that okay, people are making a lot of jokes about them and the way they play and all that stuff. I like at least the fact that they have a way they want to play and they've committed to it and they've stuck to it. Because I think it's very easy to have, you know, an idea of how you want to play, lose one game, and then just change everything. And it's what a lot of teams do, and it's a dangerous thing, right? For them, I think it's confidence, to be honest. Like, I could tell in the way that my players were peeking them and the way they were fighting with my players.
Twisted in particular.
Pedestrian TV into them.
I think it's a bit of confidence.
Oh my God.
I think it's very easy to say, yeah, just be confident, but I honestly think that's a big part of it. I think maybe adding more depth to some of the things they do could help as well. But I don't think they're as bad as it seems.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the rookies. They've got 2 of the least experienced players on their roster. I think it needs a bit of time to refine everything that's going on. But I mean, it's all sunshine and rainbow where you guys are right now. We're going to talk about that and more about that in a second. But I don't know if you know this, but for post-plan this week, we've gone with a coach royale. We had Doombros day 1. We had Mini yesterday. And we got you today. And I know that you've even played against some of the coaches in a custom, in some stacked and so on, so you know a lot of them pretty well. I want to throw a hypothetical to you. Okay, we all know that there is this 6-man system we have in VCT, right? In case someone gets ill, like the kind of the alpha year situation, someone can step in. I want to create a world where every single team has to swap their star player out for their coach, including you. You're getting subbed in for Twiston, and you have to play against everyone. And I want to hear how who you think you can beat and who you won't beat. And I'm going to start from the bottom up in terms of leaderboard. So you're going to be playing against BBL next week, and Vlad is going to be subbing in for Kushner. You're going to be subbing in for Twiston. How is this game going to go?
Oh. And do I have to play Twiston's roles?
Yes, obviously. Yes.
Subbing in for him.
Yeah.
I think we'd win that.
You'd win that?
Yeah, I think we'd win that.
How? Because of you?
In spite of me, I think. But no, I think we'd do fine. I think, hey, listen, if I baited just enough, I could get positive. I think if I did it well enough, I could.
But Vlad's Turkish. He's got the Turkish aim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen him play. Actually, no, I think he's not bad.
He's good. He's good.
Yeah,
he's decent.
I still think I'd edge that one. Just because, as well, I understand how I'm Turkish, right? So I understand how the Turks play and think. I think I could be able to help in that situation.
Okay, so 1-0 to Vitality in the table right now. Next, you're taking on Koi. So Baba is stepping in for Shados.
For Shados?
Yes.
Oh, we'd win that one.
That was a quick.
We'd win that one. That wouldn't be an issue.
Okay, why?
I think I would be, because I'm younger, right? I'm a lot younger, I feel like. I'm 22 years old. I think I'd have the age on my side, so maybe the reflexes would be better, so I'd be able to hold my weight a little more. But at the same time, he used to be a CS player,
I was going to say, Baba actually competed.
But this is my thing. I think this game isn't CS. It's not close to the, it's Valorant, so it doesn't matter about the previous experience. If you look at the top, no one has played any other game, so I think...
2-0 to Team Vitality. Next, we've got Heretics. Neil Zinio, one of the greats from Great Britain, stepping in for... I said maybe Kellogg's, but you said Evova might be a better choice. Well, one of those. Probably Kellogg's. Just off of the back of maybe some of the...
I mean, I said Zeke, but you know.
Yeah, or Zeke.
You can choose.
Yeah.
I can choose. Oh.
Well, Neil is coming in for someone.
You're entitled to an opinion.
To be fair, he has to come in for the star player. So who do you think is the star player?
I mean, it's Kellogg's, no?
Okay, Kellogg's.
Kellogg's or Boo, I think.
Yeah, Neil Zinio is stepping in for Kellogg's. Team Vitality win this?
I think they would win that. I think. I want to say why, but I don't know if I can.
Go on, you
just say it.
Yeah,
okay.
We won't tell anyone. Yeah.
Like the last 3 weeks we went for as a team have been, I think, the worst 3 weeks of since we've been a team. Basically, we just. Form-wise, I think we've dealt with it. Like last week against Footballists, they're an insane team, so they punished us for this. But we had like 3 people who were just really sick, and of course, when you have 3 people who are just that sick, it can hurt a lot. We scrimmed against Heretics, I think, before the Liquid game, and they were playing with one of their coaches, and they smashed us.
They smashed you? Wait, so we have proof that
they smashed us, and that was without me. So I think like it would be really unfair if I said that we would win.
Okay, so it's 2-1 against Vitality. You've lost a game against Heretics. I think playoffs are still on at this point, but you have to face Keiko next. But we're gonna let PMs just be this. Like they're gonna have 6 players. Oh, okay. No one is subbing in. They just have 6.
Oh.
Yeah.
We still win. I think. No, but 6 is a lot, no?
Yeah. They want more.
If you think about it, it's like a 5v4.
But they could play triple initiator like the way they want, and double controller.
It's
and
like in every round they've got the first kill.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That is
that's
true.
what I mean.
Yeah, I think we still win, to be honest. I think it would be close, but we'd close it out, I think.
Okay, 3-1 now to Vitality. What is where you're currently at actually right now in the league, but you got to go up against Team Liquid, and Emil is stepping in for safe.
Oh, we destroy them. I think because Emil's bad. We're playing. No, I'm better than Emil, though. I think.
Have you played against
Are
him?
you?
Yeah. I think I'm better than Emil.
Yeah.
I think they're there. We played together. We both have. So.
But when I'm actually playing, full focus, I think if I had like 7 coffees that day, I'd go crap.
So that's such a lie.
What does Emil normally play then? What are his
He plays because those two twins, they play.
Sova and Killjoy.
Yeah,
all
Sova
the time.
Killjoy, full bait.
Yeah.
So I'd know that he's baiting, so I'd be able to position myself and adjust myself for that.
But he's gonna play Jet. He has to play.
If he's gonna play Jet, no, he'll be last in still. I'll go first, and I'll die, so my team can trade me. But he won't do that. He'll go in last.
Okay, that's so confident. We're 4-1 for Vitality.
You acknowledge that you're talking to Salah.
Yeah,
like,
but
what kind of response?
No, but things are gonna get harder. Things are getting harder. Okay, this for me is actually harder than it sounds.
Okay.
Pipson for Giant is coming in for Cloud.
For Cloud.
Yes,
though.
but Pipson, let's be real.
Pipson's good.
Pipson can still be a pro player right now if he wanted
he
to.
was.
I think,
if he wanted to, he could.
I think that one they'd win. I think that one they
Salah,
should
yeah.
win, though. Yeah, that one they should win. Like, but Cloud, the thing is, Cloud is insane as well, so it's a big thing. But I think they'd win that one.
Yeah, but I think that one is just down to Pipson and you, not about the rest of the team. Let's be honest. Yeah.
It would be bad if we did beat them in that situation. I think it wouldn't.
I don't think.
Awkward.
I think Pipson would just fire them all if that happened. I think they will lose their jobs. We got 3 more teams left. Navi, Eric Doombros is coming in for Shao. Sorry, Bear.
I wouldn't watch.
We have to remove Shao for that one.
Just can't be bothered.
He's coming for Shao.
Yeah, so he does get to play a bit of Sova, Fade, that kind of stuff.
They'd win that one because the way they play, he
Eric
fits
plays
his
a lot,
baiting playstyle so much that he could get away with it in that team. I remember also we scrimmed back in this is 2 years ago. We scrimmed against Eric with their old team, and they also did win that one. So I think Eric would be fine. I think they'd win.
How often do you have to step in scrims for your team?
Never.
Never?
Never. No. I think it's. I don't like the. If you're gonna practice, you're gonna practice as 5. I think. So it's we've never done.
So if one player can't be there, you just won't scrim. You just
so either we force them to play or we don't scrim. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We got 2 teams left. We're going to FUT. Gaius is coming in for Kiwi. So, yeah.
I'm afraid about the captain, so they would win.
Yeah. I mean, they were also the only team you lost it to. So, with a full roster as well.
I
It's
think
going downhill for some reason.
Gaius was also
it's getting harder though. I had to go from the bottom up. Yeah,
I think Gaius was also a CS player at some point as well.
Yeah.
So I think I don't know. I think it'll be close though. I think that'll be very close. If we're fully there, if everyone is fully there, and I'm half good, I think maybe we could win. But I think I'd give it to them.
I mean, the matchups are hard. You're losing to Pipson, you're losing to Eric, you lost to Gaius. Playoffs. We're just about gonna make it. And last but not least, Mini is coming in for Durka. All I will say is, I think currently Mini has 100% win rate when he has to scrim with him. And apparently Mini's quite good, but I don't know. This is just what I've heard.
The thing is, he plays a lot as well. I see him on Twitter. He plays a lot.
Mate, no, he plays TFT a lot. That's what Bayer would know. Yeah, Bayer's a TFT enjoyer.
I don't know what Riot has with me.
yeah. They have you in the chokehold. Yeah. But yeah, so no Durka, but Mini instead.
No Durka, but Mini instead. Oh, what rank is Mini? He's immortal or something, no?
I think he is. Yes, but right now I think he's ass. Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, I think that one would be very interesting because I think because you take out Durka, you take out Twiston, yeah. I think if it's the matchups, if we won the matchups on the other side, then maybe we could win. But I think it would be up to that. I think me and Mini would be AFK in that match a little bit. But I think he would probably do better than me, so I'd give it to them.
Yeah, I will say that Mini, I'm very confident in Mini. I hate to gas him up, but he's quite good.
He plays too much.
I mean, you also have Chronicle Alpha. It's not like the rest of the team's not there.
Yeah. And I guess they probably be more disciplined, knowing that Mini is there as well. They're not gonna want to upset him, stress him out.
Because if Mini dies, then he starts watching every single player.
Honestly, next time we have you back, I want to do this again, except for all the star players are coaching, and I want to see how you feel about that. Twiston as a coach, what do you think?
Twiston as a coach, oh my lord! I think it would either be the worst experience or the best experience ever. I think because he's so energetic to the point. Like he came into the office this morning. We do like morning brief, right? He was screaming and shouting about how you know, today's going to be an insane day. It was a lot of things that I won't say here, of course, but he was going off this morning. Like I think with his energy, if you had like the right players who feed off of that, it could be insane. But at the same time, I think he would make people nervous a little bit. I think Twister would have been. Yeah, I don't think he'd be great at that.
So did he qualify?
I think you do qualify. I think you qualify, but not as the top seed though. I think you have to grind your way through.
We'll do this again during playoffs.
Yeah, we
See
will.
if we make it to Japan.
I did hear about Twisten's fist bump stories against Bone Cold. Like he's absolutely just rammed him
Yes,
on stage.
not gonna fist bump.
Yeah. There's clips of Bone Cold just going like this, of like when Twisten tries to fist bump him. But okay, that was a fun game. Thank you very much for that. Let's take a look at the standings now, because if we have a look at this, Kukuka, I know you wanted to ask a couple of questions about their future fixtures, but it's looking good.
Yeah, what do you think of the standings first? Can you see it from here? Fnatic is at the top with that 4-0.
You're in a three-way tie with Na'Vi and FUT.
Okay, is this so all the games are done this week, right?
Yeah, it's Friday, Salah.
You are the last team to play. Yeah.
I understand. I work so much. I have no idea what day it is. It's Friday. Oh, damn.
It is. Yeah, it is.
We have plans tomorrow.
I mean, it's looking not bad, right? It's not bad. I would say. I think that will change slightly. No, actually, I think that's what.
Focus on the top 6 and top 4. Do you think that's going to change a lot during the next weeks?
No.
Or do you think this is how it's going to look by the end of week 8 before we move on to playoffs?
I think it should look around this. I'd say. I mean, who's Liquid's next game?
It's not Koi or Fnatic or you. I'm just doing process of elimination in my memory. We'll let you know. If production going to find out, Giants.
Okay, so Liquid Giants is a very interesting. I was going to say like Liquid's and Giants games are very important. I think that game could make it very interesting in terms of momentum, because I think both teams, of course, started, like Liquid lost to us, of course, right? But like both teams started a little bit down and then they're picking it up now, especially Giants. I think.
Oh, correction. Heretics.
It's Heretics,
not Giants.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it would look like that. Like,
but it will happen eventually.
I think it depends on key games. I think the top 6, I think they need to win, 2 or 3 more games like this in a row, and then we should get there. Of course, there's probably different matchups there and there, but I think it should look like this in general.
Like against each other, is that what you mean? Like the 6 against each other, or the 6 against the 4?
No, the 6 against the 4.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how many matchups there is there, but I think in the
there
next 3 weeks, those are the matchups that are important.
There is some. You're in that top 6. Your next game is going to be against BBL, and you still have to go up against Fnatic and Na'Vi right after that. So, what are your thoughts on
is
that?
the Fnatic Na'Vi back-to-back?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, well, Kukuka's
Based
done...
Na'Vi,
Okay,
Fnatic.
Kukuka's done
Based
a
Na'Vi,
conspiracy theory triangle. Basically, every team in this league that's had to face Fnatic and Na'Vi back-to-back have gone 0-2 against Fnatic and Na'Vi. So that's Giants, that is Heretics.
No, BBL got him up.
No, 0-2.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
This was your triangle. How do you not remember this?
Listen, there was a lot of lines, okay?
It was Giants, Heretics, and BBL. So all 3 of these teams have suffered the Na'Vi 1 week, Fnatic the next, and they've all lost both of those games.
Do you feel like you're in a position you're going to be any different?
Are you going to break that curse?
I mean, I would say this, right? I think, like, Fnatic is, of course, 4-0 right now, and they came as, they're insane. Like, we don't need to hide it. I think Na'Vi also is picking up a little bit more. But I do think that, I mean, for us, for example, when we went 2-1 with Koi, Liquid, and FUT, that was when we were down, basically. We were, because every team has their peaks, every team has their drops. I think that was most definitely our drop, especially for Blist. I think having 3 people who are sick, having all of these, not as excuse, of course. I think we lost because they're good enough to punish us for that. I think some teams wouldn't have been able to. But I think if we, for example, carry on in this momentum we're going in, and if we peak as normal, and they, for example, can have the same things, they can drop, they can peak. So I think it's going to be a lot dependent on that. I wouldn't say it's as, you know, of course, I'm Salah, right? I have that confidence, but I would at the same time wouldn't be so sure that it's just going to be 2-0 to them, 2-0 to them. I think, for me at least, especially Na'Vi, but even Fnatic, those are the games for me that are us 3 can compete against each other in that regard. I think we have,
like that triangle.
Yeah, I think we have we do similar things in a lot of regards. I think we have similar structures, and so all 3 of us are very structured teams. I would say maybe even the most structured in the league. And I think those are going to be interesting.
Do you prac against them?
No.
Oh, you avoid each other.
Yeah.
I mean,
think
for now.
Doombros avoids me, but yeah, we don't crack against them too much now.
Oh, is this I mean, we theorize, right? Do you crack against the teams you basically played against already? So once you played against them in official, they kind of come off that
I think
list?
it also depends on how deep we're into the competition, right? Because if for example, they play Team Liquid, if they play Fnatic on week 6, are they going to crack against them when playoffs is in 2 weeks? Yeah.
I think it just depends, to be honest. I have really bad memory with this kind of stuff, so I don't really remember how much we practiced each team. It could be that we practiced a few franchise teams, it could not be. We just practice whoever's there, to be honest, right now.
I saw a really interesting tweet from Mini where he said that Turkish teams are really strong right now. Turkish players are really good right now. And he said that half of the best Turkish teams are not even in VCT. I guess you guys at least crack against other Turkish teams as well. Would you echo that sentiment that there's a lot of
Who's your
Turkish talent?
kryptonite? Who's your kryptonite?
I mean,
give them a
well,
shout
one
out.
question at a time. One question at a time. Okay, first, would you echo that sentiment?
Not necessarily, no. I think it's a very common theme with, I mean, Footballist is doing insane right now, first of all. I think a lot of people came into the season saying Footballist is fodder, Footballist shouldn't be there. I mean, this is something I actually got a little bit angry about, right? Where, especially after the VRL finals, everyone was saying, well, you know, all these VRL teams that won should now replace half the teams in VCT.
Yeah.
And it actually did annoy me a little bit because it's recency bias, right? Everyone was, I think, to be honest, a lot of people were criticizing Foot all over the place, and then look at the way they're playing now, right? I think in Turkey there was this cycle for a long time. I think they're starting to break it now, which is really good, but there was a cycle for a long time where it was just cycling people, not trusting, not giving them time, not giving them space. Footballists have had time and now they're flying, for example, right? So I don't necessarily think that, you know, they should just replace the Turkish teams with other Turkish teams. I think there are players who can definitely be in franchise and who are franchise level. I'm not going to say them because I want some of them maybe, but I'm joking, of course. But I think there are some players I wouldn't necessarily say, you know, half the team shouldn't be there. I think BBL, even there's what 0-4, I would still say BBL a very good team. I think
agree,
they were, you know, they were a few rounds off of being 2-0 instead of 0-2 that week. So I think it's easy to say, yeah, they should all be replaced or should all change, but yeah, I'd say some of the players could be there, but otherwise it's not that easy, I think.
Okay, now what Bear wanted to know.
Oh yeah, who's your kryptonite? Because we've been hearing that every team in tier 1 has like a tier 2 team that is their kryptonite. It doesn't matter how many times they prac them, they always lose against them, and they're like, oh my god, I have an OG match. Let me book this
Do
script.
people say the teams on here?
Yeah,
Well,
just give a shout out.
This
to
is
one of them.
This is giving me like, you'll remember this, but like OG Simon Dark energy, where like that guy.
What's that?
Oh, like,
Bayer,
that's a demon.
if you ever win a scrim against Simon Dark, like in 2021, you're like, I am ready. We're gonna win. Because do you know what I mean? Like that kind of character. Have you guys got one?
We have Bisk, to be honest. It's not Turkish. I mean, you want a Turkish team.
No, any team. Any.
It's
I just want to
Bisk.
know who.
I don't know why Bisk always destroys us from KPI. He always destroys us. This guy picks up.
Shout out.
This guy picks up an operator and murks us. Lores is also very good from DA. I think DA. They shoot hard. They shoot really hard. And the way these, you know, my fellow Turks play in some of these scrims is interesting, but they peak with a confidence I've never seen in my life. So I'd say, I'd say DA is very good. I'd say Bisk as well. Harry is afraid of Bisk as well, so
it's good to know that you guys are human. It's good to know. But we're going to round everything off with the schedule for week 4. We have 3 more days of competition coming up. And of course, your team is taking on BBL. But is there another matchup that you're particularly looking forward to on that list?
Ooh. I mean, Heretics Liquid could be interesting. I don't think Heretics... I think Heretics have gotten a lot better, to be honest, than they were when we played them in Red Bull even, right? So they've improved a lot. I think that could be interesting. Fnatic Koi, I think Fnatic... Giants Footballist. Giants Footballist. Actually, no, yeah. Giants Footballist is the most interesting match there, I think. I think Giants Footballist are in almost the same position, I want to say, where they were maybe weren't rated as the highest teams coming in, or, you know, people weren't sure, but I think they can both kill each other's momentum, if that makes sense. I think Giants could kill Footballist's momentum, and I think Footballist could also kill Giants' momentum.
Totally.
Because I think for Giants, you've won 2 games on the trot now. You want that 3rd, you want the 4th, you want to keep going. Whereas as soon as you lose, for example, that now you're 2-3, you're in a different situation than you would have been, maybe, you know? So I think that game's mega interesting.
You're just going to be there with your popcorn, like watching, not being a part of it.
I mean, I said to Giants today, it would be really funny if they lost to BBL, because I want BBL to win on one side, because Cecchini is like my brother, but on the other side, I want to, you know, when you respect these people, you want to see them struggle. You want to see them, you know. Doombros is one of my closest friends. He prays for my downfall a lot. So I think,
you want to spice it up. You want to
course,
spice it up. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people pray for Doombros' downfall. You know, Emil,
Emil's number
Salah.
one.
Yeah. But thank you so much, Salah, for joining us. Congratulations
Pleasure
on
being
another win this week. Hopefully you get to keep it up. Well, you are playing against PPL though. That's gonna be a heartbreaking.
So what are you
game.
cheering for?
Yeah, that's gonna. It's one of those ones that's like I want to win, but like at what cost? You know, at what cost?
The thing is, I'm a little bit afraid of him because I feel like he's going to do his jokes to me. They're going to play a prank on me, for example, where, you know, they've gone 0-4. Now it's my turn.
Yeah.
So it's because he's friends, I could tell he'll come into that game with a different kind of regression. So yeah.
You're going to be the remembered in history as, you know, the redemption arc of BBL. We'll see. Thank you very much, Keiko, as well, for joining me. Thank you to Vincent, who was on the desk with us earlier to order the casters, players, everyone for this week. Thank you to you guys for watching at home and to production and everyone else for putting this show together. We've had a blast. We're going to be back next week for more Valorant, so make sure you tune in on Wednesday, and we'll see you then.
Oh, what a snap! Cloud, that's the hot prospect people were